So what do you think about pausing the tour?
Yeah. You go start dropping one print on your pallet, Johnny print on your pallet. You pass it like dropping from partner to partner, you want to celebrate. What we celebrate, dropping one day pallet. Dropping all the
take over the companionship of
Nima. The man saying you cannot go Nima to campaign against him. You are not anybody. You for well Lofa. When a papa who achieve, that's how we all the one be on committee. So we'll be checking those. Now your job, lawmaker, you go start jumping one print, you tell them about it, say doing tradition. You go force a man woman to endorse you.
Actually get tough indeed. Yeah. So the guys in your Guar fast at 2 a.m. in the morning. So you see it? Yeah, you know, sometimes when the talking man, when the discussion gets very, very interesting, when you have that type of back to back, contact with the guests, putting the guests on the spotlight, and you sometimes go all the up to the next morning of the show. So that's how we run the yes, right? Welcome to the today's Friday. It's a weekend edition, March 21 day in February 2025. Like I said right here, it just on the clock there. 9:31 here in Liberia, and then 21 is on now. The calendar there it shows that pretty much the second there's the second month, 21 day the year 2025. So good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Welcome to the show. The later program. You know, the number there we just keep our audience, informed, updated with some of the happenings back home here. Before we join our team of panelists, will join us shortly. As soon as the guys comes on, then we leave main studio and join our team of panelists, and then we have a very open discussion and sometimes we give you the listeners the opportunity to participate on the show. So that's how we do it sometimes. We'll give you the opportunity to call sometime, participate on the show, where you can have your say, as express yourself and talk about what's maybe things that affecting your country and how we all can work together in terms of putting our country back when it comes to the international level or globally, giving like people a very, very good face, like not an ugly one, or sometimes the photos and images and videos and what on the Facebook from the country, you feel so discouraged. Yeah, that oh my God, is this my country? Where the type of videos, type of photos and what coming from? Well, sometimes good photos and good videos go out there from your country. That encourage more investors, panels from around the world to join you. It comes, yeah. They don't think about investing more in your country when they see good videos, they see good photos, coming from the country, development coming from the country. Yeah, they're seeing the people, the living condition of the citizen, everything is just on path. The health sector, education sector, security sector, and everything is just in tight. And more investors, money people try to chop in the country and to put in more money because they know that everything is peaceful and everything moving good. That's how our country shall be, especially when it comes to putting this country on the world map. So, folks, the closing argument comes on here, and as I say at this time, and shortly our team of panelists will be joining us, and also the guests tonight. We hope to have our guests to bring our guests on too. He will be joining the panelists by 10 o'clock Liberia time back here. From the other way in my county there, Representative Samuel Kogai, who also senator aspirant there from my county. So he will be joining us later on with our team of panelists when they come on. But we always like to, to inform you, update you with some of the things happening back home, and also so we can talk about it and see our best. If it is good for our country, we talk it. If it is bad for the country, we talk about it. How can we find solution to these things? Then we talk about it. We put hands together. If our leaders, those are in charge, if they are slipping off, we tell them straight in their faces. We tell them, you guys are slipping off. You guys need to put yourself together. You guys need to organize yourself. All these things that we have to talk it. We have to talk it. So today, I just been finding activities in the country, and two things really touch me, and one have to do with what happened in Central Monrovia, there in Slipway community. We start seeing these things there where police and motorcyclists or police and anchor crowd, they keep going and look ahead, and you see police and the motorcyclists. Let's be frank. I don't know. There are some rotten eyeballs among the guys and among the cyclists. There are some of them, yes, you will have to keep running more workshop for them, more maybe seminars or what for them, because it's not an easy thing to mold the mind of some of them. But despite there are some good ones stay among them. There are some good ones stay among them. Some of them, knows very well that they are out there. They're looking for their living. They are out there. Some of them take the motorbike ride as their office. This is why if you ride with some of the decent motorbike guys, you get you smell the perfume and what the news is, the spray, and you see some of them organized, some of them drugs. I've come across a lot of them, and when they come and park in front of me, I would say, is this a commercial buy or is this a private buy? So I asked myself, the guy was saying, no, it's a private buy. Why people? I said, no, the way you dress, you look organized. There's some good ones among them, and there are some bad ones. Still, as I said, we need to organize more workshop for them one end, so we can see how best we can mold their man. So today, just running through the internet from yesterday up to today, with all the activities running in Central Town with the police officers. And you should understand too, the police there too, and they are there to protect life and property. When I see people to disrespecting maybe the police, at the end of the day, I see people running to the police. I can say, but what are they in? The very same people, you'll see them, maybe disrespecting the police. The very simple, you see them again, sometimes running to the police. So what comes to my mind is the recent time the motorcyclist took the street there because of an accident or somewhere in Central Monrovia, and it went on again. They started to destroy some of the locals, minor checkpoints in Central Monrovia for the police. They destroyed and damaged some of the roadblocks always set up by the police, the national police. They destroy all these things there, and they need justice. That's the one I have problem with. They are saying they need justice, but we are there destroying things. So I can be asking myself sometimes, is there justice that we need, or do we just need it one time? Okay, the thing just happened now. So are we going to just seek justice now? So since it happened now, we're going to seek justice now. So everything we're going to do it now. You see it? Everything must do it now. It must happen now. If not, we take the street. That's just how the guys that behave sometimes. So as soon as this happen, bam. The next thing is we want justice. They take the street. People shop and other stuff. Then, motorcycles. Some people vehicles or what. People don't even know about people don't even know about what happened to maybe among them. Don't even know what's happening. They was jumping in the traffic and cause huge traffic for other people. And and at the end, it creates an awkward scene on the internet. It goes outside again to our people. People say, well, what's happening back home? What's happening in Liberia again? So we continue taking the laws into our hand. So we continue doing these things then. So because of their action in recent time, it was why the police came out. They said, okay, you know what? We're going to be no-go zone. First, they talk about the hairman. You should be properly dressed, get all your, get your lesson, your insurance, and other stuff. Then before you get to Central Time, for Boulevard there to Central Time. But now this restriction has been placed now because of what police saw and said. This year, we cannot continue with it. Where when something just happened, people just take the street. Nobody investigation is not 1 day, it's not 2 days. The cases on the police desk is not a small thing. The cases, police were if police were there investigating, police were there having a conference with I think 2 lawmakers at the headquarters there. At the same time, so you see it, police were on another case, and then you guys were out there damaging things. So it was another case again. You come to the police, and before that other one comes to the police again, police already have another case. So the cases on the desk of the police are many. It's not 1 day. So it's only happened today. The vehicle lost control, ran, maybe the truck, unfortunately, nobody will say this year the managed to do it. Nobody. This is our intention did this year. It won't happen to anybody else such. Okay, but can we see how best we can get those that are involved, even if we even serve as a surveillance police, do our policing, where we can even arrest those that are on board and turn it over to the police instead of us going to the vehicle. We put the truck on fire. We set a roadblock. We start destroying, these things then. Awkward scene from the city, and people then is trying to train on the internet. The motorcyclists, this has been a old age thing now. About cyclists taking the laws in their hand. About cyclists doing carrying on demonstration. And I think as I said, there's a lot of good guys among the motorcyclists. That's by the police. The police there, you see that. So there are some police officers that are very, very good. There's some police officers that know how to handle things maturely. I interact with police officers. A lot of them interact with them. And I know some of them professionally how they will handle things with you. It is in every sector. The security, the private, the commercial area, every place you find it is there. There will be certain people in there who will be able to engage you to handle issue carefully, so that issue it shouldn't just go out of controls and it become trouble. There are police officers there. There are motorcyclists there too who knows how to do it. So we have to abide by the laws. Let's stop taking the things in the law into our hand and keep damaging our properties. And for me, the more serious and occupied about the whole thing is that to have our country going out there most often. We see our on the internet. It's Liberia. We have to see our best we can put it under control. So that's one of my point in which I wanted to talk about tonight. Then the next one, I have to go back to the House of Representatives. So that's just two I'll talk on before the guys comes on. The next one, I'll go back to the House of Representatives. I'll just run it, listening today for the House of Representatives on that complete file from Johnson Whelan from Riwaji County, one of the lawmaker on District 10. On District 10, lawmaker Yeke Koluba. You know, this whole thing when when it started few back then, few months ago, we say on this platform here, nobody is supporting on the quarterback. Nobody here is supporting um um Honorable Kofi, neither Honorable Kuhn, nobody. But what you guys set up as the law and regulation of what for your own place there is what the public are looking at and going against some of your decision. That's just all. The reason why the public, not even the public or media, we sit here and we engage some of these things that happening there now because of your own rules, your own law, and what you set up. So we are making it to understand, but if this is the law, if this is constitutional the way it's set up, and people want to break it, we're not going to sit here and allow it to happen. So what can we do? Since they make the law their own regulation, we all will sit here and tell them, no, we all will go by that law. That thing just said that. So nobody supporting Cordoba, nobody supporting Kofa Nalakun. But what you set up there to go you, to guide you, is what the people looking at. So you guys can, today I found some complaint on Johnson when someone from Virginia say on representative Cordoba, and there are some latches and other stuff at the house of a representative. Molest some of the lawmakers and other stuff. So he should be investigating other. And the man said that Representative Kole, who is in charge for the owner block, because there are two teams, he's in charge of the owner block. He sat down there and listened to that woman reading that thing, reading it, and he sat down and listened to it. And I don't know, only to tell people that, so we will extend this to Wednesday until we can get Representative Cordoba to hear for him. We're getting due process. Our laws are there. Now, this is where it comes in with the big contradiction now. Representative Colin, James Colin, you keep contradicting yourself. You keep making this thing here to look very, very look. You are doing this here, and in the complaint file, someone said that he shouldn't keep disrespecting the house. Keep appearing on social media before our children. So don't you know that at the stage of what you did into that Capitol building, that's why you always take your back. Don't you know that what you did from the beginning on a broad day, where you went into an election, you elected a speaker. You went into an election, elected a speaker. You went through the democratic process of the whole thing. You did it. The procedure, the process. You elected a speaker, right? At the end of it, to remove that speaker, you decided to bypass your own law. So you don't know the children at this time, they talk about at this century, where the children are on the internet. Don't you know that this children was sitting on the phone? They saw you guys at that Capitol building when you took on the Bokun hand and left hand and forcefully making all the speaker. Don't you know your children were looking at it? For you to say, if you continue doing it, our children, they are now on the social media and other stuff. It's not representing our children. Don't you know your children saw you when you forcefully took on the Bokun hand to make him speak up to that place there, Johnson Williams? Only because at the end of it had been said clear that the Kun made it clear that, okay, I'm not speaker for this is about region. So only because people needed somebody for your time, so you forcefully bypass the channel, you break the law, everything. Then there's a deep process. So the very same deep process we told you from the beginning to give Kofa, and that's you guys are contradicting yourself in your own, your own setting you're doing. And only the Liberian people can solve this problem. The Liberian people can solve this problem. Some of you have abandoned your districts. You no more visit your constituent anymore. We have abandoned it. If the people in the various districts and areas, if they can just come up and see how better they can start to chase some of the lawmakers out. You won't just be Monrovia here from River GE, Monrovia, running beyond removing a speaker because you want to be getting your 5,000 or 20,000 on the side. Oh, yeah. Johnson winning from River G County and James Cole from Bond County. Your complaint to your own house, to your committee of rules. You sat down there and allowed that lady to read that thing that makes no head and tail. The big contradiction. If you go through your own, so are you simply saying because we wanted our own regime speaker, so this is why we bypass every law, but we know the law is there. We know that the law is there, and we shouldn't break the law. We shouldn't go against this law. But because we want our own, so for that reason, we would definitely hold on to this thing. We'll do it the wrong way. Even if we go as far as the court, the next thing will stand, because this is why Representative Koda is just standing on every time you open your mouth, you say the three branches of government, everybody have the everybody working in different areas, in separate areas. They have the separate function. So that's where he just holding everything. So you just know that so long he continue holding that, they say, oh, the three branches of government, we are everybody working in the very area, the very function. So in your sense that the code is that we cannot tell anything when it comes from the House of Representatives, just knows very well that it will continue this thing, it will last long, because he get it on mind that we are the three branches of government, we are working in different functions. So nobody come and check me their friend, or nobody come and take instruction from their friend. Nobody. This is why the highest court came down. You saw the big black thing that said, a white thing that said, inside it break it down to you. You still went behind it because you know very well that the three branches of government, everybody they were work in their own function. Anytime could open your mouth, I think it can. So they just know that this is why he went to that house. He went to Speaker Kufa's office, the boss that place, because he know when he goes to the court, he will say, everybody working on the y'all working on your function, and we have our function. This is why they went when you can pack a vehicle to that place. This is why exactly. So instead of just sit put in the car or tow truck to remove that vehicle, there's for on new men and police people. So you drive the car or bust the tire and other stuff, because when they go to the court, they will say the three branches of government, we are. That's just why he will keep saying. So yes, you have a way that we Liberians are, you know, the law of this country, we are between a role where a very difficult situation where people now seize it to violate the laws of this country, because even if the highest court of the land can even come down and say anything, they will not listen. They will say we already have their function. That's what happened in our cabinet building. So they send that complaint for Yeke. Nobody supporting Yeke, but your own law, you see there, you say Yeke not appear to, so they give him due process. So you don't know. So don't you know that when they see people are talking about due process of Kofa, so do you have due process in your law at the House of Representatives? Do you have any representative there? So Johnson Winner, do you know where that when you talk the Honorable Kuhn hand, left hand, and put it up forcefully to main speaker, you don't know your children are watching it on the screen, on the internet, you seem to do that because you keep talking, so for that reason that don't you know? But anyway, the time is very short. The Liberian people, our people that believe in the want to move. The Liberian people believe in a want to move. You see the going election? Want to move straight. Let me get a hard eye. Want to move. Says yes, straight. Yeah, take it up. Go sit down. And we sit here, we monitor you people there. We sit here every time. You people who breaking the laws of this country, who making this country to look very ugly out there globally. especially lawmakers, looking at you people. And then, every one of you now waste him or over and you no more goes back home and no more to do your work back home again. No more. You're no more visiting your back home. You're here now you're being sent on removing speaker issue because they only you're 4,000, 5,000. What's that come on? So you're just him or over now. So you left Grand River G. Don't see when you left River G County. You're just here now. When it be a speaker, when you know very well that you're supposed to be the longest time the thing has stayed for. Do you know how this is affecting the Liberian people? People know how to come up with in this country, whether able to move out, whether making life, or because if you have your AC card and you get a 5 or your 20,000 for executive because of moving a speaker and living a good life in Monserrado, your machine cannot go off, so everything is all right with you. Do you know how many people going through in the rural area? Your county, your district, they're representing. You know what's unfolding there. The team will surely come on. So as soon as our team come on, team of panelists will be joining them, and we will be beginning on representing Samuel Togar on tonight. It will be his guest on the show too. Closing argument tonight. So folks, let's just make it interactive quickly while we're doing the guys to come on 0776 927472. Other numbers for you to call 0776 927472. 0776 927472. Let's just make it interactive quickly as we wait on our team of panelists to start to join me. Tomalin George, Julius, the rest of for the team will be coming on shortly right here on the show. 0776 927472. 776 927472. Let's speak to some major issues, some training issues, maybe back home here. And on your mind, you want to talk about it. Let's share the platform together. Tonight, you listen to the closing argument on Truth FM 96.1. Shortly, our team of panelists will also be joining me. So we can have a very good discussion with our guests tonight. But while we're waiting on the team, you can share the platform with me. Call me, and let me hear from you guys. 0776 927472. The numbers for you to call. This is Liberia. I always say you guys, you can never be deported from this country. This is your country, though. You cannot be deported from the country. Just come home and let's face our country together. Good evening. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Honorable people, encouragement to this country. In the Global City, you need a lawmaker that this country. And I concur with him because truly, if those guys read, it's good for all of us. And I say that like people. Disgracing their family and don't even care. Whatever source the money is coming from.
You're welcome. Thanks for calling. I don't know whether they're doing some follow-up to know this budget pass, doing some follow to know what's happening in the health sector, what's happening in the security sector. Are they doing some follow-up? The whole house the whole house now intend to wish on. They have jumped to ECOWAS building. The people who are appointed to this very position ECOWAS, they put their really behind. The next thing will be on again for another 2 or 3 months. when you're being set it clear that those people being appointed or being elected to the position, they are ECOWAS for the House of Representative. At this time, you cannot move them after the 4 years. On the so say it, but for them that they say it must happen. It must happen. The Jean Cole and his team, Richard Conte, they say it must happen. So that the embarrassment will take it from Liberia and carry all the way outside our leaders. Only because they want what they want. It's not the country anymore. It's not the country interest anymore. No. But our people monitoring. 0776 9274 72. The numbers to call 776 9274 72. Shortly, our team of panelists will be joining me. Yeah, and also bringing our guests on. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, you're live.
Yeah, I'm Richard David Flomo calling from Punafan.
You're live, Richard. I say you.
Yeah, I don't want to find out from our brothers in there whether we elected them to be lawmaker or noise maker. So we are not understanding anything from their water.
Bonafide, which district? District 4.
Yes, which is
Margaret Thomas.
Margaret Thomas. Yeah, Margaret Thomas.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that's my concern.
Okay. Thank you for calling, my brother. Margaret Thomas on the district, yeah. He too, new lawmaker go there too. We go there with different thing. On the today, I saw some committee people that came out with a press statement. I don't know. He said that he carry open rule or electricity. While the people came out and said, no, lawmaker, please stop lying to the public. They knew you guys that went into that place. There, they are the ones that causing problem. They just carry money beneath to that place. That money business. They just go and arrange themselves because the person before the people could get in that area, the people monitoring all the lawmakers. The person about that place are eating area 30,000, 45K vehicle, this that all that thing. So I go there. I just going collect. I just going to take my money. That money I just going. I'm not going there in the injure what people. So for that reason, I'll take one other machine and put it on the soak in the road there. And yeah, we'll pay every roll. Now what they'll do. That's just what they're going to do. I just take one other machine and put it right to that place there and take feedback of rags. They always wait for me to July 26th on the Christmas. Take feedback of rags and say we go get the people. That's the people who came in front of the people. Very being so deceitful, no very whether I'm not fit, I'm not competent, I'm not qualified for the job. I'm going there to just steal. So they just came from the brand people, being very deceitful. The people were in trust them with everything, with that power and gave it to them. Then to that capital building. They think they're really behind that small thing. Yeah, see, that thing will be on whole day. Because they want sit on certain committee. Certain people want sit on certain committee to get certain benefit. Since I will not place on that committee, I'll make sure that I will move. They compete not for that brand people. That they're competing for themselves to ride a 45,000 car to get a fat envelopes. That's what they wanted. They been checking on our people. A lady just the afternoon, I was just somewhere sitting there, and the guys just draw my attention to that lady. Or they were just walking, she dropped. It's my very first time. I'm normally people come to my office here, come to the station and say, people come here to bring such information. They just say, oh, someone was walking the drop this outside there. For me, I don't know. I just see that. I just hear it like a normal stuff. But for me to be able to see, or a lady was just walking, and they were walking, she dropped. Nobody knows what's going on. Nobody who knows whether she's worrying back home, her kids in school. Nobody knows whether she have tried for all means since day to get bread for she and her family. She working with disappointment from the office she coming from. Who knows? Who knows? think we should be worrying? People should be worrying around here. Why should you alone with him 45,000? You take him 50,000, 3,000 I know for gasoline for your machine. When I saw something that in a speaker, the speaker the budget where the 700,000 for entertainment. What? This country is not ready. So no wonder why Reggie couldn't say that we speak on it. No wonder why the gas can fight for that thing. No, I mean they were entertainment. Jesus. Shortly the team will come on. Yeah, I'm getting some signal from my from our panelists. I was so beginning guys on, but let's make it interactive. What's on your mind? Share the show with me. Yeah, while we're doing the rest of the guys to join me. 0776927472. That's a 0776927472. I'll be live on closing argument here tonight. Yeah, on Truth FM 0776927472. Let's talk to the caller, right? Caller, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, sir. District 4, let's see, my brother.
It's very, very sorry for when you see our Lord. One of the things I observed in this country, politics have brought hatred among the citizens. Majority black today, they are doing wrong, but not talk. They would be very, very happy when they put doing such a thing because I in their shoe. But if at all they could not vote these people, they're going to get on their feet. And the next thing they got to do with the opposition that can run against some of the guys that can win. Right after election, the guys can leave the country and go different place. They get abandoned the district. This is that you are politicians. Some of them, just what you're saying, they have left the district. They don't go back to the district because they don't want to go to the district. People will attack them with caution, so they just abandon the district until they can see what I can do. They'll just pray to God that hatred.
Yeah, cool. All right, bro. Let's just pray to God. Let God help us in this situation. 0776927472. Yeah. Good evening. Yeah. Hello. Hello. 0776927472. Go ahead. Hello. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Thomas Joseph calling from Johnsonville, Palestine, district number 2, Masorado County.
Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, thank you very much for your talking. I listen to you. You said for the lawmaker, the country is a country that becoming, especially our law, because they are not doing well to us. Yeah. Concerning about the majority and minority, why they can be able to understand they say about the speaker Bealded. Speaker of Fanatikofa. You go into the election, you went into the election first, at the end of the day, you won, I think about 45 or 46 votes. You won the election. Then your friend then say they don't want you. In time, the number had dropped. You have get 29% now. The other majority say they don't want you. Why you can't be able to forget about it? The other people that old or that resigned before, or Edwin Snow there, or any Tyler there. So you want to tell me they don't know they are right? You think they will not know what they were seeing, in the time that maybe if they hold on the position, at the end of the day, they will hold the country hostage. So now when they look at it that time, they look at it and say, no, I will not be here because I don't made a lot of confidentiality on me now. So for me to even go over there for all of them to be for me to be fighting for the day, it will be a waste of time. So now when they look at it, at the end of the day, they look at the result. Yeah, we agree. Maybe he all right because he want to see for the now vote 49% to say yes, we don't want you, or 50% to say we don't want you. While not is going to sit down and think about the Liberia people. It just continue to be holding the thing to say that you not agree until they men will be able to go in vote for and get it 49% or 50% before they will be able to give the thing up. I think it's not doing well for us.
Okay, so I have to give him the time to, yeah, and to talk. And while he was there talking, his money finished. Yes, you that's your view on the current situation. That's your view on it. But if you follow this issue, it's not about anymore. But let's forget about it. Let me forget about it. So it's about what we all put together and sign. It's about what we will make a law. It's about what we set up a law to guide us. It's what we need to go by, what we need to follow. So it may happen to the other people, yes, they know. But one thing you understand, Honorable Kofa is a seasoned lawyer. So you won't just play on him. The way you understand, you won't just play on him. So I think the guys in try to see how they've been trying and how they've been moving other people. They try it, but they never knew that this other a breach going to be very difficult to cross because it's a seasoned lawyer. We put rules and regulations down. So why can't we go back to it and we follow it? That's just all. You have a query against me or complaint comes to session, bring it on the table. It's a very long process, my brother. It is a very long process in their own rules and regulations. And I shouldn't believe that because it is long process, this is why they just babble the whole thing and say, you know what, they will try to hold the whole thing away. They will do it a violent way. Because in know very well, it is a long process of their own rules and regulations they put there to move that person from that position. It's a very long process. So because you don't want to go by that process, they throw that whole thing away and just do it the grand way. Yeah, caller. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. You are really saying the truth. The fact of the matter is that when it comes to the rule of law, I thank God for love. Truly, you must set the examples. Those things that have been happening in the past where they just come, few group of people say removing speaker and then they go to session and they say yes and this man must be removed. For me, I really see it, a very contradictory because they are the lawmaker. Why can't they go according to their own standing rules or laws? If this will continue to happen, you know what I mean? Look at the kind of money those guys dishes just in recent time. And people are crying here and there. No benefits to the federal hospital. Look at the needs that we have in our educational sector. Look at the needs that we have in the medical sector. People are working and not getting nothing good as a salary. And people go and show money and money and sell that people are crying all over here. The brother who said that the hospital should forget about it, well, that is okay, but I think that it will continue in this kind of trend. Tomorrow is a time. They could come to a group of people and say, well, we don't want the president. Well, we don't want this president. And before you make you mad, the whole country will be against. You remember America said that he has to remove the secretary is not a bad thing, but please let them go back according to their own rules. And why can't they go back to their own rules? They are want to make it a country hard. It's very easy. If you think you got to put power to remove the speaker and make sure you remove that country rules. Simple. Why are they making a country look at this kind of way? Everybody look at the kind of situation like this. somebody was walking on the street and then drop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, could be that the person is worried, and the person said that maybe it could be the person was like thinking how to go home and meet the children, mama coming and nothing in your hand. So like, it got that, a problem in this country.
Yes, my brother.
That problem.
And as I said, it was my very first time to see such a thing. My very first time. I only been hearing, but I haven't, but today, and was looking very ugly and shameful for me to even place camera on what to record because I was in a position to help to know what's the problem of that lady just walking into the drop, well dressed, clothes. Who knows what she's thinking about? Something that happened in this government and the past government happened, and there's something that happened in the past government. It happened in the government. Fairly speaking, the things that are happening, it look into screens to people to some of us, and we listen to the money the people get outside there. People should start talking about this funny thing from you say today the United States putting hard to it to know where some of the funds are going, who are some of the people that are benefiting with some of the money, where they post things, what going to help them. I just start thinking about it to know whether the money that will come in, who are those that are going to help some of the people that it were helping. Now the US United States putting hard to it. What should have people are going to be affected? How can we cut our salary and say our best that they put up hard to the free money come to this country. They put up hard to it. So we need to cut this splitting money where a speaker budget are going to almost 5 million from 1.2, so some more going to almost 5. Where this thing happening? Don't know. So that's it. We inside. Go ahead. Yeah,
I didn't mind calling for jumping.
you're alive, my brother.
The people work for themselves, don't make up. They want to establish our work. We are suffering. We crying out more than 4 nights talking about fear of social frustration. Why is it they tell the people there vote for me? Then they go sit down over there, they're making shame on our feeling there. See women passing, no honor clothes because no money. They suffer us. They don't be in the country, they don't want to do nothing, then they leave. They can't allow to us say vote for me. I will do they want. We in the district too. I even know the representative were here. Nobody can see me, but they over there causing us. They keep playing between one another. What kind of shameful country is it? But we pray to God and God will tell us for me. I want to God will tell us for me.
Okay. The time will come again for you to make a decision. How long? Yes and no more. Not 5 years. Not 5 years we get. The other one also finish low. We're talking about 4. Before low, I was talking about 3. Then we're in the middle of it already. What we see, we're not experiencing anything yet. Because the other people that law make that real looters. The guys that we're talking about, because they are going to fight people who go into that place there to settle things. That they play you come here to go make things straight. And they play you come here to go make things better. They had to tell some of their colleagues who goes there to make things straight. And they can make things straight at beginning. They will fight some of them. And that's the common fight on now. They've been audited. That story will just die down. You know what happened in this country? So it shows that our leaders, our problem, whatever Liberians are going through, It's because of our people, our leaders. I'm getting signal from Chief Tomalin on the screen already. We'll shortly be joining our team of panelists. As we said, our representative Samuel Koga is the guest on the show tonight. So shortly, our team of panelists will be coming on to join me. You know, this is then in Liberia, people. It rests on the shoulder or sit right in the hands of those are elected these people. They're in your district, in you find your lawmaker in your district. Somebody you haven't seen them since the closing of 2023. You haven't seen them yet. The Morovia, they're fighting over removing people in their from position. Okay, so as soon as we get signal from Chief Tomalin George and the rest of the guys will be joining them. Go ahead, let's hear you. Wow, he's off. Sorry, though. Hope you can try back. People walking and dropping on the street. People all in that area, like all to Central Morovia. You go and see people all on the street, like now, all got striking people. Then one man get all that money. Make car people think they make car die. You have put money carrying it with you. You're enjoying it. All right, folks. So as I said, our team of panelists are going to join me shortly. I'm getting signal now from Chief Tomalin George already on the show. So let's leave our main studio and join the rest of our panelists. Chief Tomalin, you are welcome. You live already.
Thank you, Ansu. Thank you. It's good to be back. Guys, today is Friday and the weekend. Everybody's rushing from work, traffic. So just had to fight to get home. Even my daughter said she's calling my phone to pick her up. She at her friend's place, but I told her she got to do something like Uber or something like that because I didn't arrange it. But she's a big girl. She'll be home soon. But it's good. Tonight we have the Honorable Samuel G. Koga, representative for District Number 5, Nimba County, and senatorial aspirant for the upcoming April 22nd by-election in Nimba to fill the vacant seat as a result of the passing of Senator Prince Johnson. And Representative Koga, he's been in the legislature this is second term. He was there for the first 6 years, got re-elected, and he's now on his second 6-year term. And he's been in the news a lot. A very vocal lawmaker. He was endorsed by the late Senator Prince Johnson's wife a couple of weeks ago. But up to now, we don't know whether he's running on the ticket as an independent or the MDR ticket, or whether he's been endorsed by the current ruling establishment. We know the vice president is a member of the Unity Party, and he was a former member of the MDR. So we don't know. The vice president, was expected to make his endorsement on Tuesday, I was informed. But I don't know. He did not endorse anyone on Tuesday, as was announced. So perhaps tonight we'll get more understanding about who will be endorsed or who supporting him. So let's get set and get ready. I see the lawmakers. I think he's already he's already logged on. I'm sure he's getting ready better, but he's already logged. I can see from here he's already logged on. So it will be an interesting conversation tonight. Ruth Roberts Bengba, you told Alarm yesterday. You said I blocked you. Why would I block you for? I unfriended you. Why would I do that? My sister, I can't unfriend you. One of our most powerful TCA or supporter, then why would I block you? But again, I did not block you, Ruth. Okay. But so let's get set. The other panelists are coming, but we're gonna move forward as soon as the lawmaker gets on set. We're not going to waste time. We'll start the show because of time. You know, right now it's about 10:24 in Liberia and 5:24 on the East Coast in the USA. So we got to get it going. So let's get set, guys. Let me recognize those who are watching first. I see Cecilia Siawan Yakbawolo. I see Abraham Kura. I see CDC Papi Sources Keita for life. Also welcome yes, Moses Yimpa. Oh, my friend. Wow, long time. Oh, Moses Yimpa. Oh, my friend for a long time though. I'm here for a long time. Why you stay in New Jersey? Moses Yimpa. Alio Kamara. Sarah Dupo, I know you say you as you say you on the clock, but I know you were chipping later on, but anytime let me know, man. You already got a ring. So Ahmed Hammer, Ruth Roberts, Bangba. They were one. She all over the every post. She on all the posts then. she on all the posts. Every post you see when the top of the thing, she there. Oh my God. Guys, please share the show, man. Share the show. It's a big show. People from Nima across the USA are watching this show tonight. This program is live in Nima County. All in Nima watching this, listening and watching this show. So share the show. The Nima people are watching. Mostly want to know who will be the next senator. Yvonne Davis. Yvonne Davis here. Patrick Kennedy in Australia there. Musu Wabi Cooper in Australia. Mozart Dennis. Matilda Stevens. Guys, share the show. Share the show, please. Share the show. We're going to get started in a moment for now. As soon as the representative gets, I see him. As soon as he gets set, we'll start the show, right, guys? We're getting ready.
So why you think about passing the tour?
Yeah. You go start dropping one bridge on your pallet, jelly bridge on your pallet. You passing that dropping from partner to partner, you want me senator? I want me senator, you dropping one day ballet. You dropping all the
Take over the governmentship of Nima.
Mama, we will be in Nima.
The man saying you cannot call Nima to campaign against him. You are not anybody. You for well Lofa.
When the Papa who achieve, that's where the Papa. Let's say I hold it. All the one be on committee. So go be checking those. Learning post. Now your job, lawmaker, you go start jumping one print, jumping ballet. You tell them the ballet is a green tradition. You go force the man woman to endorse you. Oh no, me wasn't do. They all are doing. I see not do they.
So why you think about passing the tour?
Yeah. You go start dropping one bridge on your pallet, jelly bridge on your pallet. You passing that dropping from partner to partner, you want me senator? I want me senator, you dropping one day ballet. You dropping all the
Take over
The man is saying you cannot call Nima to campaign against him. You are not anybody. You for well Lofa.
When the Baba rule change, that's what the Baba. Said I hold it. All the one be on committee. So go be checking the learning post. Now your job, lawmaker, you go start jumping one print, jumping ballot. You tell them the ballot is a tradition. You go force the man woman to endorse you.
Guys, let's what the guys? You guys come back to the studio. Come back in. Okay. Oh, okay. We're waiting for you. Okay. Guys, you'll come back on the platform. You'll come back, guys. Yeah, I just talked to him. They're trying to connect. They're trying to connect. You know, it's all Liberia country.
Reverend Samuel Togar, so they will officially join the MTR. And I just received as a rabbi.
So we are the sound of the video.
Yes. We
So
still going to.
we are
I just talked to
we
Honorable
still here on
Kai.
the show tonight as we still wait on the rest of uh the guys to join Chief Sintamani George and also our guests on the show. And as he said, so the guests come on, we'll be digging your full discussion here to our closing argument here on Truth FM. So this is the number one nighttime program here in Liberia. It's exactly 26 minutes up to 11 o'clock. And I don't know which part of the world you are monitoring us. What's the time there now? Whether it's morning, whether it's afternoon, whether it is night. I say hands up to you. Welcome to Closing Argument on Truth FM back home here, and then Hot FM and the other local radio station across the country, and making sure that they carry this broadcast or really this broadcast live to the team in Nima County, Truth FM Nima County. They're always making sure to carry this program live. Post an argument page on our Facebook page, so you can follow all the action, all the activities. For those of you online, just closing argument on Facebook or Facebook page. You can go there and view all our activities there. So welcome again. My name is Ansu. I'm here with Sintaman and George, and we are just hanging on for you tonight, waiting on the rest of the guys, including our guests, to shut the drawers on the show. Yeah, tonight. This is Liberia. As I said, you can never be deported from this country. So all you need to do, let's just keep our fingers, our hand crossed, and come back home and develop our country. Yeah,
So let me ask
those
a question.
hate
I'm
messages,
hearing
those
Asu.
maybe some would say whether the country is divided or yeah, it just have to be because Liberia on the politics, our people put everything into it. Our people go into politics with everything. So at the end of the day, when your side even lost, they will still have that type of feelings. Don't forget to know that it's the country, bro. Everything that you're doing is in the interest of the country. So if you're still having a loss, know that you put the country first, and then you guys move forward. But our people put in there everything, they put in there all that they have our country, divided. And I told someone, I said, this is what happening. When you go to some area in the city, in Morovia, you can see how you can see the division. You can see how the people split. You can see the hate. You can see it. Where we find ourselves for now, we just have to just put this country in the hands of God. So everyone goes, we can see the division, we can see how our people split. You can see the hate among them. And now we can even let to some of the people as far as coming to the Facebook, or being on the internet and all social media, the Facebook will carry it. Because
Yes,
when
I'm
these things
sorry.
that happen, we
I'm
go
sorry for the
through
delay.
the election
This
process. After it,
is
it rests on the shoulder of our politicians, our leaders, to go back
Asu, can you
home.
hear me?
The say best they can try to
Asu, can you
unite
hear me?
our people.
Asu, can you hear me?
But they don't do it though.
Oh.
Our leaders will keep opening more homes, more hits. They will keep opening it. More division. This is what they do. You think we should be talking about speaker position here and there? What's the on it? No. We shouldn't be talking about it. after that election. That election was very tense. That election was so hot. We came from that election. People just have just supposed to just hold on to see how best they can come back to unite this country, reconcile. Look, bring the Liberian people back together. That's just all. But instead of our leaders doing it, they never did it. They just went again. The hits were already there. The election memories and other stuff was still, on some people's mind, other stuff, still carrying that type of brain. Then they start opening more wounds. It's not false that because I'm a president of a country, so everybody at the parliament or the capital building there should be all my confidant. It's not false, though, because I'm the president, so the speaker should be my side. The protein, everybody, it's not false. That forcing again, I can cause problem. You see what happened at the capital building? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, because maybe George Vietnam, Buffer Chima came from the CDC, and Abbott checking. So this our time here too. We must do the thing. Not everything we see. Forcing things can turn things around and give the ugly side of the country. Welcome, Margaret. Peace says welcome.
Hello, Azu, how are you?
Uh, I'm trying to put you on.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I'm getting you. Welcome.
Yeah, I said thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. And how is everything in Liberia with you guys? What's going on today?
Well, we just the same thing, and every time in this country, daybreak there's a story, a news story. So yeah, and I know you people want to attack it, just be following the action, the activities on the social media. There. So that's just it. I think that today, between yesterday and today, was motorcyclists and police officers, which led to there's a ban now on motorcyclists. Because firstly they were only restricting them. You should use your helmet to go to town. If you don't have your helmet for your passenger, you shouldn't get to town. But for now, riot, there was a serious conflict 2 days ago in Central Town, or accident involving a tanker and a motorcycle, which led to the death of the cyclist. And the motorcyclists then went on the rampage again. They started, destroying police checkpoints and other stuff, saying they needed justice. And for the action on Wednesday, so police saw it necessary that I think we should pay some ban on them. So there's a huge restriction on them, and which even caused serious problem again today in the same slavery area, as we learned that 2% die. They were trying to force their way. They on the same violation because the ban placed on them, and they were trying to force their way, I think, to run in Central Town today again. So for the past 2 days, there have been motorcyclists and the police, the national police.
Yeah, well, if you're on here, before I speak to what Ansu has said, can you please help us to share the show to the different chat rooms and platforms that you are in? It's gonna help us to have more people listening in. I would like to say thank you to Ansu in the studio in Monrovia. We are on True FM 96.1. And it's good to be here once more. Today is Friday. I hope we do the weekend in reviews when Tomalin comes back, so we can talk about everything that be going on, plus the ones that have the things that happened today. But it's good to be here. For me, also when it comes to that story, I don't know what to say, because for me the law has to be a bye-bye. So the police, when there's a law there, I don't think people should disobey the law. So although the motorcyclists, they're using that means for their income to provide for their family as well, and to, live their lives. The country is very hard and everything, but it's just a law there that says that they shouldn't go on certain routes and shouldn't do certain things. You have to abide by the law. The law is the law, as the what happened in the House of Representatives. as the minority black said, the law is the law. You cannot disobey the law. So there has to be understanding, or the leaders have to come and meet the police chief or the whosoever responsible to interact with them concerning this, so they can resolve that. But we cannot our country cannot be a lawless country. We cannot disobey the law. Now, on the other hand, I don't think there should be killings and everything. I think the police should be able to have enough training to be able to deal with them. But at the end of the day, if the police life is in danger, you have to defend his life. So, it's a give and take situation. So I hope they resolve it. But we cannot have a lawless country like the other time. The people just went in real market and beat that boy to death just because they said he stole. But the representative in the house, in the senator, then stealing millions of dollars of them from them, and they hail these people when they pass in, they bow down to them. They shiver when they see them. So I'm confused with how the country is the way the people think. And so I'm not I abide by the law very well. I don't drive over my speed limit. I don't even think in like 10 to 15 years I have ever had a ticket for speeding. And I don't drink and drive because it's the law here in the States. When they catch you, you will pay for it. And in America, even when the police stop you and you have some kind of resentment to the police, or you have some kind of disobedience to them, some people it costs in their life here, even in the greatest country on earth. So you have to, when you see authority, that's why they have authority. You have to be able to interact and follow the laws that are on the books that you're supposed to follow. So you cannot challenge the police. At the same time, the police cannot go and start killing the people for those kind of things. They have to make sure they find the best way possible to be able to calm the situation down. And that's my words to it. I so sorry that things have to be going on this way in Liberia all the time. When these things happen in other countries, but there is a resolution. The people find a means to be able to calm it down, or come to a resolution and an agreement for everybody to be able to have their fair share of rights in it, and try to move forward. But with this, our country is just, I don't know, it's just kind of hard because it comes from the top. If the people in the country seeing that in the House of Representatives, these people are not even going by the law, they don't care. And rumors is around, it's alleged that even the executives are part of the whole thing, pushing. Senators then come and they agree with one set of the people, and and they're not even looking at the Constitution, the law, and the House of Representatives, the illegitimate speaker telling a police officer in broad daylight on a media or on TV, people watching and listening, that they should break into his police car, and they were watching them breaking into the car, and they breaking the office on live TV of a sitting speaker who has not resigned his post. So the common people like, okay, the people who are there to really make the laws, and and once they make these laws, they're supposed to abide by them. They are not even doing that. So what do we care? So these are the things that come to play, because when the fish here is rotting, the fish itself is rotting. And we have to realize now that when we go to the polls to vote, we have to vote the right people into power that will do the right thing. Regardless if it's president, if it's a community leader, if it's a representative or senator, even the members, even your church now, even in your church, people that have position in your church, you have to be careful how you people put people into places, because most of these people, they don't deserve to be into these places because they don't have the temperament to actually serve in those positions. For you to be majority black head in the House of Representatives, you have to have a level of patience that certain things will not even move you, because you always have to show example as the head of anything. Even as a parent, you have to show example to your children how it is that they're supposed to carry on in their own life. So if you in a high position power and you cannot exemplify how to behave yourself, even if you are in a constraint, like somebody tempt you to do something, then what message are you sending to the common people in the country? So maybe that's why the lawlessness is just all over the place, because even the people who go to a building supposed to be the one that bringing forth the law, they are not even abiding by the law. So what do you expect for what to happen to the common man? So this is what I hope that they come to a resolution, because in a conflict there must be a resolution, so they can come to something, and maybe something could change for the better. We are hoping that, because we don't want our country to go back into chaos. We're all being said we want Liberia to be a peaceful place. It should remain a peaceful place, and that's the reason why I always applaud George Weah when it comes to turning the government over. He did the right thing, although you have people there saying, no, don't do it, this and that. He still said no, because we have to maintain the peace. So then that's the thing I gave him all day, all night. What he did was commendable, and I hope that others could follow suit. And I hope that, he just keep that legacy for himself and not come back into any presidential race, because he did the right thing. So that's where I am with the whole thing. Tomalin, you can come in.
Yeah, Representative Koga, I don't know whether you can hear us, Representative Koga?
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay, but we can't see you. That's why we can't see you. But we want to see you.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah, we can see your picture. That's why. But it's good to have Representative Samuel.
At least if he can come on camera, it would be very good, because
he been trying to come on, but you see, keep expressing.
Is there any way he can even put his picture on that stuff, so at least they can see his picture?
Yeah, if he will talk that, I will put a picture up there. So,
if he goes to his settings, he can be able to come on camera. It's not that hard.
Yeah, working along with his team. Let me see.
So if you're on here, please share the video for us. Please share and share and share. We want to see at least 200 shares today. Please share. Representative Koga is coming on, and to tell us about his senatorial race in Nima County. You want to hear what he has to say, especially the Libanians. You want to come and listen, and you want to share for everybody to watch the show, so that people can know, whether if he's the one that they want to vote for at this point in time to take over that position. So please share the show. It's always nice to be on the closing argument.
So yeah, he been trying, man. Been a long time, but I think his stuff blew off. So you're trying to use another device. So
Yeah, so before he can come on, but me and Ansu were just talking about the motorcyclists and the police crisis that going on in Liberia right now. I don't know what you think about that, Tomalin.
Yeah, we'll try to bring the motorcyclist guys on, because I think they kind of started sort of playing it well, playing it with the people to get it going, but to just, that's the people's source of living, and you got to give them a long-term planning with them and prepare them to transition from what you expect them to do to because they can't just do it abruptly. It takes a lot to do it. So,
but it has been a year since they put those things into place, though.
Yeah, but so yeah, I agree. But Grace, you got, like, for instance, like the road, the highway, the building, the Robertsfield Road to Robertsfield. Homes that are found and stuff that are in on that pathway in a zone or on that particular alley, wherever the pathway to it, they are demolishing them. But in order to do it, let's say you got a home on that the road got to go through. They got to tell you how much you got to come to understand how much they'll pay you to get a new home. You pay a house, you say, okay, you pay a house maybe for 50,000. You got to negotiate. How much are going to give you? Got to bring down your home. So all this stuff you got to do. So you got to prepare the people before you come up with these things, you know.
Yeah. The people have to be prepared. Even here where I live, they did that thing before. I think that was 7 years ago, and they were breaking the homes to spread the road, to open up the road, and they were negotiating with the people. I even heard they said there was a lady who was refusing, and the people told her, no, you have to leave. So I think they gave it a year, and they were able to break the homes down. They are opening up the road. The road is wide open now. So it has to have a time frame. You have to negotiate the people with the money. You have to make sure they have the money so they can be able to relocate themselves. All those things come to play. So I don't know how they do it in Liberia, but I know that they know the right way to do it. Whether they are doing it the right way, that's the question. But they know the right way, because most of the stuff in Liberia to be done is on the books. They just don't follow it. That's all. If they follow it, Liberia will be a better place.
Yes, but again, another thing, I saw another video by I think Suzanne on her page. This guy this child, I think he's a 12 years old kid, worked at the garage, and he did something, and the owner of the place. It reminds me about what happened with George. What you need? The guy that guy killed in Minnesota.
Can't breathe.
Yes.
Yeah, I get proof.
Yes. It remind me that he sat on the ball until
George Floyd.
George Floyd, yeah. Derek Chevin, Derek, the guy. Also, just had that video looking. I saw it. I was like, why would you sit on a job? That punishment there. On about
So did the boy die?
I don't think so. But I think he just. I think I'll ask Suzanne. They'll follow up on it. On Wakoga, I can see you, but they say device is not connected. You're appearing, but they say device is not connected. So I don't know what's going on, but
we also heard an incident where the Chinese man beat the boy. I think he stole something. He was beating. But then later on, his father came and said that it wasn't the Chinese man that beat his son.
And he checked in, his father got bribed. The poverty.
Exactly.
He got bribed.
The story changed. And that's the reason why it happened.
Some people are prepared to even, you tell them, say, do this harm to your child or do it for money. Yeah.
And that's the reason why I gave all these advocates and activists hard time to even advocate for those cases, because the people take money and they change their minds. So why are you even talking for them? Yeah.
I see.
So he freed the Chinese man. Said the Chinese man had nothing to do with it. He said that the Liberian people that had his son wasted the oil in the hot oil in his son and gave his son to the dogs to eat. That's what he said. So I'm like, okay. But you can't point out the Liberian people that did it to your son. So that's the problem. Yeah, man. Oh, God.
Guys, be careful with these displays, these images. You could actually have Facebook to censor the content or the platform. Just at least state the disclaimer when you're doing that.
Yeah. So we have to be discussed. Also, you got any other thing that happened, like, bro? And so you can share with me and Lofa, because Tomalin on his phone.
Yes, I just trying to do follow up on our kid, on our kid's story, and so we get to understand that he worked at a garage, and normally, people, send their children to some of the area for learning, So we just go to the garage and be there where people be on there as they go through the work, so they can be teaching you in the process. So
Guys,
most of the
Representative is on now, so we're far delayed, but we can start now. So, Representative, it's good to have Representative Samuel G. Kogar, representative for District Number 5, Nima County. Tonight, and he's running for the senatorial seat that was left vacant by the late Senator Prince Johnson. And tonight, Senator Kogar will be our guest, and we're going to show you that we call you the all due respect as we do all the guests, all the respect and courtesy that we give our guests, and that the panelists are very, very aware. They know how to conduct themselves, and we have a interactive in conversation. People are watching from around the world, Nimbayans and everybody in Nima County is live too. So it's a great show. We have our panelists here. We have Grace Guar and Lofa Julius. The other folks will join us later. But Representative Kogar, welcome. And how are you doing at your end? How's everything?
You want that? Turn your.
Thank you.
Towards the light. Turn your camera to the light. That way it will reflect on you and you'll be clear. You look like you're in the dark. Yes, there you go. Turn it to the light, then people, there you go.
Yeah, see that
Am I okay?
Yes, you're perfect. You're fine.
Okay, thank you. I said, fine, thank you. I'm okay.
Well, Representative Samuel Kogar would like to welcome you to the closing argument.
Thank you very much. I'm most delighted at this time to be on your show. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Okay, Representative, we'll get straight into the program. The time is fast spent. I will start. We'll have 2 questions, then we'll go to Grace, Lofa. The other panelists will join us later. Representative Kogar, the first question is, for me, from my end, is you've been in the legislature, the House, to be exact, for 6, I think this is your second term.
That's a third term.
A second term. Right? Am I right?
This is my third term.
Wow.
Do your research, Tomalin.
Yes, I mean, I thought I got it. But anyway, thank you, Grace. So you got your third term. But the question is, you are not vying for the seat, for the senatorial seat for Nima County, represent your county. Can you tell us and the listening public, since you've been in the legislature, what kind of a bills you have proposed, proffer for Nima County that benefited Nima County to an extent the country? Some of the bills you are proffered.
Well, we have written several bills, such as the bill to reactivate the Ministry of National Security. For we feel that you cannot put your egg in one basket. There must be claim and counterclaim. NSA have been considered as the institution, the only institution to give covert information to the government, and we thought it was. And that bill was sent to the executive, and then it was vetoed. Later, the veto were overridden by us, and subsequently went to the Senate. Besides that, we created a Chidon within Buyao Administrative District. There were 3 Chidons. And considering that the Yao Chidon was a very big one, and the people of the other client referred to as we wanted a Chidonship, so they petitioned us, and that petition went through. We were successful in that direction. There are several bills that we are proffered, and we are also co-sponsors on bills that created today the Nima University, and etc. Even Grand Jide Community College, or the co-sponsor when they were proffered by Senator Zoe Emmanuel Pena, then representative. So there are several instruments that we are proffered at the legislature that are gain significantly, relevant in the country. We are advocated for the nation, and also we been advocating with respect to the social development of Nima County when it was talked, and there was no way that we could easily get out for the people to get their just benefit. We wrote a communication challenging the government and even threatening litigation predicated upon our communication. That money was released to carry out some infrastructure development in the country. We also advocated for the citizen when there was some rioting that took place at the ArcelorMittal concession, where some of our citizens were incarcerated. We advocated and went through due process, and through our advocacy, these individuals or personality were released. The Iboma loan that was signed by the government, we wrote the legislature through the House of Representatives under my signature to revoke that loan because the loan did not materialize. And just lying in realm, it has an average effect on our economy because those that brought in those loans were lobbyists, and they have percentage whenever such a thing happens. So the government could incur some liability that will bring the country into some debt pool. So based upon our communication, the Justice Minister was invited, and the Justice Minister realized and admitted to the legislature that yes, it is true, and that loan was de-ratified among several communications we are written. So we cannot catalog everything tonight because had it been that we're informed of such, we would have come with a dossier that will inform the listening audience.
Thank you. My second question is first of all, let me ask my second question. You running on as independent or a particular political party?
I will contest on a MDR party, Movement for Democracy. Reconstruction.
Oh, so you're a member of that party, or you just contesting for this seat on that party ticket?
I am an official member of the party. I had joined the party, and so if we have some luxury of time, I will elaborate further. I'm a member of the EDR.
Okay, I will stop for and bring Grace in, and then Lofa, and we'll come back again. So Grace, go ahead.
Yeah, Representative Togar, I would like to welcome you again to the platform. Thank you for coming here. And it's good that you came because it will allow your people to hear you and to decide why they should vote you in as the senator to succeed Prince Johnson. But I just wanted to, for Tomalin's sake, I wanted to ask you first with the whole party thing. Are you now a member of the Liberian People's Democratic Party?
No, absolutely no. I was the national chairman for the People's Unification Party.
Okay.
And I later resigned after the general elections. And when I resigned, I was approached by the late Senator Johnson that he wanted me to come and join the party, to come by home. And then that request was placed before me and was taken into advancement. Unfortunately, however, the demise came about, so I got to fulfill that promise because it was like a will for somebody to remain alive to invite you to come and rejoin the party. So I felt that it was necessary that I carry out that request. So I'm a full-fledged member and executive member of the party now.
Okay. All right. So I also want to commend you and applaud you for speaking on the death of Princess Cooper. I listened to that video. I'm the president of the Liberian Women Advocacy Network International. We fight against sexual gender-based violence, human rights abuse, and all of that. So when Princess Cooper died and you came out to speak, which most of the people in positions don't do, I really, I followed that, and I commended you for that. And today again, I would like to say thank you for doing that. And we hope that, you continue to do what you're doing, especially when it comes to that. My question to you is that on December 12, 2024, you had an exchange with journalist Julius Chair. It sounded like it was, you know, a level of threat towards him, the journalist, because he was analyzing what happened in the HOR. So I would like you to just speak on that a little bit so people can understand, because it was, you know, a controversy out there. Some people said that you like to threaten people, and you know, and Julius, his, you know, his life was at stake and everything, and you were backing the lawlessness in the HOR. So can you say something about that? Can you explain anything?
Basically, at no point in time have I ever threatened a journalist. But my statement, perhaps, it was somehow vehement, so people construed it to be a threat. Some of us have commanding voice. When we speak, our voice sounds heavy in the ears of others. But Julia, I consider him as one of my little brothers, and professional one. I highly respect in the media landscape. And he knows me very well. We joke and things. And after he said, I told him, man, look, that was a joke. So it was just a simple question. And question, by definition, is a thought-provoking statement that demand answer. I said, Julia, don't you think if you approach the legislature in the manner in which you are approaching, you don't think the legislature have power to invite you? That was the comment. So he took it on the contrary. But nevertheless, being somehow flexible and friendly with them, I told him that at no point in time would threaten him, and that will consider.
Okay. So you would, I mean, at least you said this in a public manner, because sometimes when things, these kind of, you know, grave statements are leveled against you, people, you don't come on to even say anything, but thank God you were able to clarify that. And then my second question now is that in many cultures and traditions, rituals are especially, you know, related to mourning and honoring the deceased. And often it is conducted as a sign of respect and reference. So the practice of ritual is kind of a seclusive practice. It means that it's done in secret. So it's good for the family, the community, and the members, you know, that are close to that person that is there to actually be able to mourn them that way with the ritual and tradition in secret. But we noticed that your ritual for Prince Johnson, Senator Johnson, the late, was done in the public. It was a public display. So why did you feel the need to display that in the public? Now, news on the street also saying that you did that because of the scenes in the pictorial position you wanted to take or you want to be voted into. So can you explain something to the public so they can know today why you really did that ritual in public? Is it a norm with Nima County that they do that outdoor, or do they do it indoor?
There are cultural differences in every community or in a segment or sector. They perform culture in different forms. When it comes to culture that people perform in the dark, they are quite different. But to be a warrior is an open society. It shows to the public that you are a hero. Senator Johnson was a warrior, and that position was inherited from our forefather. And in our culture, whosoever that they see in a community in a position of such, when that person died, he subsequently succeed, as it was done in my case. And interestingly, that would have been done in my hometown. And even if it was done in my hometown, it would have been done in the open, that everybody would see live. But because of the itinerary drawn by the government, that Goma place, which happened to be our hometown, was not because of the dust and dry season. If they took the body there, it would have caused a lot of, motor accident. The motorcycle would be flying, moving here and there, and people would hit others. So they advised that since indeed we are not coming Goma Place citizen, what do you think? He said, well, since our son is not coming, the body is not reaching. Zoge Statutory District, Bound is part of Zoge Statutory District. Interestingly, the late Tuazama was a parliamentary who controls the entire district at the time. So for that reason, when they perform in Bound, it's a clear indication that it had been done in the statutory district, in a confined traditional area. And then there is a reason why it was done in Bound. And interestingly, the vice president, when the citizen of my hometown, the spokesperson spoke and said that yes, they asked who were going to perform that. He said it is Honorable Togar have been designated by our culture because his forefathers are warrior. And therefore, when a warrior is going, he's supposed to take charge because he's one of those who next in command. He's a representative, and the man who died is a senator. So he implies. And predicated upon that, the vice president posted a question to the son of the Tuazamans, William Tuazama. He was asked in the open and said, William, we have come to bound, and the people are saying that they want to perform a traditional rap and they want Koga to join over the body. Is that a tradition? William said, yes. That is a clear-cut tradition. When Mr. Tuazama, the late Tuazama, died in 1973, his son was in the police, and they called him from the police force. He resigned, and he jumped over his father's body, and he immediately succeeded as a parliamentary that ended his father's tenure. So it is the same practice. So it is a culture that is open. It's not Sunday Bush nor Poro society. Those things can be done in secrecy. But the issue of warrior is always, and there is a reason why you saw Senator Johnson joining the army, because he was a warrior.
Thank you.
Julius.
Mr. Togar, welcome to the closing argument. Great to have you on here today. I hate to kind of roll back the camera here, but I would like to give you an opportunity to just hopefully use the first couple minutes to introduce yourself. Why it is true that I know all of us know who you are, but for the sake of our listening audience and others who may be following, I think it'd just be fair. Just give us just an overview of who you are and tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am somewhere Gongwe Kuga. I hail from your Gomable, your Chidon, Buyawa Administrative District, Zogas Territory District, Nima County. Currently a representative representing the people of Electoral District No. 5 since 2011. Samuel Kuga has served in government in several capacities. I've served at the Ministry of National Security, started as KDR when I was attending university. Served at the Freeport of Monrovia as Commander Detachment Head at the Freeport of Monrovia. When I will recall with elevation, I became Deputy Director for Documentation, Analytical Evaluation Department. And then later, I was again promoted as Director of Economic Crime Investigation Department Head. And then from there, after reshuffle came, I became HR Director at the same Ministry of National Security. When Mananseri took over in 2005, I was promoted as Acting Deputy Minister for Economic Crime Investigation Department. And I served in that position. After ministers were appointed, I now went back as Director of Economic Crime Investigation. And then later, they sent me to the Department of Operations that I served as Deputy Director. And then in the same year, 2010, I got a consultancy contract with the World Bank and the African Development Bank for anti-smuggling in Liberia under the minister at the time was the current minister, Minister Garguah. And I served as Assistant Director for Static. And so from there, I was petitioned by my people to serve them as representative.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm a graduate of the African Episcopal University, AMBU, in 2008.
Oh, great. Again, sounds like you have extensive experience in government, and you have served your people extensively. My thing here, that actually brings me to the question of you understanding the law, hopefully, and you understand what governance is. When it comes to government, one must understand that he or she should consistently abide by the law. You currently serve as the majority Black chair, is that correct?
Of course, yes. But now the majority bloc have been transformed into a legislative body. But from a legislative perspective, the issue of black, white, these are all jargon that is used at the legislature. You will get minority white and majority white. So majority blacks and minority blacks are legislative jargon that is usually used so that you will be able to always have the voting strength.
Okay.
I think.
Great. So why serving as the majority bloc in just recent time, your bloc exhibited what was described, all right, by Justice Bessie as being illegal. All right, everything that is being done or was done then in his description as a legal mind was considered illegal. I want you to react to that. What do you make of it? Do you agree that your action, your activities as members of the majority bloc is illegal? And if not, why do you not think that your activities are considered or should be considered illegal?
As far as minority is concerned, we haven't received any formal communication from the Supreme Court declaring us illegit. The Supreme Court came out for a decision today that was interpreted by the Justice Ministry. At no point in time, from my young boy time up to now, I haven't heard any Supreme Court interpreting itself. When Supreme Court gave a verdict, it's a verdict. It left with whosoever that may interpret it their way. So for somebody to say they are going to Supreme Court to interpret itself, I have not seen it. Though I'm not a legal practitioner, but I'm a lawyer. I did law enforcement. So once you did law enforcement, point in time that Supreme Court had ever interpreted for said to say this is what we meant, because they spoke and wrote in English. They were not Latin that they wrote or Greek. So the English were clear. And that legitimized our startup. Executive branch is headed by the commander-in-chief of the Republic of Liberia. The president cannot sit to let his government to lie in ruin. The government took the responsibility based on the party manifesto to protect life and property, to ensure that all the propositions for which they were elected for are carried out, properly. So for this reason, the rightful person that should have interpreted was the judiciary. I mean the Justice Ministry. So and that was done, and it was clearly and gave us the franchise to carry out our fiduciary responsibility that we are carrying out. So basically, if you say anything, it will be a gossip, but there is no formal communication. And a challenge for Bessie to say he has written the house, nor neither has he written any formal communication. So there are things in the under the jurisprudence. For example, they got patients and doctor privilege composition. These are not communication that is admissible into court. You got lawyer and client composition, privilege composition. Those composition cannot be admissible into court. So basically, if you are ever spoken to any individual, for that individual to publish it is a hearsay, so it's not official.
Okay, considering the fact that in your statement you acknowledge the fact that you're not a legal practitioner, and the statement that you are responding to came from a legal practitioner, someone who serves in the capacity of being able to hopefully interpret the law. Considering that, and you're telling us that because he, in his interpretation, is considering your action illegal, you're not agreeing with it because you just don't want to agree with it, or because you feel like you just must be who you are and consider yourself to just be disgruntled? Is that what it is? Or you just don't want to listen to his interpretation?
If you retain what I said, I said I'm not a legal practitioner.
Right.
But I did law enforcement. But when you did law enforcement, you got legal knowledge.
Okay.
I said at no point in time since Supreme Court came to being that she had ever interpreted herself. No. Supreme Court is always giving her verdict in English and reading clearly. I had been in French, then it would have created an ambiguity where people would be calling people to interpret what the judge has said. So it was crystal clear.
Okay. So let's move on to Dr. Peabody. Welcome, and also Siddiqui. Welcome, Dr. Peabody.
Honorable Togar, good to see you. Good to see you.
Me too. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Let me go back to the issue that we just touched on. Let me ask you. You've been in the House, a representative. Have you ever been cited by the Ethics Committee on anything?
You said?
Have you ever been cited by the Ethics Committee in the House?
No.
You have never been. You've never been cited by the Ethics Committee. Okay. All right.
No, I've never been cited by any Ethics Committee. But I can recall in 2016, when there was some level of misunderstanding at the House, we were people who agitated legally that we were not pleased with some atmosphere. And based upon this, we were suspended in absentia for due process, which I had no problem because the majority had their will and minority had their say. So once the majority came out with a decision at the House, I was suspended. And I accepted it because it was a majority decision.
Okay. You are running to be senator of Nima County. That's a heck of a position. That's a big job. You're already a representative. You're running to be senator, and you believe in the rule of law. Currently, the legislature is in a complete disarray. We just witnessed fire burning at the House. We witnessed somebody on national TV going into Speaker Kofa office, busting the door on national TV around the world. That's how I saw it. I saw it from all the way here in the States. Busting that door, representative when you had international guests and everything, forcing the way in and trying to. But my main question here is the Supreme Court rule. Just the basic statement was very, very clear. Why is it that you guys would not go back and just vote in the House? Why can't you guys return and just vote? Because technically you guys have all the numbers. Speaker Kofa now have about 22. Don't you think it would be just simple? Now you got all the numbers, you got that number, go right back and just vote and then go on as usual. Don't you think that would be fair enough?
Let me start you to memory. Plenary as a whole is the higher decision-making body of the legislature. You can have the quorum, for example, and then having had quorum, and there are agenda documentation placed or agenda placed on the table, and the agendas may be about 15 items agenda, and within that period, when you have had a quorum, if people walk out of session, you left with only 2 persons. Any decision those 2 persons made is binding because they have quorum. You understand? But it will sound somehow bizarre. Why will 2 persons make a decision that affect the nation? Because the quorum was met. When you had a quorum, it is a key component of the legislative function. So the higher thing is the quorum. If you don't have quorum, then it means that you don't have the legal authority to exercise any duty. So if you had a quorum, you make a decision on behalf of the people. So we are at no point in time, had it been that we were people who believe in lawlessness as been purported by others, we wouldn't have gone to Supreme Court call. I think we took some days, we decided to go to the court, and we attended all of the citations. If we were lawless people, would have vehemently refused to go.
Honorable
Togar.
So what procedure did you guys use to remove Speaker and elect Cone as the Speaker? What procedure did you guys use? I'll stop right there. Then somebody else.
Yes. But you saw for yourself.
You guys have to turn.
You saw for yourself were dangling. Hello.
Yes. You said you guys used to try to vote.
We were looking for 2 votes to be 49, and we're dangling. It took so long, and then the Kufalta signed a resolution, namely DJ Blue, one fellow from Bapolu County, as well as Noah from Sano, and we enter into 50. So we have the absolute majority, not absolute, but the 2/3 plus, and that's where we took the decision. If at the time we never had a number, we wouldn't have reached that decision. So we were struggling until we got a number.
Well, I don't want to take out the other people's time.
Constitutional mandate.
I don't want to take out the other people's time, sir. But why couldn't you guys just go back into the appropriate place that is designated for you guys and do it? Why you guys just came up and did it overnight and then you installed a speaker? But I don't want to take out other people's time. I'll come back to you. Thank you too. Thank you, bro. Thank you for coming on, and I will come back to you in the next. I don't want to take out other guys.
Whatsoever that we sat are all appropriate. If you went outside of the city, because the house you sit in the same city. We are not going out of Monrovia City. We're in Monrovia. And besides that, we were operating on the grounds. The state of nation address that were done by the president were done right outside of the Capitol building. They consider it as a what? As a legitimate ground.
Yeah, because the Capitol was burned. That's why the president went out there. He couldn't go in the rotunda. It was already burned.
No, this is not the first time. Mananseri were inaugurated at the Capitol grounds. I mean, right outside there, which is a state center approach. All states president. No, I'm coming now. President Laurent Gbagbo, President John Kufuor, President Tijan Kaba, and all the president key and they start right in the sun there and anyone.
Yeah, but we're talking about the house and the procedure that they use.
But the house that is sitting there.
But the Supreme Court told you to go back.
No. Right. Let me tell you something. The Supreme Court cannot tell us, say, you got to sit to the particular place to have a quorum or to have a job. We can, there's a same way we cannot tell the Supreme Court where to sit in the chamber. The Supreme Court can decide whatsoever they declare. It is not.
So what is ultra virus? I don't want to take other people's time. I'm asking too much questions.
Basically, I'm just answering the question because I define what is question. If I didn't answer these questions, you guys may have interpreted otherwise, or the listening audience may perceive it differently. But I have specifically been invited to discuss my senatorial bid. And I think you guys should critique me on what I'm supposed to do or what I intend to contest and what led to that decision.
We'll come to that part.
Listen, every conversation had a stop. Huh?
If you stay on the side of the majority of black who like people perceive to be lawless, that has the part to play within you being senator of Nima County. So therefore, we have to bring these things up.
Yes,
so you
exactly.
can clarify them.
If being we are considered as a lauded people, I don't want for the Supreme Court to consume the budget that will pass. I don't want the teachers to take their pay. I don't want police to take salary. I don't want the president himself to take salary. We are not lawless, but we are there to serve the Liberian people, and we are carrying out our fiduciary responsibility. The budget was the budget that gets passed the Supreme Court benefit that they taking salary.
Okay.
The allowances,
Yeah.
everything is in the budget. No, I
Next
come
minute.
in. The budget that was passed by the honor the speakership of Richard Nambwe King. The judiciary sent people for budget hearing, and they defended their budget. So I was then when you say this group are illegal group.
All right, somebody who
So long as if we're talking, we're discussing issue, let us discuss issue.
Yes,
that.
Yeah, good evening from my end, and welcome, Honorable Koga. It's good to have you on the closing argument, and good.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, so basically, I will just pick up from where Dr. Peabody stopped. So many Liberians, both home and abroad, they've been wondering about this removal of the speaker, especially you, Honorable Koga. In history, before this incident, the current crisis at the House of Representatives, you have been involved with removal of speakers, whether it's personal or not. But the recent one, we have some of your colleagues on video. They accuse the majority bloc of distributing money and all of that. And to even support, some of your colleagues' argument, all of the time that you guys were taking on attacks to remove the speaker illegally, you all assembled yourself at a private hotel, and then that private hotel, Liberians are concerned, they want to know, is it a majority block? Maybe each of you were able to pay for your rooms or pay the bills at that hotel because you spent more than a month in that hotel, or is it the executive that was supporting you guys because the current speaker was an opposition to the executive? Liberians are care to know, because if we're linking that to your senatorial bid in Lima, that's something that has to do with someone who want to be senator that don't respect the rule of law, someone who want to be senator that can easily trade for anything, once it has to do with his interest. So we want to know tonight who paid for the 2 months or 1 month plus that you guys stayed at RLJ. Is it the majority block? Did you guys pay for your own rooms, or you have some external support from the executive?
As a human being, when you had a mindset to do something, you got to endeavor. It is through our own initiatives, based on collective ideas, that look, man, the only way that we can hold together and will not be fragmented is we should be one place. And then the question came, how to be in a place that all of us will have a place. So how do we derive at that? Say, look, man, we can collect 1,000 for that. So how much for our LJ hotel? That is a private area. I cannot disclose customers and the businessmen and the customers, relationship to the public. It depends on the negotiating power. So those things happen. The number of days we will spend will be lesser than the short days we will spend. So we individually collect them funds and we pay.
Okay.
All along it sounds so. I don't. The line. Let me tell you one thing. It can be recalled when we suspended our police. Some of them went to the president. That the president to intervene, that their colleagues get their pay, and that the president should intervene, and also assuring the president that, look, Richard Kun or Panati, whosoever that you say will be the speaker will accept it. When the president brought it to my attention, I told the president, I said, look, Mr. President, with all due respect, that would be an interference. Our decision lies in ourselves. So we took our independent decision. You guys are under suspension, and that suspension, Mr. President, if you determine who will be our speaker today, tomorrow you will be implicated. And our Samuel Koga will be the first person to accuse you. You understand? But the same people who were saying on radio that it is Black guy who's sponsoring, they were the same people who were suggesting to him that whosoever that he shows to them that there is a person who will be my speaker, they were agreed. They were contradicting. So I just want to tell you that people say things to the public differently, and when they go in-house, they say different things. If we were illegal, the police that was suspended, they are still under suspension. They say we are illegal.
Okay, my last question, Honorable. So now I want us to go to Lima County to where you're going to be running for the Senate. So you've been representative for, I think, this is your third term, as you mentioned earlier on. So what difference that you've been able to make in your people's lives, in your district? You know, like someone asked you earlier on, what are some of the legislative, bill that you've been able to pass that have direct impact on your people? I don't want to hear about, opening of schools, security and all of that, but that have direct impact, that when we go today to your district that you represent in Nima, that we can see the difference, that your people get access to electricity, your people get access to health facility across the district, or good roads and all of that. But you are coming now, the people elected you this gone election for your third term. You have not even gone for 2 years, but you're coming back, to put the country into another expenditure for another by-election. You say you want to run for the Senate. Replacing a man that you represented, the Togar, never respected. You called Prince Johnson murderer so many times on the media, on the radio, and all of that. Only for this man to pass off, and we see a closeness with this man's family, and subsequently after his burial, you were able to convince his wife to endorse you. So what are the difference? People are saying that you're desperate and all of that, but that's okay. We are glad that we have the opportunity to speak with you directly tonight. So what are the difference you've been able to make in your district that can convince the people of Nima to give you the Senate seat?
That question will go to plenty of people. There is no representative. You were elected, you sat in that seat and were elected as senator today. Prince Mui was deputy speaker, which is higher than the senator seat based on salaries and other benefits. The Bon County people call him to duty. He left the deputy speaker position and contested as senator. He won. So Emmanuel Pena. So I'm not the first person. In the first place, I think the question that you both should ask, whether I'm competent to be a senator of Nima County. Yes, I am competent. And I have all the petty grades. This is a man that have served consistently for 14 years at the lower house. And he present at the lower house and impacted the inhabitant of the country. Based on my performances, it is predicated upon that the citizens have reposed this confidence in me. And let me tell you one thing so you can understand. Senator Johnson and I, you've seen that he and I were in constant conflict. At the legislature, it's not church out. That when pastors say, hey man, everybody say hallelujah. We disagree on some issues. Why it is true that he and I hail from the same town, development are supposed to go in my constituency. If you say because he's senator and you want to ship it to different areas, I will oppose it. These are the disagreements we've been having. He did not waste my food, neither did I waste his food. And Senator Johnson realized he had lost. If you witness the video of Senator Johnson, he called me and he blessed me. Even the records are in Nima. I want you to place call, and conduct an opinion pool in Nima. Senator Johnson is on record telling the Nima people that, look, Togar is the one that depending on him to replace me. Therefore, you're getting the opportunity to be elected. To sit me before, whatever. Let me learn. And Senator Johnson also, the man is saying that we were always at variance. Call me, 2023, we sat down, we reconciled. We discussed and say, look, because the argument we've been having, I wanted to put it aside. So are you telling me as a leader I should not reconcile? You must have reconciliatory spirit. So with all the differences you're talking about, it's a story. It left behind, we reconciled, and he supported me before he died. And besides that, my name is a household name in Nima. All of you are challenged, any of you to come up with anything on Samuel Koga. Nothing. The only big thing you will say, you want to go into different things, which is trash. But as Samuel Koga, nobody will come out to say Koga is corrupt, Koga is involved in this, Koga had done XYZ. Nothing. I challenge any of you. I'm saying it openly.
Representative
Nothing. So the people respect me because I don't take my yes for no. And they believe that Koga will be the next senator of Nima County to succeed Prince Johnson. And watch April 22nd.
Thank you, Senator. I think we can go to the next question. But
you got to mention it already.
We got to go ahead.
I just want to set the record straight.
Anthony.
You're not making mistake.
All right. Good evening, Representative Coker. My name is Anthony.
Representative.
Representative Koga, my name is Anthony, and I want to say thank you for coming on the closing argument. You said you want to challenge anybody that you are not corrupt. Well, sir,
no,
by the record you received hold on, you received $30,000 that we all frowned upon. That was corruption money.
30,000 for what?
For what you got considered legislative projects.
Oh, it's so good that you know the nomenclature. Legislative, excuse me, legislative earmark. It was something that was passed into legislative assembly.
You had a time to respond.
No, but I just want to correct you. It was a bill.
You will have your time.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, sir, Chief, go ahead.
You are my lawmaker. You are my employer, right? And you are my employee. I am your employer, right? So you are answerable to me.
In another way, you are not.
All right, let's leave that alone. You did mention something earlier. That you are a law enforcement officer. So, by the virtue of that, you're a lawyer or you understand law. You also made a claim that the Supreme Court cannot interpret itself. Sir, not because you did not have the opportunity to have heard an interpretation of the Supreme Court, so that means it does not happen. In case in point, Justice Scalia of the Supreme Court, then of the Supreme Court of the United States, Robert Scalia, right, made a clarification on Roe versus Wade in this United States. The reason why I reference this is because the Liberian law also practices United States law. They follow precedents for the United States bar, right? You are not a lawyer by profession. If you have obtained a law degree now afterwards, fine, but you said you are a law enforcement person, and so policing have law, policing law, all of that different thing. Granted. I want you to help us understand, when does it become a section in between quorum and section, which is where the highest decision is made in the lower house? According to our constitution, the speaker shall be clearly state that he is the presiding officer. The only time the deputy speaker comes into play, that is in the absence of the speaker. The deputy speaker does not have any role until the speaker is absent. Once the speaker is present, the deputy speaker has no role at that point, according to our constitution. The speaker was present. He was not absent. He was also in the country, and you were also at the Capitol building when you guys did what you did. So your gathering together does not make it a quorum because the speaker was not presiding. It was just gathering. Once the speaker presides, it becomes a plenary. So at that point, your gathering having the number, you also did not have the two-thirds majority required. Your simple majority is 37, of which you had, but you did not have the two-thirds majority that, or the two-thirds majority that the rule require, your rule 9.1 require, or the Constitution Article 49 require to remove the speaker. So we respect your presence and we respect the time you spend, your services to the country. But one thing we should do here is to be honest, because you want to be a senator, right? You should be honest with the Liberian people. They have trusted you then to be a representative. They can still trust you to be a senator. But one thing you owe us is the truth and nothing but the truth. What say you?
Well, in the first place, you asking to dichotomize between presiding and the speaker. Whosoever sits in the seat of the speaker is a presiding officer. It can be the deputy, it can be the chairman or executive, it can be chairman of foreign affairs, and the list go on. Quorum. You talk about what constitutes a quorum under our 1986 Constitution is a conduit by which legitimize the status, even legitimize the status of the speaker. In the absence of a quorum, the speaker is a two-flared bulldog. It doesn't function. And you talk about the speaker was in the country, so he was not absent. You know what constitutes absenteeism in our legislative activities? As Samuel Togar, hypothetically, tomorrow is Thursday. I'm supposed to be in session, and I'm sitting home. When a roll call is made, I'm asking. Even in my office, when I sat in my office and the roll call is being held, I'm still marked absent. So in the absence of the speaker, the deputy presides. Wherein we cannot see the speaker, the deputy is the next in command, he will preside. And how we've been functioning throughout. So why are you saying? So the presiding, you say the speaker, it's not a matter of compulsion. Had it been so, there will be no bill or instrument put on the floor in the absence of the speaker. The framework of the Constitution knew fully well that these circumstances will unfold one day in the absence of the speaker. The deputy speaker was elected. They said there must be election for the speaker, the deputy speaker, and the elect or code of officer. For what? For the smooth functioning of the house. So in the absence of the speaker, the house will not function. The house got to function. So it is dedicated upon this that will carry out.
When you run against now, on Senator Jan Toyin in my county, there was this issue about your high school that you graduated from. Do you mind to speak to that if tonight?
Look, let me tell you something. When it comes to politics, you will see a lot of grapevine. I graduated from Peabody Community High School. So there is no then about it. You understand? You know, let me tell you, in life, when you are somewhere where you fell in gulf, intimidated, humiliated, suppressed, oppressed, and depressed, it's one solution to survive. When we went to Côte d'Ivoire, because there were many people taking the story from. When we went to Côte d'Ivoire, my father was executed. He was adopted from Liberia, Ivory Coast, and they subsequently killed him in Warplay. And we were being hunted by the Taylor-led forces because we were related to, we are family of Prince Johnson. Our hometown was demolished. So I was arrested more than 5 to 6 times in Ivory Coast persistently. So the UNHCR protection officer, the late Henry Soko, he came from Congo. He was the protection officer. And Dr. Miranda was the head of UNHCR. So when I was arrested, the UNHCR came in.
93.
Yes, the UNHCR protection officer came in at the police station and released me from jail. So Soko told me that, look, since you are a refugee and you're not doing anything, the only way we can protect you, you need to go and behave like a student. So when you are covered, when you enter a school, you will be covered as a student. No police officer will go on a school campus to arrest refugees. They will blow alarm. We use our methodology. But I'm a high school I graduated from Peabody Community High School in 1988.
All right, thank you. My last
Anthony,
question.
We gotta move on with many. We gotta move on, Anthony.
I'll be quick. Just quick.
No, Anthony, let's go. We'll come back to you. We gotta move on. We
okay,
on the platform. Let's go. Okay, Mr. Lenford is not on. Then we'll go to Robert. Then we'll pick it back to Tomalin, Grace, and then Julius, and then we'll go like that. We made it, guys. Two questions, please.
And let me announce, we'll be taking phone calls. So, guys, we'll be taking phone calls after, the second round, one question, so we can have to take phone calls. People from Nima want to call, people from in the U.S. want to call, everybody want to call. So, please.
Okay,
please.
Mr. Lemford here, let's go to him. And then from there, we'll go to Robert, and we'll piggyback to Tomalin, Grace, and then Julia.
Okay, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good. Let me say good evening to all of the panelists and to the guest, Representative Samuel Togar. My great-grandfathers or my great-great-great-grandfathers come from Nima County, but they moved to Bon County. So I'm a Bon County citizen, but I still have interest in Nima County. But that's beside the point. Before I ask my question, I just want you, Representative Togar, to know that when a judge invites you to the court, you don't tell the judge what question to ask you. When you appear on show like this, you see respected gentlemen here, you don't tell them what to say, and you saying that they should be asking you who you are, what you intend to do for your people. We invited you, and when you get here, you answer. We ask you a question, you answer. You can choose not to answer, but you don't tell us how to ask you. I just want you to know so that whenever you have media engagement, you should know how to engage the media. And I'm speaking to you as a media professional. Okay. Now, the next, my first question is, what was your relationship with the late Senator Prince Johnson? Be honest about that, because there's a reason why I'm asking you this question. What was your relationship with Senator Prince Johnson? Take it 3-4 years back up to the time he died.
Prior to the death of Senator Johnson, he and I had a very cordial relationship. But from the onset, there was some level of variance between us when it comes to policy differences. Mainly, let me tell you, let me give you some empirical facts. Senator Johnson and I are first cousins. We hail from the King Town. So people have problem with Senator Johnson and myself coming from the King Town, he being senator and I being representative. So those from the district that wanted to be representative that never had the opportunity, the only way they could do is to bring some level of gossip between Senator Johnson and myself. For example, when the election of 2011 came, so I've contested on Senator Johnson's ticket. I won with a vote on 97. The margin was 97. When Senator Johnson, when I left the party and joined PUP, the difference of vote I won was 1,615 votes. Again, 2023, I won with a margin of 1,111 votes. Now, Senator Johnson felt that because he and I hail from the same time, supporting me at the time would jeopardize the winning. People could use it against him not to vote for him because of my sake. So people brought it out, the gossip, and those guys that were doing it, they did it cleverly. They will go, they say, well, the only way we can convince Senator Johnson is group of all will go in a particular town, we take a telephone and call Senator Johnson and tell him hello. They will say, Senator Johnson, we are SYZ calling from so town, from different children. We are resolved that if you carry Togar district, we will not vote for you, and Togar is unpopular, Togar not doing anything for us. Therefore, then the man will say, and what will say, you will hear the boozing sound. Yeah, everybody will be talking. They did it in more than 15 towns. So they convinced the journalists and the journalists said, no, Togar is unpopular in your own district now. The fact that the citizens will be going against him saying this, so there's no need for him to go on my party ticket. He denied me to contest on his party ticket.
Okay, I think you answered my question.
I left.
We are so many years.
You said?
We are so many years, so I don't want you to drag. I'm not interested.
Oh, I want to get you because you talk about the sourness between. I want to get you some facts.
Okay, but
so that how I left the party.
Let's give the honorable chance to talk. Let's give him chance.
Okay. I was just considering the time.
So it was. I said, well, since my presence on the party has become a problem, I don't want to give your political ambition a hard time. So I'm going to a different party. That's how I went to PUP. And I won on PUP ticket consistently twice, and one on NUDP ticket. Then later 2023, before we went for the election, Senator Johnson said, Togar, we have said we have done a survey in the county and the district. We realize that you are unbeatable. Nobody can defeat you over there. Therefore, we want to build an alliance with you. Why it is true that you are in PUP, you will not attack or in political sojourn. So remain as it is. We promise you too that our party will not provoke Kennedy against you. If you check the record of MDR in 2023, they never put Kennedy against me in my district. So I just want to tell you that these are some of the reasons that the NEMA people are reposing confidence in me that I'm capable to contest.
Okay. Just before the 2023 elections, I have a tip that Prince Johnson or the late Senator Johnson described you as a greedy man. You want everything for yourself, and you were not on good terms. So that was the reason why I asked you. But the next question I want to...
You can play the tape.
No.
No, I want you to play it. Oh, but when you say play it, everybody listen to it.
I do not have it. I do not have it. I have it somewhere. Don't worry. But
okay.
The next I want to ask you is, do you, as a member of the House of Representatives, because I've consistently heard this thing, especially during this fracas between among the lawmakers, saying that the legislature and the judiciary, they are separate branches of government that cannot interfere with each other. I want to ask you, you as lawmakers or you as an individual lawmaker, do you respect at any time, anywhere, the ruling of the Supreme Court at any time or in any case?
Well, the issue is relative. I can remember that Kabila Janeto and the appeal to ECOWAS Court. And you can remember that it's a regional body. And even if somebody go to ECOWAS Court that aren't very far with Friday, they can also go to AU Court. These remedies are created because perhaps a certain local and certain given situation, people may use their personal feeling to make a decision.
I don't know if the rest of the guys agree that I answered that question, but because the reason is I want you to be a little bit clear. Do you, as a lawmaker,
not acceptable, not rejectable?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I mean we gotta move. Let's go to Robert. Robert, let's go with 2 questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's great to Representative. It's great to have you on, and thank you for coming on and engaging us. We really do appreciate that. But I want to start with this. Now, I personally think that you lack credibility when it comes to NEMA politics. Others might disagree, which is fine.
Guys, if we're not talking, let's mute because
yeah, I'm hearing. Yeah, thank you. Now, others might disagree, which is fine. But you said something in regards to I'm sitting. Hold on, real quick. You said something in regards to, you are sitting at home when roll call is made, you are absent. Now, let me ask you this question, and the nation is listening. I'm not sure what you describe as being absentee, right? But am I right that you and others who call yourselves the majority bloc, because there's no such thing in the legislature as minority and majority, right? This is the first time I'm hearing that, the majority bloc and the minority bloc. And you can laugh all day, but you left the main chambers, which is where the House of Representatives conduct its business, and you went to RLJ Hotel where you gathered for months. Let me ask you this: when you were at RASJ for months gathering, the speaker from Nati Kofa and others went to the main chambers every day as required by law to conduct the people's business. So here's my question for you: when you were at RASJ, were you considered absence?
Are you done?
I asked you a question. When you were at RASJ,
honor the condition where, honor the condition where we say the speaker lacks the moral to preside over us. Whatsoever he carry out or function is not considered legit to us. And at no point in time we ever conducted session at RLG because it was not the Capitol grounds. All of our sessions were held at the Capitol building.
Okay, so you do understand that there are house rules on when there are grievances by member of the House of Representatives, and also the Constitution of Liberia, and how to go about addressing or seeking redress to these grievances. You do understand that, right? And so to sit on this platform and tell us, the young man asked a very fine question, and to legitimize your unconstitutional deportment and how you carry yourself, you and others, for the past month, you said, well, when I'm sitting at home and roll call is mad, I'm absent. What you fail to tell the Liberian people is that you left the main chambers. You left the main chambers for months. You gather at RAJ on ground that you had lacked confidence in the leadership for Nati Kofa. What you also fail to tell the Liberian people is that when you and others says that you've lacked confidence in a speaker, there are processes, there are rules, there are laws on how you go about getting them out of office. It's very clear. It's very clear. I reference you to Article 33 of the Constitution, 10.2 of your rules in the House of Representatives. So I want you to tell us, do you think that all of your actions, everything that you've done from the genesis and the inception of your argument that you lost confidence in the speaker, and so anything the speaker does out of your absence that doesn't count, do you think that you follow the Constitution, you've been guided by the Constitution, and you've been guided by the rules and the procedures that you, my friend, voted for and took oath to uphold as a lawmaker throughout this process?
You done?
Sir, don't keep asking me if I'm done. I ask you a question,
No, I don't want to interfere. If you finish with your question,
I landed. When I ask you the question, I land, that means I'm done. So proceed. I'll give you the opportunity to respond.
In the first place, if being our status is illegit, Richard-kun would have been invited by Moroccan government, Ghanaian government, and other states. In the first place, you should realize that Liberia had a bilateral agreement with other countries, and they have ambassadors accredited to Liberia. They also follow the Constitution. If these people that are not present can invite and address a letter to him as a Speaker of the House, it means that universal-wise is acceptable. Whatsoever that we carry out is legit. Two, you sat there and listen very well and redeem. When Funati Kofa came out, that 10 of us are being expelled, he declared our position vacant, we are still representative. But when we move and took a decision to suspend, the decision stands. So the question that you asked, I think you can be the best person to answer. But as far as I'm concerned, our function is legit, and people, number one, the Senate is doing business with us. The executive is doing business with us. We cannot hold the country into hostage. You understand? Then once someone was talking about somebody went and boss Funati Kofa house or office. The office there was only is assigned to a speaker, not to an individual lawmaker. Specifically is addressed a rating on the door office of the speaker. Is he a speaker now? No. The person who assumed the responsibility is Reggie Kun. And how do we go about it? The plenary having been a higher decision maker, voted, having brought complaint that he refused to vacate the office. And you saw, he said to the international community, they were looking somehow odd. We invited the public to be aware that we are not doing any unscrupulous act, but we did it in a plain view because we had the man got a mandate on the plenary, which is a higher decision-making body.
So. All right, Raul gotta go.
Let me ask my last. Let me ask my last question.
Ask 2 questions.
No,
Raul, 2 questions each. Let's move on. Tomalin and Grace. Grace been waiting long.
I didn't ask 2 questions.
Raul, okay, Raul, go ahead.
5 minutes.
No, Abu.
Come on now.
Go ahead.
I didn't ask 2 questions. I asked 1 question. But yeah, that's my last question. And you said something about the Moroccan government. You said something about the Senate, working with you. You said something about the executive working with you. All of these does not supersede the Constitution of Liberia. The fact that the executive have endorsed you, the executive have endorsed a criminal cartel in the majority bloc, led by your speaker, your illegitimate speaker. That's what the executive have done. The executive have also endorsed the interpretation of the Supreme Court ruling rather than followed the Supreme Court ruling by its justice minister. So we understand what's happening, right? But I don't care about the Moroccan government. I care about our government and our structure and our constitution. Let me read to you what the Associate Justice said. The situation in the House of Representatives is in crisis, and our presence at the address could have, in response to why the boycotted the
somebody mute, please.
Could have been seen as an endorsement of one of the speakers. So it's very clear, irrespective of what the Moroccan government has done in working with you, irrespective of the fact that Joseph Boakad, who has
Hey, that comment distracting us.
Yeah, guys, you're taking my own small time now.
You. We have folks insulting the rare and the highlighting against this guy.
Tell the people that you muted. I mean, I just want to finish my question.
I'll let you Robert chance to finish his question.
Keep talking, yeah.
But please don't interrupt Robert.
Thank you. Talk. So all of this stuff you talk about, the Moroccan and the invitation, this place, and the executive government working with you, and blah blah blah. None of this negate the fact that you are unconstitutional, and it's an embarrassment. Embarrassment to our country that a representative, a person who wants to represent one of the biggest counties in Liberia, and by extension, the country, have absolutely no respect and regard for the rule of law. And you have absolutely no shame whatsoever, sir, that you will sit on this platform and attempt to justify why you are legitimate outside of the law, outside of the Constitution, outside of your rules and your procedure. You justify all of these things. Here's my last question to you. You talked about the difference in the policies with Senator Prince Johnson, and why you left the MDR at the time. What outside of your desperation, in my perspective, because I think there's a sense of desperation here from your point. Outside of you just wanting to replace Senator Prince Johnson, outside of the fact that you have a desire to become senator in Nima County, and you've held that desire for a long time. You've also held the desire to become deputy speaker. And when asked about what you've done, you talked about your connection and the relationship you built. Outside of your own personal self-aggrandizement, your own personal desire, your own personal ambition to become senator, I want you to tell us what motivated your return to MDR.
First of all, let me invoke Article 13 of the 1986 Constitution. It gives right to every citizen to move and return and reside anywhere of their choice, and leave the country and return in the country at any time. Multi-party democracy require where you are in an institution and you feel somehow, you can migrate. So it's not a crime. You talking about issue of constitutionality. So I just want to quote Article 13 to use it, you understand. And more besides, I have been that, I was not somebody with asset or with legislative knowledge and experience, and also have a clean record. I wouldn't have been accepted easily by the MDR because Senator Johnson is gone. Those in the party would have rejected me. So I don't have anything on me that you don't want to have a worry. And I encourage you, if you want to come campaign for any of the candidates, you are welcome. That's your right.
So what motivated your return to MDR? What motivated your return to MDR? What motivated you to return to MDR now after Prince Johnson's death? That's my question.
But I told you from the opening TC that, first of all, our approach prior to the death of Senator Johnson that you return to MDR. And the discussion was ongoing. And it was like a will. So it's like a father who in a home and have many children and he have more properties and decided to give a will. So you should respect the tradition. Of course, yes. Okay. And I went there with pride and dignity. And people of Nima are saying that I should represent them at the Senate. They need buy it. So the decision here, people will say things, but the outcome will be the result. I mean, the result from the election. The Nima people are designating somebody who they trust, their power with, and who they think is capable to represent the country ably. That nobody can just take disadvantage over the country.
All right, we'll go to Tomalin and we'll come to Grace and Lofa. But guys, let's keep it to the question. Let's ensure that we keep it to the question. Let us not be a little bit emotional here. Let's respect the honorable and let's ask him the question rather than going personal. Please.
Okay, Representative Togar, I've got some time. I'll put it to you. I'll just put my question together quick. Okay, you and Garrison Yellow, Councilor Yellow, you guys has been political ally from the NUTP to PUP. But I found it why you guys run against each other at this moment. And secondly, the people from Nimas that watching this show, one of them sent me a message from Nima. They said that I said them how they call it here, the company in Nima. They have been in that country for many years, but they have yet to benefit. All you guys are lawmakers. All you guys, the caucus have not done anything. They are yet to benefit. All the agreement, the concession agreement is signed that Nima people should benefit, the social responsibilities part. You guys have not been sincere to the people of Nima. The caucus all the time just meet and share whatever they give them, and the people are not having the direct impact from the companies being operating in Nima. So So they're saying, why should they trust you that you will do it for them as senator? You have been represented for going to in your third term. You have not done it, and now you want to be senator. How are they convinced that you make you allow them to have an impact of the company's resources and the concession agreement that they signed that you guys have failed to uphold? So two questions. Why you guys are political?
Yeah, go ahead. The issue of ArcelorMittal, we have been making frontal effort and we are done tremendously well. If we can remember as we speak, the reason why ArcelorMittal concession agreement or extension has not been materialized is because our resilience. The Nima Legislative Caucus was very clear to the speaker then, Dr. Timber, that we cannot agree to we cannot vote for the agreement because there are some propositions in this agreement that created an ambiguity, and for that reason, ArcelorMittal is not performing. In one of the clauses, it said ArcelorMittal shall provide housing facility. It should have been ArcelorMittal shall renovate all of the assets they made on the ground. That were not done. So they use that clause and they cleave on it. They brought containers to host people. So the only exercise we got is a legislative exercise. So this is the reason why we rejected that bill up to present. And don't require those things that we told them to do. At first, ArcelorMittal were reneging on community development. But as we speak, there are jingles, they are buying cars for police, they are building homes and schools, hospitals for communities, town hall, and those stuff. And the social and corporate responsibility that has to do with the social development fund is being remained, consistently since we advocated for it. And I told you one point in time that it came a time that the government, ArcelorMittal pay our social development fund, and they decided not to give it. I found a caveat that there was a litigation hanging, and predicated upon this, the money was released. The records are there. So we are applying all efforts to ensure that our people have proper sanity and to get just benefit from the natural resources. Even though the Constitution provides that whatsoever natural resources beneath the ground, under water, belong to the Republic. But equally so, the natural resources derived from a particular segment. This is the reason why NIMA is getting 1.5, Bon is getting 500,000, and Grand Bassa is getting $1 million annually. So these are things that we're working out. Now, some of the reasons why we rejected ArcelorMittal was they said that they wanted to remain on the social corporate responsibility, the social development fund, after their budget had increased to 800 million. Then they said that they should pay the same 1.5. We said, no, these are some of the conditions. So we have been very much instrumental with respect to ably representing the county, and I have been among them. So we believe that even of current, if ArcelorMittal agreement comes, we're going to ensure that the proper things are done on behalf of the people. So we had a pedigree based on the confident reports in us by our constituents within the constituency to serve as a senator. And I can tell you, so help me God, April 22nd, you will hear the name somewhere going Togar when next shall announce the results. God come first. And I can tell you for free. Go in the country and do your own assessment. It will tell you. Even those Myean, even the Myean residing in the diaspora, everywhere, even those that are not from Nima, that are in Liberia, go and do your survey. It will tell you clearly. Yes, you say many are called, but few are choosing. There are people that will contest, and they will come in the race to contest, but the outcome be April 27th. So I don't want to dive into issue of I don't want to dive in the issue of Honorable Yelu. I don't want to dive into that.
Okay.
I'm not here to discuss any of my brothers. Whosoever they had a franchise, they had a right to exercise the franchise to contest. So I don't want to discuss any of the candidates I want to contest. That is right. Okay. But the Nima board will decide.
Thank you. So, guys, we'll be going to the lines by 7:45. So, we'll have a question.
Yeah. That was great for a question, Lofa, and then we'll come to Susan, and then I ask my question, and then we'll go to Abu. For Abu can't come up. We 10 already.
Oh, really? Oh.
Sorry, Abu.
But we full already. There's no space.
Well, I am about to, change course of the questions. I know you said we should ask you, about your competence, and I just wanted you to know that competence entails so many things. It has to do with your lifestyle. It has to do with so many things when it comes to leadership, especially in government. So, and also you said that the people will vote you in come May, in April, but either Gongloe, I just made us say come May in April, but either Gongloe feels the same way, and Mac, who is my candidate that I really want in that race, also Mac Gongloe, what his name is again, he also feels the same. So my question to you is about to shift. It's about your personal life now. You are married to, or are you still married to Romata Yonda Koga?
I think we are not here for personality disco. We are here to discuss issue of national pertinence.
But issue
So
of national business
no, no,
has to do
no,
with
no. But the
your
issue of
personal life as
the
well.
issue,
If
the
you want
issue of
to
my
lead the
personal
people of
life.
Nima,
Hey,
we
then
have
go,
to
then
ask
go
you the
to my
questions.
personal life.
You can't go into my
Listen,
personal
I'm not
life.
dropping down
A
into your
marriage is
business.
not personal life.
No, you cannot.
Exactly. My
Abu,
thing is
let
that
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that in any civil award.
let the moderator and her handle that. Okay, that's not okay.
if you are running for senator for Nima County in Liberia, your lifestyle also have to be questioned. And that's the reason why I'm going to ask you, are you still married to Remeta Koga?
Madam, my personal life is like my personal salary. It left with me to disclose to the public or not.
But if you
If you
involve me,
got
your
any
salary is
concern,
out for a year.
excuse me, madam, excuse
Grace,
me.
if he doesn't
If
want
you
to
got
answer,
any
we gotta move
concern,
on. You can't compel him to answer the question, Grace.
Yeah, but
He,
my
you
thing
can
is
compare
that
me.
I cannot
Grace,
compel you
he doesn't
because
want to touch on it. Let's
No,
move on to
but
the
your
next question.
curiosity should not go
can
that
you give me
route.
a chance? Let me speak. I cannot
Your
compel
curiosity
him.
should not go that route.
Grace, he doesn't want to answer. Let's
I
move
You are
on.
cannot
going
He
compel
said
contrary
he's
to
him.
the discourse.
He said not comfortable talking about it, Grace. Let's
My
move
thing
on.
is that I cannot compel him, but as the Liberian Post should hear, he said that I cannot compel him to speak on this, but they are compelling Liberians to against lawlessness in the House of Representatives. I just want, because this is out there.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator. I think I don't want
Grace,
to be
Grace,
it is an affront.
our guest. He said he does not want to. Maybe
I am
move
not.
on.
It is an affront.
I'm not. You say he does not want to ask me the question. I'm telling you now that
Yeah, but it is an
I'm not
affront in the
asking the
first
question.
place.
I'm just putting out there.
If I started
Grace,
asking you how many boyfriends you have, how would you feel?
You can't ask me that because I am married.
Okay, but then
I've
if you
been with
can't
my
ask me
husband
that
for
question,
so many years.
then it's no need for you to ask me the question.
No, you can't ask me how many boyfriends
Like
I
your
have because I don't
personal
have
issue, I
boyfriends.
can't
Grace,
go
we
into
gotta
it,
move
but
on. We can't do that.
you get to that.
He asking me. He talking to my personal. I'm asking him is his.
How people ask you?
What I say to
No.
him is that this issue is out here in the public.
Hold
It's in the newspaper.
Abu, we can't hold on.
That's why I'm asking the question. So if you come on a platform,
All right,
and
Grace, he said he's not comfortable talking about it. Let's move on.
that has to do.
He said he doesn't want to talk about it. We gotta respect his right and move on, Grace.
No professional institution will go out to publish anybody's private life in such manner. Any professional institution, that means they are questionable.
But there's
Even
a
for
case in
somebody
the
to
court
hide.
for you for alimony. So it's out here already. So I will pass that question. But there's a case in court for alimony for $1,000, which you tell the people you can only get your wife $200 per alimony a month. So I wanted to ask you that to clarify.
Well,
I'm gonna change my course.
that is not a crime. That is not a crime. So I don't want to comment on that. It's not a crime. I think you should raise an issue that borders on constitutionality, that would dent my character, that would ban me from contesting for public office.
But my thing is that
The
if you
vote
can't
is a natural
how
phenomenon.
can you work
The
for public
vote is a
office?
natural phenomenon. It occurs any part of the world.
You
So I
know
don't
what?
want to
I'm not
entertain that.
have to ask any question again. They make answer.
Thank you very much.
Can we just move on? Can we just move on? The honorable say he does not want to talk about.
He doesn't feel comfortable discussing it. Let's move on.
He cannot be senator for anything. Yeah, but he wants to be senator for
You
Nima.
give me food to eat, I say I'm going for this day or for you food to eat.
Grace, you can ask a man, but the man can also decide not to answer. That is
decide not to answer. You can't compel.
But Grace have already said she don't have any questions, so let's move on to the next.
Thank you, I agree.
Okay, you got another question? All right. Let's go to Abu one, and we'll go to Susan for one question. One each.
I'm not gonna ask. I'm not asking no more.
Sorry, Lofa. Go ahead.
So let me, Mr. Coker, I know you mentioned the fact that you're not corrupt, and not once but multiple times you spoke of the fact that no one can prove whether you are corrupt or not. Now that actually triggered my attention to one thing I want to know. You have been at the Capitol for several years now, like 3 terms. Can you name for us the audits that were conducted throughout your tenure while you served? Can you tell us how many audits were conducted and those who may have been found possibly involved with corruption?
You know, a bit by imagination when you ask such a question. We don't have autonomy. We are not autonomous like the judiciary. They control their own budget. But our budget is controlled by the executive.
Okay.
So whatsoever audit that is conducted at the judiciary, I mean at the executive, eventually, if we are involved, it will be clearly because our checks and whatsoever is controlled by the finance ministry. So we don't control our own budget.
The question was, and I repeat, hopefully you listen and answer. Can you state how many audits may have been conducted? If there weren't, you can simply say you may not have been involved in any audit because you're trying to project yourself here as this guy who is clean. And let me be clear to you on this issue of clean hands. In Liberia, unfortunately, data integrity is not something that we even consider. The issue of being able to verify, authenticate how things are done is often disregarded. So when you sit here and say you are free of any corruption, I just want to know how many audits you have been a part of that let you go freely of all of the some corruption that folks are talking about. That's all I just want to know. If you haven't been a part of any, it's okay. You shouldn't have to say you have been a part of it.
Well, there are committees or committee at the legislature that is so responsible for the issue of oversight on audit. The Committee on Public Accounts. And interestingly, I just became member of the PAC. Okay. So if you're giving time, I will make some maybe projection or suggestion to the House. Because the decision of audit, it must derive from the majority votes and it must pass in legislation. One that is not done as an individual, you will just say in public, but it will not be effectuated because it has not been a law. So that's the answer to your question.
From 2011, you've been in the House and you have not been audited. That's
the
what you're saying.
Have not been audited. Nope.
Is that what you're saying?
Well,
just for clarity.
No, you can't hear that from me, except if I were in a position as a chairman on public account, I would have been suited to respond to your question adequately. Because they carry out several audits, so I don't know which one.
Okay, so then, thank you.
I will go ahead. I will go to Suzette.
Yeah.
One question. One question.
Adrian.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Chief.
Demanding elaborate as repentant support of the Unity Party, I'm proud of you. I'm very certain.
Yes, sir, Chief.
As Senator, you will equal assembly leadership that you have done for the people of District Number 5 for the past 3 elections. Thank you for coming on the show to facing your critics. But quickly,
thank you.
A fellow came on the show. He talked about you having a sour relationship with the then senator who passed that you are about to replace. Because I'm very confident that you're going to emerge as winner in the elections. He talked about you having sour relationship with the late senator, Senator Prince Johnson. So it is against that backdrop, you portraying yourself as somebody who was okay with him. In fact, you are going to the funeral home where his body was being kept. And then onward to Nimba, you were always portraying yourself as the man who, did not defy Prince Johnson a single day. So why are you reacting to what that person? I don't want to call anybody on the show. And he wants to be senator.
Like invisible hands. We cannot see. Can I respond to a ghost?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. All of the contestants, or as far as those who want to contest, as Togar they're talking about, they don't talk about themselves. Anybody going studio, you hear me mention anybody name here? Because I know that after the election there is peace.
Exactly, Chief.
The country, to move the country forward, you cannot discuss your brother or sister. So one person will emerge as victor, and that person must be able to work with everybody. But when you start discussing Samuel Togar or other person, eventually there will be grudge that people will hold against you. They will bring disunity in the country. So whosoever that spoke against me or what have you, at this time, I forgave them. But as far as I'm concerned, you cannot, who do not have the capability to go to supermarket to buy goods, why are you complaining about heavy load?
Sure.
You don't buy the goods. Somebody who buy a good, who spend your money, you're not sweating under the load. But you say, but boy, you put a load down. Why you spend and why you crying about putting load down? So this is how situation go at times. People want to showcase themselves, but they make a wrong choice. But in this election, Samuel Gongloe Koga will not insult or ill discourse or any past relationship between any of my colleagues or brothers that contesting or sister to say anything negative about them. I will never, because after election, we all will build Nima County.
All right, Susan. Go ahead, Susan. One question. Go ahead, Susan.
You want me to come in now?
Yes.
All right. Honorable Koga, thank you for joining our platform. As Abu said, you're very brave to come on here with the amount of opposition leaders that are opposition. I wouldn't call them leaders, but our opposition, with the opposition that on here, to have you on here. So that's very brave of you. And we're hoping that others will actually see you as an example. But I have a question for you here. And my first question is based on they say. I just want you to please clarify this statement. I know that they say, but they say was something I was able to also speak to one or two persons behind closed door, and they were able to state this. They said to me, it said that a couple of years ago that you, Honorable Foga, said that you want Nima to be divided in a minor belt, in a guild belt. You want Nima to be divided. From what angle did you make that statement?
At no point in
And if
time
it's true, why?
I said at no point in time have I made such a statement. The unity and the togetherness of Nima made Nima great. So I'm one of the sons that our forefathers left the land with. Are going to protect it and its culture, norms, and value. So the unity of Nima lies in the strength. So I'm one of those who champion that. But once we insinuate that fashion is not true.
Apparently, they have recording. Can I please finish, Dr. Henry, please? Apparently, there is a recording out there of you saying it. So you're telling me that the recording that is out there is not your voice, that's somebody else's voice, that some type of AI voice.
Eventually, the computer is, I don't know. And I can say to you, no. If they hire a voice, they can put it out. But the fact here is, for recording, in order to be legitimate or to be admissible into court, it must be at the acquiescence of the person you interview. A journalist come and say, I want to interview you. It's an approach. If you say no, they will not interview you. When you say yes, anything statement you make is under our law, Article 21 of the Constitution. See, anybody who is accused presumed innocent. And before arresting an individual must be acquainted of the charge. And they had the right to remain silent. And they had the right or counsel. They also had a right to 2 telephone calls. So if the privilege is given you, and you choose to have abandoned it and say, I will face a trial, any consequences thereof, you will bear it. So somebody going in the absence to collect voice, disjunctly, and put together for political reasons, left with them. But I just explained myself to you about the issue of Nima. We are together and will remain together.
I mean, I know.
Okay.
Yes, I know we're together. Myself, yeah, Nima County woman. I'm from the Bealded belt. Yes, I got
Wow.
both the Guar and the minor in me, but I'm a strong supporter of the CDC. So we have had Garrison and Mark on this platform, and I was able to speak to one or two persons behind closed door, and this is what they said. But I got a couple of questions here. I'm going to leave the rest to come in. I'll leave it with Honorable Dr. Peabody.
Okay. Honorable Koga, I'll ask you one question. Then we'll go to Landfall. We'll go to Sidiki. We'll go to Anthony, and then Robert. One question I want to ask you: how can you be a senator for Nima County? How can you be a vibrant leader and you guys are sitting back and blatantly ignoring the Supreme Court ruling, and you are making up different stuff just to satisfy you, but you know very well. How can you be a vibrant leader, a representative of Nima, when a simple reading from the Supreme Court, and you're part of a group that ignore a speaker that was not wasn't really duly elected, refused to go into the chamber and have an election? How you want to take shortcut in leading the people of Nima? That's more like taking shortcut.
The leadership we provided is one of the leadership that you are enjoying. You have the privilege today, freedom of speech. We pass a law that every citizen should have the right to speak your mind. It's also enshrined in the Constitution. If we were people who are lawless, you wouldn't have the opportunity. Once you say negative thing about us, we will come out one way or other. But we are people who respect free speech and also respect human rights. Legislative politics, when those individuals are elected, they make decisions within that legislative assembly. You understand? And you should understand that the reason why you have amendment to every law is because law can be suitable at a contemporary. At a certain given period of time, law can be changed or can be amended based on the prevailing circumstances. We are not lawless as we always been insinuating. If we were lawless, we will not be able to pass appropriate fundings for the smooth functioning of the country. You see road connectivity going on. Pretty soon, the yellow machine document will, because it is in keeping upon the executive to negotiate international treaties, and it is in keeping upon the legislator to pass it into law and accept the resolution. So pretty soon, the yellow machine, as soon as it lands, a lot of things will be going on. And what have you? Do you want to stall the development of the nation? No. So we are not lawless people. And the people of Nima know the kind of a leader to be elected consistently within one constituency, consistently. If that person, no matter how the situation, he will be removed. Some people say one thing in the house, they were unfortunate. But for one to serve 3 consecutive terms, it's by the grace of God. And in order for one to assume responsibility or to be elevated, it's accompanied by experience. You cannot be a first grade student and be a junior high president of a school. So based on my experience that I've had over the years, the Nima people have realized that yes, this man worked with Senator Johnson, he worked with Thomas Kupi, he worked with Vice President Kun, he worked with Garrison Yelu, he worked with Wale Sewa Duna, he worked with Naga Gay, he working with Naga Gay, he worked with Gompu El Kagon, Honorable Lore Yonkwe, Prince O.S. Topa, and Sonwabe. I am still in the position. So the Nima people realized that this man has grown and he had the experience. We need somebody who will ably represent us. Not that all the other Nibaya are not qualified, but based on the experience at the legislature, somebody who will replace somebody at the legislature to be legislatively knowledgeable.
Who's next? This Nyafa? You should be next, right?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. One question each. One question each, guys. I kind of limited my question.
Okay. One question. But let me just say this: that the representative just said something. He mentioned the yellow machine, and he talking about they're not lawless or whatever. And the very executive did not even consult you people when you should be the one approving project like that. But you are proud to tell us that when the yellow machines come, we'll see development. When you are not respected or you didn't do your duty, but that's beside the point. I'm just putting you on your guard, so you know that you're talking to people who are thinking. So let's move to my question. My question is, in your rules in the House, in the instance of the incapacitation in any form of the Speaker, how long does it take, according to your rule, to be able to find a replacement, or whether through voting or appointment or whatever you do? How long does it take?
The law provides that within, it can be 1 day, 2 days, but it should not exceed 60 days. They say within 60 days. 1 day time you can decide, say, well, we'll change it because no speaker there will put in somebody. They say within. You see it? And then let me tell you about the issue of the yellow machine. When the issue of the yellow machine came, Article 57 of the 1986 Constitution gave power to the executive to negotiate treaty, foreign treaty, concession, protocols, and other agreements. And in order to be for it to be domesticated, it must be what? Passed by two-thirds majority of the both houses. So the yellow machine issue was negotiated, but the negotiation was not concluded. And they wanted to bring it in the country. So we said, no, we cannot.
It is in the country.
But the one that in the country is it being utilized? The owner are taking their machine back.
No, it's not a point.
No, it's not a point of utilize. Your own thing you explaining.
No,
so
but the machine,
country,
listen now. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. The machine coming in the country was brought in by the concernor or the concernee.
Illegally.
In the care of the Liberian government.
No, listen now. But there's a reason why it was not ratified. And the man had taken the machine and said, well, I will take my machine to carry it back. But the one that is coming now is one that has been negotiated for. Negotiated by the executive. And they are meeting and crossing all the T and dots to bring it to the legislature because the mistake that was had first, they don't want it to happen. That's what I said, when it comes, we will appropriate it, we will resolve it, and then so that our roles and other things will be connected. Am I clear?
You are not clear.
Oh, but then let me clear now.
Let me find that. I think this will be my question. Let me ask you a question. So, are you telling us that the executive disrespected you people, or you people did not do your work for those machines to come? What if there was some dangerous substances that would have come in the country to kill the people? You would have sat there supporting, and they happen. So, who made a mistake? Say the supreme, or the executive, or you people?
Mistake is allowed to be made when it is made. Let me finish now. Mistake is allowed to be made when it is made. It is not allowed. There's a reason why you got insurance company. What?
With all due respect, representative, I know why I'm asking. Before I ask you the question, I already found four, 5, 6 answers to it in my mind.
But I no need to ask because you got the answer already.
Yeah, but who made a mistake? You people or the executive?
What mistake?
Oh, you mentioned the word mistake.
But the machine did not reach us.
Okay, thank you.
It did not reach us.
Let me just ask my question.
No, I think it's my turn though.
Oh, okay. I don't even know why the order is going. So
I will go ahead with your one question, guys.
Abu,
and then
or me?
I'll see the key. Then we'll go to
hey, Abu already spoke.
Miss me, my brother.
My man, I beg you, brother. I may make a comment quick, please. So for me, I don't think maybe the representative can respond to my comment. I just have a 1 minute or 2 minute comment. So, Representative Togar, I've listened to you. The first thing I just want to make a correction. You said the people of Nimba are resolved, both in Nimba and abroad. I'm on Nimbadi. I'm from Flompa. I can never support you, and I will never support you. I just wanted to make that clarity. Secondly, Representative Koga, I want you to know this tonight. Liberia is a small country. That's why people like you can be elected 3 times and even come without exhausting 2 years of your tenure and say you want to be a senator with no tangible. If you go to your district today, Representative Koga, you still have people of citizens of your district. They don't even have access to electricity. People are dying because of common diseases. And you don't care about that. All you care about is to take 30,000 legislative engagement or project and you go and do substandard project and give it to the people and give them some money, as you're going to be doing in the next few months to come to get you elected. So every question you've been asked today, you always tell people, say, what is the law? Liberia is a small country. And so I don't expect any, because the legal system is poor, every other system in the country, it need to be fixed. And so that's why, Liberians, if care is not taken, because if you check right now, with the exception of you, all the people who are contesting, they are the same 5 and 6, just like you. And so we are in big trouble. I expect nothing. And the people of Nimba, I can't even say to them, don't vote for Koga, vote for the president, because you guys are all the same. All you do is elect yourself, get some level of position, and then enrich yourself and don't care about the people. You are a senator. I don't mean to go personal. The question
ask a question, huh?
No, I said from the beginning I don't have a question. I'm making a comment, and the representative can respond to my comment. The question Grace asks you, you are a public official, you are a representative, and you want to be a senator. It's all on the social media, but you say you can't respond to that, or maybe that she don't want asking you. But what about those media that are posting about it? What are you saying about that? What if you go campaign anybody and somebody asks you, why you divorce or why you do that? Are you going to tell us you're not going to speak to it? And so that's all I have to say. Liberia is a small country, and that's why people like you will continue to be elected. And at the end of the day, the real voters who elect people like you, they will continue to suffer. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for your comment. But let me tell you something. Not everybody, all those that contesting in Nima will get same number of votes. But the person that will get a higher vote is the winner. And that's what I'm saying. So let me tell you, I know where you're coming from. When you say you're from Flompa, your intuition and all those things. Flompa, you are my uncle. But you will vote for me if you had a voting right. But unfortunately, you don't have a voting right.
Yes.
But I want to tell you that when campaign open, I beg you wait. You say now all our condition over there. There you talk about it. So not in all cases, not everybody in Nima will vote for I alone. Some people will get some vote. But we talk about considerable number that will make it to win, we will get it. That's what I'm saying. I want to make it clear. And I want to tell you that look, if you can put people in category, in the terms of in corruption category, I can challenge anybody that continue to say it. This is the reason why, since I was elected, I don't have a willing market. I don't sell even a Grand Prix to tar to say I'm selling Grand Prix, because the code of conduct is very careful. I'm very careful. The horses that I got, I told loan from the bank and the records are there. Anybody, even I challenge the Anti-Corruption Commission to come and audit or to check and do fluency audit on the properties I acquire. I am not. And I can respond to all those things I got. There's a reason why I'm telling you that I'm speaking with confidence. I don't mean no business competition with any citizen. The time I took the position, ask anybody if I got any business connection anywhere. No. But when I shall retire, I will go into business to compute. Because at this time, I get free petroleum, I get free car, the government get me. So if I engage myself into business, it will circumvent all the Liberians and will deprive them from the market. So check my record, and I want you to investigate it so you will know what I'm talking about. The legislative earmarks you're talking about, you go in my district now, there's a radio station that was built that even added money over it that is there currently. And the citizens were informed. We told them that this is what we're doing for, we asked them first, and they said, look, we need radio station. If you compare Berege, Tampliga radio station, no comparison was done. There are a lot of things we don't want to discuss here tonight. But my brother, I respect you. And, you know, because you are my uncle. When you from by my mother from Lisanon Kanwi, and that district there, I can tell you, and those of you listening under my voice this morning, this afternoon, or this evening, that area, when the election results are coming from there, you will hear to say that Coca tap in that district.
Thank you. Let me.
Anthony.
No, Robert is me before you. And
gotta give it 10 hours speak. Gotta people
it's my time. According to
God, you calm down. I can ask you one question. I can ask you one question, and then we'll go to Robert.
I want to say thank you for coming again. It's a opportunity for me to engage with you. But I know you beat your chest about your time as a legislator, 14 years, 3 terms, right? Granted, you just passed a national budget that allocated $25,000 to the referral hospital in Grand Gila County, Mato Memorial Hospital. In that same budget, $75,000 goes to the speaker gasoline, but the entire hospital gets $25,000. You affix your signature on a document that gave an entire hospital $25,000, and that same document gave $75,000 for gasoline for one individual. But you say you are working in the interest of the Liberian people. A whole county gets $25,000 for the whole year for the hospital, and one individual get $75,000 for gasoline. Are you in the interest of the Liberian people?
Well, I would have loved. I would have loved responding to the question. Ben, that Nima is represented by Representative Tohan Dowan Glikia on the budget committee. He could speak fluently on the issue of the budget. You cannot discard the taste of a dog when you are not eating your dog. Why it is true, it is our fiduciary responsibility to oversight. So the fact that you are informing us at this time, it is in keeping upon us to have a check next budget to ensure when those things are not corrected, then you can come out and say we are insensitive to the plight of the people.
No. So you signed a budget, you affix your signature to something that you did not read. Is that what you're telling us?
No, I don't. When you qualify, I continue to tell you that. No. But listen now, listen. You say I signed, I paid my signature. It's not true.
You did not vote for the national budget?
My signature is not on the budget. But I agree. Not every country will benefit at the same time. The only law that was made that every country receive on the equilibrium has to do with the country development fund. Whether small or big, you receive 200,000. So the issue of budget is very. You understand? It's very. The situation in Lofa County, you cannot compare it with the situation in Grand Cru. So you don't expect Grand Cru budget, hospital budget to be as compared to Lofa County budget. Assuming that Grand Gila budget at first maybe it was around 10,000, 10,000 for example, and they say no, this time around we need to elevate it. It depends on the lobby. So those things come about gradually. Room will not build one day. Some lawmakers that were there before, their salary was not. So the situation changed at the contemporary time. So we will take your statement or comment into advancement that will give us an added advantage
of your voting. You signed Eton and Iboma loan. You voted for Eton and Iboma loan. It's a VLA. It didn't do nothing for the Liberian people. You also
and I told you. And I told you, sir, that the Iboma loan, after we parted and we realized that it was not infatuated, we revoked it after the communication to de-ratify and was de-ratify. And make it clear today.
All right. Let me comment. You know, it's unfortunate. And again, Representative, thank you so
I'm a
much.
Bon County brother. You always unfortunate.
Thank you. No, I'm not from Bon County.
What you say?
I'm not from Bon. Look, Abu, don't do that, man. Please allow me, because I already didn't have enough time. We're too plenty yet, and that's why I'm not from Bon County representative. I'm a Bassa boy, from Treytown, Grand Bassa County.
Barry.
We'll talk behind a boy.
No. I'm sorry.
We'll talk behind. We'll
The
talk
Bassa
behind.
it's a acceptable language with you like you. We can be spoken one day anyway.
Unfortunately, I can't speak Bassa because
Wow.
unfortunately I can't. Wait, 1 second.
Bassa, get me Bassa. Hey,
Unfortunately, I can't speak Bassa because
Taji got you.
I can't speak Bassa, unfortunately, because
Henry, don't be saying that. It's too shameful. How can you say you don't know how to speak Bassa? Because I can speak my guild, though. I can speak it properly.
You shouldn't do that to rapper. Rapper, go ahead, man. You didn't commit a crime to
my man, y'all give me a time, man. When we were supposed Representative Cook, when we were supposed to be,
the general.
Okay. Yeah. We were supposed to be learning Bassa. And I'm sure that I'm not the only one. We were deprived our right of learning Bassa when we were dodging bullets and being displaced. And
you can't justify that.
Families were. I mean, this is a reality. I'm sure that a lot of us would have loved to learn how to speak our dialect had we been given the opportunity to learn it at the appropriate time. But that's not why we're here. We are not here to determine whether I can speak Bassa or whether I can't speak Bassa. I think it's irrelevant to the far margin of our country. What we're
your language, your dialect?
But I'm not in my language.
No,
is
do
not
say that, please.
My language does not affect the policies or the laws that you, my friend, that you create or you sign. You've been a representative for three. I think this is your fourth term. This is your fourth term in office, and
when I become senator,
you can't. Yeah, well, you cannot. This is your third term as a representative, and so I think what is embarrassing to some extent is that you cannot point to a single thing that you've done or a single bill that you champion that have impacted the lives of your constituents and by extension the country. But the Constitution of Liberia, particularly Article 20, talks about no person being deprived life, liberty, property, or any other right without a fair hearing consistent with the provision of the Constitution. The House Rule 48 of your House Standing Rule also talked about amendments, the adherence to due process in disciplinary actions against any one of your colleagues. Okay, Article 33 of the Liberian Constitution talked about the election of the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
49.
Article
49.
33, Article 33, Article 49.
33 talk about quorums and 49 talk about election.
I said, but Representative Montana, you got all the time.
No, but I'm correcting you.
Don't correct me. Article 33 and Article 49 talks about the election and the removal of the speaker. You sit here, my friend, and you don't even have any kind of decency as a lawmaker, as someone who wants to be senator, to even take some sort of accountability, Representative Togar, to say, you know what, politics aside, we disrespected and disregarded the Constitution of Liberia. We disrespected and disregarded our own rules that we created. You have no regard to the unconstitutional thing that you've been involved in. You have illegally attempted to remove a speaker, right? Without even showing. You made all of these allegations in your cause. 49 says, yeah, the speaker can be removed by a cause. But that very speaker should also be given the opportunity to due process. He should be given the opportunity to respond to those calls and these allegations that you made. You didn't even allow that. Now, how would you feel if you went to court, someone made an allegation against you, and the court did not care to hear your side of the story? They just move with the allegation made against you. But you sit here and you talk all this good talk and you talk all this stuff. I'm sorry. I can't, and it's a whole bunch of us here today. But I can't let you lead this platform without reiterating to the Liberian people again that Representative Samuel Togar, who wants to become a senator, does not represent the best interest of our country when it comes to our laws, does not represent the best interest of our country when it comes to human decency, does not represent the best interest of our country when it comes to respecting system, procedures, and processes. Because if you did, you would have allowed, look, you have all right to remove the speaker. No one says you don't have the right. You have the law requires to have 49 members. You have 49 members, you go to the main chambers, you put your allegations on the floor, the speaker recuses himself, he responds to your allegations, and you follow the procedure. That's all we've asked. You guys did not do that. You did not follow a single process. You did not follow the Constitution. And I'll close on this note. The Supreme Court ruled, and here is what the Supreme Court said. When an action that requires legal authority is done without it, it's a Latin word, it's called ultra-virus. You did not follow all of your conduct, all of what you've done. The Supreme Court was very clear. They demanded you to go back and resolve these issues. And you know what some of your colleagues said? Well, the Supreme Court did not tell us where we were sitting was bad. So until they tell us for word to return back and allow due process, we are good. And you will want to sit here and not even take accountability to say, you know what? In the interest of our country, in the interest of the rule of law, the fact that this could happen to me tomorrow, to say we did not follow the process, it's embarrassing. And that's all I have to say. But thank you for coming on. Thank you for engaging us. But this is a total embarrassment. And you should be man enough to say, you know what? I participated in an unconstitutional act. I have endorsed and I have embraced an unconstitutional speaker because Richard Cohen is unconstitutional. He is not legitimate. The Supreme Court says that, not the Moroccan government. The Supreme Court says that. And you guys have been bent on disrespecting the Constitution, and it is an embarrassment to our country. Thank you.
If the honorable don't have anything to share on that.
No, the issue, the man, he playing with voice. He did at the models of voice. So I just listening to him. And so as far as I'm concerned, we are not doing anything illegal. That's all.
All right, let's go to Mr. Russell, and then we'll go to Grace, and then we'll go to Susan.
You told me one minute.
But why you jumping on everybody like that now?
Because you are UK.
I told Russell just spoke.
Yeah, it's you, General.
Mr. Russell just came.
He just came here.
Let's give Mr. Russell a chance. Let him come out. Go to Grace. I'll go to Susan. And then Abu, you more of. Let me leave that. Go ahead, Mr. Russell.
Good evening to everyone, and good evening to our listeners and viewers out there. I just came in the middle of the conversation, so I'm not sure what I can contribute to the conversation. But judging from what my fellow panelists have said, if that's the conversation at hand, I too will register my disappointment with the House of Representatives and members of the House of Representatives. I think in totality, the House and many of the lawmakers are a complete embarrassment to the Republic. And they've not done a lot of things to advance the Republic. They've not done a lot to do right by the people. So it's important that we hold them accountable and call them out. So I appreciate what folks who came before me, and most recently Robert, and what he had to say. It's just it's shameful. It's embarrassing. I think if I were to sum it up in one word or in a few words, our Congress, our national legislature is the problem. they are the problem as far as why we are lacking behind in so many key areas. They are the problem. They are very lawless. They are extremely lawless. The country is lawless because the lawmakers are lawless. So I hope Representative Togar here can take that back to his colleagues, and they who are making the laws, they have to abide by the laws. If you want to see how lawless the country is, you just drive down on Tottenham Boulevard on any given day or any given afternoon. You will see the profound lawlessness, especially being perpetuated by the lawmakers themselves. So I will just end there and just and move on to someone else. Someone else can take on from there. So it's just my, just since we have a lawmaker here, just wanted to add my voice to the profound disappointment that all of us have about the performance of the lawmaker, of lawmakers as a whole, and the national legislature, our Congress, and how poorly they are performing, and they are not moving the country forward at all in so many different ways. Thank you.
Indeed, they drive you on the opposite side of the road.
All right.
The third lane.
All right, great. Then we'll go to Susan.
Okay, so I hope you can answer this question, Representative. You served 3 terms in the House of Representatives, 14 years, and during these 14 years, $1.5 million has been put in the NEMA account from Asalamita. But I see you here saying that, oh, you have never been caught in corruption. But in these 14 years, what have you done ready for the people of NEMA for them to want to vote you as senator for the county? Because you serve as representative, and as I do the research, I didn't see any real tangibles. So what have you done for the people of NEMA County with this $1.5 million being put in the NEMA account, but you're free of corruption?
Well, the decision at the county level when it comes to the utilization or the usage of the money, it derives from majority view. You get people from cross-section of people from the county, commissioners, superintendent, other stakeholders, youth representation, women representation, and go to a county setting. And there where they derive a resolution, the resolution will entail like divine a portion of the money on developmental activities in the respective district. And in my district, the money that being appropriated since my inception, first of all, our district was deprived in terms of road connectivity. We were able to secure fuel on a portion of our money, and the yellow machine that were purchased by on the Social Development Fund went into the district and opened roads. And then besides that, the Social Development Funds also provided scholarship 5,000 each per district, and students from our electoral district benefited that amount. And the past 2020 Santi sitting have vehemently opposed the caucus on grounds that the manner and form in which they wanted to elect the leaders to control the fundings were not appropriate. And our opposed to it, we even went to court. The Supreme Court know what it did. And so after we went home, they asked that I have 70,000 in the budget for the Social Development Fund for my district. And I told them I'm not going to test it. I'm not going to use the money because the fact that I told the county setting that the money or the process by which the election was conducted was by fraud, if I test the money to utilize in the district, they may have accepted what I condemned. And as we speak, the auditor went in NEMA and they did the auditing. You can add the superintendent of the county. As we speak, portion of our funding is still aside in the County Development Fund. So I want to tell you that there are several things that we have done to build a commissioner compounds out of the money, parliament chief compounds in the district, and etc. So there have been some tremendous improvement with respect to that. The only issue that came about that I oppose had to do with the issue of the yellow machine, the maintenance process, and all those stuff. I oppose to it. And what I said came to reality. The machines are in real. So these have been our positions, and so on so far.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Susan.
Yes. Thank you. As somebody from Nima, Representative Koga, I will say it loud here that I'm not supporting you. I know I'm from Nima County, but I'm definitely not supporting you. Number one, because I believe that it's waste of resources for the fact that where is him? Okay, for the fact that you are currently a representative and we have not seen anything tangible from you. You clearly stated that, there have been road constructions and stuff like that, but we have not seen anything. And it's not enough for somebody who has been a Senate, a representative for that amount of years. So for me, as a Nima woman, very vocal on the internet, I can clearly say tonight, I believe that you are not the perfect choice. However, my question to you here is that you sound very, very confident tonight that you're going to win this election. And a lot of us are concerned, some of us here, like yesterday we were on the platform, we said that there will be cheating in this election because Jeremiah Kuhn hands are behind you. So can you tell the Liberian people that this election will be fair election in Nima County? Because the way you signing, and some of us know you have big backings and what you have portrayed to the Liberian people, you and Kuhn so far, I would say, is some of us believe or we see it as some type of desperation. Because how can you be a representative and all of a sudden you jump up? It's waste of resources. Other person can take that position, but you decide to go. So for me, I believe I see it as a level of desperation. So as the Jeremiah Kuhn men are supporting you. So tonight, me being a concerned citizen of Nima County, can you tell the Liberian people how fair this election will be? Because I believe that there will be some type of cheating. Maybe you can clear some or hear some from that. I don't think it's just me. I know they have thousands of people watching and listening tonight, and they believe the same as well.
Well, in the first place, I don't know your background, but from the face value, I believe you are very intelligent and academically inclined. Well, you fell short to know that under our jurisprudence, the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, Article 37, clearly states a recognized by election that whenever there is a situation, either about death, resignation, disability, there must be what? By election. It's constitutional. So let me tell you let me draw your attention to that. The second aspect has to do with what? Experience. You understand? And I gave you some facts. I talk about Edwin Snow. So the bombing people they were insensitive when they were electing Edwin Snow as a senator. Men who serve as a speaker, deputy speaker of the House, that got his own budget. It is only because when you are called to perform, you are called to a duty. I'm called by the Myean to contest, to occupy the vacuum that have been created in the country. And they felt that I'm competent and overly qualified to do the job. Because what we're talking about the legislature. This is a man who had the legislature. I work with Senator Johnson. I know his working style. I knew his advocacy. And all of the lawmakers that I mentioned, we all work together. Some people were unfortunate. They were defeated the very first time they went in the house. And some people were opportune based on whatsoever. They were elected by the people. So it's not a job that somebody will say they may get job, the other person not get job. No. It's a job that is given by majority. Once the majority decide to vote for you, automatically you will sit in that seat. And I am telling you categorically clear that I'm supported by my cross-section, majority of the Myean, to contest and occupy that position. The issue of cheating, let me tell you something. You know, people always have that perception, and you should check my track record at the legislature. Since I've been going to election, I never told anybody to quote. Some people have record in Nima that took their own colleagues to court. That desperado. They went to court. They detained the district for performing. They went to court and detained the county from performing. When I voted, contested against Nyenwolo. When Nyenwolo won, there were some hurdles. But I went for the sake of peace. I accepted the result. I now went to court to delay the Nima people progress. Based upon that, the post said, we repose confidence in you, therefore we'll carry you. I'm not somebody that, I don't have no court record that can take people to court because I never won election. No. Check my record. It's not there. Election and competition, when you don't win, you don't win. So the election will be free and fair. And Jeremiah Kun that you're talking about, when I went to election, I never accused Jeremiah Kun of paying anything. I felt that the Nima people had spoken. And the politics were clear. That Senator Johnson and myself from the same house, therefore he can't be senator and I be senator. Now Senator Johnson now, you know, may his soul rest in peace. So what the argument on Nima are saying that, no, we deprive the man not to go because Senator Johnson was there. But no more Senator Johnson. Therefore, at his time, we're going to give him that opportunity. And you, as a daughter of Bealded, let me tell you one thing. Sitting on platform to filibuster is not an issue. But there's a tradition in our country. The Nima people, they respect leader at a given time. When Wotomaguden was serving in Bealded, people getting due courtesy. When Blazuto was serving in Tabeta, he was giving due courtesy. When Tomo Gonkamokuangpa became commanding general, almost he was the son of the soil. When Jassy Hebdo was president, was contesting for presidency, everything went behind Jassy Hebdo. Senator Johnson was the one that came, and Senator Johnson became icon that all Nigerians respected. Now that the vacuum has been created, the Nigerians are saying, have been there, and therefore I should succeed. So what is your issue? You got your right, and unfortunately, you don't have voting right because you only have saying. You're sitting in America.
Point of correction, I'm not in America. I am not in America. I represent Togar. I live in Australia. I don't live in America. I don't have voting rights, but we have voice.
You see that now? So you're talking freely because you're sitting on a tea table, you're sitting on an air condition while we are in heat. And we here standing for the country, talking for the country. What?
Okay. People ask us, folks, people want to call, please.
My brother. There are people sitting down here in America that are making impact. They're not commenting, they're not saying, are doing this, they're not saying this. They've been laughing on the ground.
We are going to the lines. Abu, no. We're going to the lines.
No, Abu, why you got to ask there?
Let me ask my question. My question is not UP, man. No, don't be doing that, man.
Now you be on the ballot.
I got plenty of questions.
I got something to say to money.
They will send it to you plenty, send it to my box.
Yeah, I'm still putting them as that's not taking a course. Who want to call?
All right, so you're listening to Closing Argument here on 2FM. You can call. Can you please meet them so you can ask the number? You can call us on 07. Yes, 0776.
On the people's job. Let the call you, please.
I say after one.
I know. Can you tell them the people won't call you, please?
Representative Cole, you got security. Yes, sir. I'll let you scared. You know you got security.
I'm not afraid. I just tell you the time. I got second time to sleep.
I'm about today Friday back. A weekend.
Oh, today Friday, so I don't have an obligation.
0776-927-472.
Do it for the people on
The
the
number to call and be live on the closing argument quickly before we wrap up tonight. I talked to Representative Samuel Kogai from Nima County. He is our guest on the closing argument here on QFM, and then the closing argument 0776-927472 are the numbers for you to call. 0776-927472. So for those of you back home, you can call us on this number. If you are also following us online, you call us on +231 776 927472. Let's get to the line and pick up our first caller. Good morning. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Please be audible, please. Okay, go ahead. You said what again?
The audio is very low.
Why he needs to remind that Nima should be divided. Okay, and today he wants to be senator for the county. Thank you for your point there. 0776-927472 +231 776-927472. The next caller. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. This is Walter Sefato calling from football this morning.
From where?
I'm calling from Nima Pacific District number 8 football district number 8 headquarters. This Walter Sefato.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me say thank you very much to our incoming senator, Honorable Samuel Gongloe. I really appreciate you for the level of information provided to our people. Look, Honorable Gongloe, I've been doing a lot of things for the people of Nima. When it comes to the advocacy for students and other work in the university, Honorable Gongloe would advocate for us for the money to be given to the student community, which Alata Tebuso was discussing community chairman. Secondly, Honorable Gongloe, I've been doing a lot of development. When it comes to district number 8, we have school in the snow. They call the school in the snow, the government school. Honorable Gongloe, I've been making contribution towards that.
Okay.
When it comes to one air,
Go ahead, because I'm not going to hold you too long because the line is too busy.
As you come to a own district, I visited district number 5. There was somewhere 3 to 4 public schools of Peabody on Okoka to the legislative project. So all the information you provide this morning, I want to say thank you very much to Okoka. We are resolved in district number 8 and district number 1. And district number 7 to Kehleboe Gongloe as senator.
Okay, you're speaking. You just speaking from your end. 0776
I got a call.
927472.
Also, I got a caller, please. Go ahead, caller.
927472. You can also call +231 776 927472. Good morning. You are live on QFM. Let's hear you.
Okay.
Please be audible, please. People screening your voice.
Yes, are you getting me? I'm Nima Brothers calling from Sweju.
Okay.
I want to make one quick clarity regarding misinformation provided on this platform by one of the panelists who claimed, I think it was Gay, who claimed that the hospital in the health city has just 25,000. That's information is false. The Marathon Rural Hospital in 2023, they have 10,000. 2024, they have 100,000. And 2025, 100,000. The County Health Center, have 75,000 in 2024 approved budget, and 2022, and the outbound is 100,000. And this year is also 100,000. So the information that
so where exactly you calling from? Let me know.
Money.
Okay.
Question.
All right. Okay. Okay. So thank you. Thanks for your participation. The next caller.
Also, got a caller now, please.
927472. The next caller. Let's say caller. Go ahead. No time.
Put the money out. Oh,
Yes, sir. Please be audible. Please put in your voice.
I will leave my name. Okay.
Okay. Most of the candidates hear you.
President, I want to appreciate our incoming senator,
Ah,
Honorable
all my support now. Call him.
issue of our
In my position there.
Oh, look at
In that position now.
You win by the man. I think I'll give myself. Let's not wasting your time.
All right. That's your view. It's all declared. So yeah, you already make your sack already.
Asu, I got a call on the line.
927472. For those of you fighting us online, 231-766-927472. Good morning. Go ahead. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's good to the incoming senator of Nema. My name is T. MSCP. I joined from
Okay.
I want to appreciate the Nema people choice, which is Honorable Samuel Gongloe. Honorable has been one of the lawmakers that the people of Nema have been counting on. Nema's entire history for a man to be elected 3 times in a decade in this country is not an easy thing. Nema politics is not a joke. To show that this particular leader is a leader that understands the people. Senator Joseph is the only senator that was elected 3 times. 3 different times in Nema County, Nema was following 1964. And this man and Senator Joseph here for the same time, and both of them have set this record to show that people, when you come up, they are great people. The people of Nema confide in to replace the late Senator Joseph because both of them are the only people that have been elected 3 different times in Nema history.
Okay, that's your view. That's your view. As I said, the line is basic, so I'm not going to hold you too long. There are so many calls.
How many more of your guys calling?
Go ahead, quickly, caller.
3 already. 3 already for
Good
your camp
morning.
already. How many more supposed to call? Is it 10?
Okay.
how do I know?
Quickly. What's the weather county?
Nah, it's good, look.
I don't know how you buy.
One of the veteran lawmakers, and you people have been passed for so 4 months plus now in the house, and up to this time, there's no understanding. You guys are still fighting that you can't even go and control or tell to your police so all these things can fit in and you do the Liberian people work. You have 2 speakers right now in Liberia. Every one of them you see represented one. What is different are you trying to carry? You going to carry in the House of the Senate if you have to win for Nema? And what are the legacy you left behind at the House of Representatives? Because if I check your record, there is not your first to remove speaker.
Okay.
Who fought against this?
Okay.
You took the lead for volunteer against
Call me on here.
in the House of Senate. And what are your legacy you're going to leave in the House of Representatives? Thank you.
He will surely respond to you, but let's pick up this diaspora call. Yeah, it is an international call. Good morning. Yeah, in Liberia, you're live.
Yeah, good morning. My brother from the platform this is just some calling from Myean. And to the honorable in studio, what say you, the Nigerian people are and saying that you guys created a monster, the first time in Nigerian history to have 2 speakers, and you are one of those who make that kind of decision. You created a chaos that is going on. You guys created a random leader pretty much who doesn't have the rule of law. Sending people to go over in the midst of you guys, not representing, but you guys created. What say you? And you for the people? Because we don't peace and you guys
Okay, he'll definitely respond to you.
Yeah, I
The
got
line,
a caller, man.
line one. Let's say go ahead.
I said I gotta go on to money almost 2
You have to be audible. Turning your voice, please.
The last two calls.
You the Senator Murphy? Huh?
Yeah, what you gonna?
Fatima, where you calling from? Let me know where you calling from, please. Muscle Car. What you gonna do in the County now? You all the way in Muscle. All right. Okay. All right. So let's see what we can get a call from that.
Yes, I got a caller here.
Go ahead, caller.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You live. Yeah, hurry up. You got 1 minute.
Thank you, Tomalin. First of all, I want to debunk what Samuel Koga said that we in diaspora we don't get voting right in Liberia, we don't get voice. We got voice through our relatives, our friends, we sponsor their children, we sponsor themselves through our money. The money that comes from diaspora is one of the highest remittance in Liberia. Get that correct. Okay, Honorable Koga, are you aware, since you grew up in Liberia, under which president administration in Liberia, that the police have ever beaten lawmakers in a capital building? That's one question. Two, did you go to Musa Bealded to beg him to go and build bridges in your district, which the bridges are under construction right now? Musa Bealded is just 1/10. It's the first year in the House of Representatives. You've been in the House of Representatives for 14 years. In your third term. Can you confirm on this platform that you went to Bealded, you begged him, you carried in your district to go build bridges there? And those bridges are currently going on right now? That's two questions. Three, I want to debunk some of the things you said.
No, but
resolved.
No, the last one.
Nibadians are not resolved. Nibadians are not resolved. That's why I just blocked you last year.
All right. Let's move forward, guys.
I don't know. Julius, are you getting called?
Call us down. Let's all the time. So let it.
Yeah, I got callers
okay.
coming on here. I got a caller on the line here. Let me take this caller here really quick. Caller, go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, I'm in the district of Togar, and I'm calling from Brooklyn Park, Minnesota.
Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Honorable Togar. Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
I have a concern. My concern has to do with the elections in Nema, and I listened to Honorable Koga. He was talking about being patriotic. Sometimes in the elections, that's why he didn't go to the Supreme Court when there were issues about malpractice in elections. So on the basis of patriotism, my concern is, do you have to be a senator?
If you don't hold up, I'll hang up on you.
Because
Somebody else is on the line.
serving your
That's why I called you
people,
back.
given the fact that if you win, you're gonna save us by election, given the financial difficulty our country is going through. I thought in my mind, the most honorable thing any patriotic citizen can do is to save our country from some financial crisis. Do you care to speak to that?
Thank you. Let's take the next caller on WhatsApp line. Caller, go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, that last caller, man got to go. Please, I beg you.
Yeah. At least today, this man is getting his money worth. Let this man enjoy the people. He's representing.
The man been 4 hours, almost 4 hours over.
So they don't get official time to for sponsor.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is that his colleague in the Senate that they all work together as a regime collaborator was asking the presiding in the Senate as to where the budget is, where the budget was. So my question to him is, where is the budget?
Thank you. All right. So his question, that I think you got his question. The question is, where is the budget currently? And I think that's it. So
All right, I have a lawyer on the phone.
Well,
I
let's-
have no. Tomorrow, please let this lawyer ask one question.
Guys, can we try to conclude this?
Hold on,
Can
guys.
we
Hold
try
on,
to
guys.
conclude?
Hold on. Yeah, we'll soon be done. But let this guy go ahead, sir.
Good evening, guys. In addition to law, I dabble a lot in the politics of the country. And so, Honorable Koga, good evening. I had a question for you and then a comment. The question is a two-part question. Part A, you've argued all night that you all are acting constitutionally in a quote-unquote majority bloc. But isn't it a fact that prior to the Supreme Court issuing its final ruling, Speaker Kofa and his group filed a prohibition at the Supreme Court or for an injunction? And the court ruled that you all should return to status quo ante, meaning go back to just as you were, do nothing. And then subsequent to that, you had your vote amongst yourselves for the speaker. The court came back in its final ruling and said everything you did was ultra-vires because it was not done legally. Do you still then insist that you are acting legally despite openly violating those two rulings? And then my comment is this. There is something in law or in life called the chastity of a woman. When Madam Guar asked you a question, and also Ms. Bangi, I believe, Susan, please forgive me if I mistakenly pronounced her name. When they both asked you questions, you seem to demean them. You accused Ms. Bangi of trying to filibuster you, even though she was asking you questions paramount to the future progress of the county and the country. When Ms. Guar asked you a question, a marriage or divorce is public record. You are a law writing citizen, a legislator. When she asked you a question about your marriage, if you chose not to answer, that's one thing. But to return a question and ask her about how many boyfriends you have, that was beneath the pale. That was very disrespectful. She is not seeking a public office. You are answerable to the Liberian people. And if they are concerned about your behavior as a husband, how you would treat a fellow citizen and a female, they have all rights to ask you. You can choose whether or not you want to answer. I think before you leave tonight, you owe both ladies, especially Madam Guar, a public apology. You cannot disrespect Liberian women, and we just allow that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, Representative Koga, you answer the question and then do your closing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The gentleman who just spoke purported to be a lawyer. In my view, I respect his view, what he said. But in the first place,
hold on, just go by after 5 minutes, please.
To listen and to retain the two things. Ponati, who wrote the quote, requesting, praying for the court to declare our city illegal. And the court declined. It means it legitimizes our status.
That's not true. Absolutely not true, sir.
Excuse me now. When you were talking, I was not talking.
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I accept your apology.
Go ahead.
If that some group of citizens call themselves majority are sitting and we want them for the Supreme Court to declare the play illegal. And the Supreme Court declined. And besides that, at no point in time we are ever condemn the Supreme Court decision or defy the Supreme Court. And as far as I'm concerned, there is no two speakers in the country. One single speaker who taking single speaker salary. Ponati is taking representative of Grand Group salary. It's clear. So he cannot occupy the office of the speaker. That's why they vacated him. So the issue you guys are talking about is not something that we should be looking at here. Now, he talking about my marital status. And he says it's a public record. I told you I'm not going to comment as I'm saying to you. The issue at the Supreme Court, the reason why I'm not commenting because it's political. Under no condition that a citizen complaint will be labeled against a citizen and the citizen was not notified. But I don't want to dive into that. I know whence it's coming from. So I don't want to dwell into it. we will face it at the appropriate time. The person that had a low is not complaining, but people who start passing it by are the one who complaining. I did not say, or as a lady, as she insinuating, which is demanding for apology. I said, well, why you referring to me? If the word if, it's an English that I spoke. Somebody asked you. You understand? I did not say how many boyfriends you got. That would have been a direct affront. So I don't owe an apology in that. And then the one that has to do with the issue of the gentleman who spoke from, I think, New York or New Jersey, that talk about, I said that those that are in the diaspora do not have a voting right. We are right on the platform here. He said, he's not voting for me. I said, you don't mind, you sitting over there, that sitting in America, you don't have voting right. Meaning you're not registered in Liberia. But there are other people living in diaspora that register here. They got voting right. That's what I said. So I'm not saying that the diaspora don't have voting right. They have voting right in Liberia. They can come anytime and register. They got constituents here. But because she clearly stated that she was not voted for me, so I approached her in that manner. So it does not mean that other people in Australia, some people came from Australia, they can't register all over the world. So my brother, I want you to get it clear. Now, the other person who spoke that in Liberia, there are confusion where part of the world that police have ever flocked lawmaker. When we were at the legislature on a peaceful and no fear, the police cannot come. Police can only come in when somebody feel injured and invite the police. It is the right of the police to protect peace. Property, life and property. So when the police is called in, but police can't go to session. They can be around the perimeter when there is a stare off to prevent the circumstances or the situation. So police can come at this Capitol building. It has happened before. So it's not the first time. And then the gentleman who said, I don't have any hand marks in Nima and the SYZ. How can a man who is elected consistently doesn't have any mark and the people just electing him? So are you insulting the people electoral district number 5 for electing him? It is an insult. To sit down and say you're electing somebody who is not doing anything all of the time. Nobody hands are tied. We are encouraging all of you to exercise your right, as my sister from Bealded said. Now, all right, not everybody in Nima will vote for me, but majority will vote for me. And what I said, I did not say the entire Nima candidate will vote for me. I will be lying. You understand? There are other competitors who will get vote, but I said I will get considerable number of the vote that will lead to my victory. And I'm clear on it, and it is. So there is no dodging about it. So to close, I don't know if I'm permitted because of the time factor, the moderator. I want to say thank you ever so much.
Why are you closing to the? Why are you closing to Louis? To Louis? Give me one second,
please give me a second. Representative Togar. The reason why I said I'm not supporting you is because I said it's waste of resources. I believe where you are at the moment, yes, where you are at the moment, you should stay there and give other people opportunity. And what
listen, madam, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. No, what that deprivation.
My name is Susan. My name is Susan, not Madam.
Okay, Susan, that deprivation, you can't deprive me of that. Why, when you were leaving to go Australia, Liberian who say no, friendly Liberian in Australia, so you should not go. There will be inflation on your rights. The Constitution not ban me. If I were barred by the Constitution, then you would have said this. But the Constitution is clear.
That's the reason why I said I'm not supporting you. So
But like a prerogative, I
I
don't
hope you,
I don't want to against you.
yes.
I don't
So
want to
I want
against
you
you.
to
And
understand my point. The reason
your
why
vote are
I'm not
invaluable.
supposed.
Yeah,
Yes, it's
interested
okay.
your
If my
vote are
vote are
invaluable.
invaluable, we'll still get on the radio and still speak to our people.
While you close,
Yeah.
I just want while you close, maybe you can add this one. It's the last thing I'm going to ask. While you close, the Supreme Court have spoken on this issue many times, and I think we all know where they stand. Right? You can try to convince us otherwise. You can try to convince those who support you otherwise. That's fine. But let me ask you this one last question: when the Supreme Court order a stay on all proceeding of the House of Representatives involving the removal of Funati Kofa and order you to return to status quo, did you return to status quo?
We started corner, yeah. We got the father we have presiding officer, we got deputy speaker. We want to start up because
no, that's not what the Supreme Court said. The Supreme Court said return.
Well, I'm not here to interpret the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court clear what he said and what we went by. So you say now
you continue your business as usual. You did not return to the main chambers and allow due process. That's what the Supreme Court said. But go ahead and close. Go ahead and close.
Senator Koga, close so we can leave our last statement. Henry Nancy over the show.
I claim it in Jesus' name. I claim it in Jesus' name.
A great general.
So, yes. So let me tell you, thank you ever so much, all of you. And I want to encourage you that you make the platform available for everybody, all candidates, all aspirants that want to contest, to showcase yourself, to express yourself. Board of attacking personalities. I think you listen to me and listen very well. When you come, what you're capable of doing is what you need to discuss, what they call politics. You don't come and discuss personality. I don't discuss any personality here. So I want to encourage every one of us that want to contest for the election to be peaceful. And more besides, this election is not any election that look joyful, because the vacuum was created by death. It first time in history of Nima that a senator that was elected for the third time died in office. To replace him, the Nibayan are very meticulous in making that decision. So it's not joke for somebody to say, I don't get a job, so therefore I need to occupy. No. You understand? So I'm saying there to say that the Nima people who are speaking in majority are not people who just somebody who just joke with decision. We consulted elders, women organizations, youth across the country before even coming out to say yes, we will contest. You understand? And I will tell you categorically clear that April 22nd, Susan, you will call me on my phone to congratulate me. So help me God. I don't take my youth for no. You understand? It is all the Almighty God I believe in sincerely that will win the election. I'm not depending on any other thing. I'm not crying whether I get a job or not. The issue, representative salary and the senator salary are the same, equal. But we're going there because the vacuum has been created is a big vacuum, and we're going there to ensure that we ably represent the country because we have experience. We have served decision from district number 9. We know about it from the experience we had, and all across Nima County. There is a reason why the Nima people are reposing this confidence in me. Thank you very much. God bless. I call it closing argument, and God bless all of you. And I would invoke God bless.
Before you leave, I just want to say this, Representative Guar, before you leave, I wish you all the best of luck. Even though I'm sitting on this platform and I'm saying that I do not support you and I have my reason why I'm not supporting you. However, Abu, please let me talk. However, I wish you the best. I wish every one of you guys the best of luck in the election. And my prayer is for us, for this election to go as peaceful, because that's my concern. And that was the reason why I raised the question of cheating. So whatever way possible, because Nima is divided. Nima is
No.
divided. It is
Nima is
divided.
not
You say
divided.
we're together,
No.
but at this moment, we got some
No,
bad
man, I
blood
don't
in
go
Nima.
with
So I'm praying that the
Nima is not
election will.
divided. And I can
Yes.
show you that
Mm-hmm.
whatsoever division that you think it is, we're going to make sure to repair that, to bring everybody together in unison. Our forefather that led this country, led the country with us, and we must uphold to that value.
Abu, stop it, man. Don't do that. Yeah, I want to say
Thank
thanks
you.
to
Thank you.
I want to say thanks to Representative Togar. Thank you so much for coming to our invitation. We appreciate you very much. We look forward to the election in Nima on April 22nd. We'll be covering our election, and tonight you had almost the whole place locked down from what we see. We get information coming to us. People watch you all most of the Nigerians in America watch you in Liberia too. They're late in Liberia, but people are watching you. So I want to say thank you for coming. We wish all the candidates in the race the best of luck, and may the best candidate win for the people of Nima and Liberia. So thank you, Mr. Koka.
Thank you.
Thank you, General.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, Sugar. Bye-bye.
Abu, where your province today? You
So
see
yeah,
the
guys, I want to give you an analysis now, please.
Abu can be
Guys, give
so
an analysis
proud
of
when we bring our people on their show. Yeah, you should be calling your people there to come on the show because the show is open for everyone. But everything you're talking about, all the platform that opposition platform, that's also ANC and seditions on the platform. Abu, bring your people. We're willing to, you know.
Wait, Susan, let me comment. Unfortunately, Anthony is not on the platform. Anthony left. You see, that's the reason when you come to the public discourse, you put away your partisan hat. Anthony came on the show tonight where you have over thousands of people following our platform and speak our lies. He talked about the national legislature allocating 25,000. Somebody just on Grand there calling this means that rumor that is a lie and it's only intended to distract the lawmaker. If that was to be true, right? Representative Koka represent the people of District Number 5, Nima County. So obviously you advocate for your people. Why didn't Anthony call on his lawmaker who is representing the people of that district that the hospital is situated in? But he chose to attack the lawmaker only because he believed that the man should not be given the opportunity to serve the people on the map. That's a deception of some or most of them. I think Raul following Raul, it is shameful that you don't know how to speak your own dialect. A man speak your own dialect, you could not respond.
You can speak yours. And why you coming here with UP cap? We all know you UP man. You don't have to come here with your cap on your head.
But you don't need to tell me how to come.
It's kind of intimidating when you wear that. No, but we don't need that on your head, Abu.
Intimidating who?
Every one of us here, we have party that we're supporting. We're not wearing CDC cap here. We not have it. We don't.
You can tell me what kind of clothes to wear, what kind of regalia to wear.
Yes, you have to come and take all that green tea from on your head because you're disgracing us right now in our country. You shouldn't even be wearing that kind of hat right now because the whole UP government is upside down. So it's a shame that you sitting down with so much pride with UP cat to say you're talking here tonight. Take that thing from your head next time you coming on this show here.
This
is not about talking about. This is about right here.
Go ahead, see when we can. Don't attack me for wearing my party regalia. I choose a way. That's my pride. That's not my pride. Well, it was cool being here, man. Mr. Russell, you want to say something?
Why you guys all quiet? I say something now. I mean, that was the interview was great. I enjoy it. Togar appears to be a strong candidate, I must admit, and I'm looking forward to Edith. I can't wait to have Madam Edith here to actually put her case forward to the Liberian people. So that's one thing. The election is going to be tough. We got strong men in the election. We have Garrison, Koga knows that he's afraid of Garrison too. Garrison and Asumo potato in Nima anyways. And Mark is in a race. However, we will be following the process. I'm happy.
Has Ms. Gongloe said that she's going to run? Has she declared her intentions to run, or are there speculations that she's going to run?
Yeah, she has declared her intention that she's going to run.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Oh, she's going to come.
Yeah, it's a thing, right?
She will come. She will come.
She'll come on the show?
Yeah. She scheduled Lofa came here yesterday. He confirmed that they're just working on things at the moment behind closed doors. However, she's going to appear on the platform here. Every one of them will come.
Oh, yeah, it's a thing, right? Susan, yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah.
Who contested in 3 separate elections and emerged as. And I listened to one of the callers talking about the man has done nothing. If the man has done nothing, he winning 3 successive elections. And the man has done nothing.
Abu, when it comes to Liberian politics, what I have noticed over the years, people put their feelings into it. Party line. No, most of the time, sometimes people go by party line. It's basically, because the mayor is from my party, so I have to support him. So don't make it look like what about Yan? Yan won the election over Koga, and Koga had Senator Prince Johnson support by that time. So just stop that.
But the reason why Yan won the election is because the people at the time, the people felt at the time that they needed, or to be senator. They needed
so how do you know we wanted Mano Man or we never wanted Guillaume? How did you?
I always in Nima, unless you are always in Nima.
All right. So guys, I think at this point, I think part of the program is for us to kind of analyze the representatives' presence on here, his appearance on here, and what was discussed as far as his deliberation. But let me just say, Abu, don't do that to me. I don't take that. I don't do that to anybody else, not me. Let me just say, I think it was a great conversation, and the fact that he was courageous enough to come out here to engage the not just the audience, but those of us out here. I think it was great. And let me say, Tomalin George, just as much as we said he was challenged to appear here. So we live on to our commitment, and we said if he appeared, we would do what we needed to do. We did it. So
200.
I can confirm that Lofa has.
Please send me 150 over here. I beg you, when Lofa say that.
Lofa fulfill his promise that if the representative appear, he'll get $200. He have made it for.
But here's my thing, right? And I think we have gone beyond.
Lofa, don't take over the show now. The mayor here, you talk.
Oh, Ben, let me land here.
I'm not over the show. You be making noise in our ear.
You're not let me talk. You're not let me talk tonight.
No. I told you I'm coming for you here today on the post show here. I told you specifically.
Ben always was playing his things in the back, and then he come and eat with everybody.
I never hear you call Kroga today.
No, Ben, come on now. Ben, why is it true that?
I don't hear you make all the noise you were making here. Lofa, I will say that it's good to see everybody. Great show. I did follow it. It was a little packed, so I thought to just sit in the background and enjoy the fireworks. But I was just
at least let me learn that.
I mean, Lofa, wait, man. Lofa, you lost your right to
speak. You talk, you
lost your right to speak. I told you I was coming for you tonight. I told you.
So nobody on here will talk for me though.
No, nobody will talk for you.
Russell, all of you guys say
I beg you, please. 1 minute, man. Don't be recognized the ball, man. Yes, tomorrow the ball grading. You'll be recognizing.
Who grading?
Aaron, you'll be putting a picture of, man.
Who recognize the man after?
The people got to come and go home, Jenna.
Who people come and go?
They got in studio.
Oh, the studio. That's what you mean.
What time like bro now? 10, 11, 12.
Almost like
after 2 o'clock.
But we can see the picture. What a picture?
All right, well, where's the picture?
It's loading.
Robert Julius and men put me in a bag.
I will put you in the back again. You keep saying my name. Something I know nothing
Put
about.
me in the bag. I see the benefit. I taking pay for being on the show.
Oh,
where's the picture?
I'll tell you what, Dale.
Guys, the picture is not there.
You're not there. But tomorrow, Henry graduating. Henry.
Congratulations to Henry.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to you. Wish you the best of luck in everything that you're getting into. Fact that
I'll say my small gig, Henry. I mean,
Tomalin, just go ahead, do it. I mean, you're a big boy.
No,
Harry, relax.
Tomalin is a baller now.
Lofa promised $200, so he did it. But again,
I
know, well, for me, and this is quickly. I must admit, I think Kogar was he was strong tonight. I must admit, I think he was strong. I think he showed. He came, first of all, he came into a territory that's not supportive of him. You got to get, that's a high kudos to him. Many politicians, during the elections, when you run campaigns, one of the things that you tell candidates is that don't make no mistake, right? Avoid minefields. And I think him coming on here, it showed that, listen, he was willing to come and engage. Now, did I agree with everything that he said? No, I think he evaded a lot of some of the questions that were asked. But I also think that I thought he held his own. When you listen to the callers, a lot of the people were supporting him from the calls, and those were people who were calling from Nimba, because I heard a bunch of them saying that I'm speaking from Nimba. I will say this though, that you cannot discount him. This is a man that has gotten elected 3 times. People don't elect people 3 times if they don't like them. I'm sorry. That's just politics, election 101. I mean, Winfrey Russell is on the show. He knows he's running for public office, right? People don't elect you 2 times before I say 3 times if they don't like you. Like, there must be something about him. He must have his pause on something within that county. I don't know of a lot of the developments that he has done, but his district has re-elected him to a 3rd term. And he is one of the front runners to be the next senator of Nimba County. Listening to the calls tonight, I want to say, if his opposition don't put their act together, if they don't come up with a clear defense, again, I like to remind people I'm a voter in Nimba, with a clear definition, clear strategy, you never know what may happen. I think Kogar stands, especially when he have the House of Prince Johnson supporting him, because Prince Johnson's wife has endorsed him. So I want to say the House of Prince Johnson is supporting him. This is very powerful endorsement. But I think you gotta be fair. I think he held his own. He was I think Rabba was the only person who at one point tried to push him. I think the rest of the people jump, Koga jump over, then let the way he jump over, where he need people actually fight, Lofa at the me person I won't vote here today, because Lofa
I thought Lofa coming strong, but
we couldn't hear, first of all, I know he's supporting Madam Kehleboe Gongloe, but Lofa, when he get Kroger, the days when Lofa get ready to when he get ready to get on across Africa. Lofa will have a whole show on Koga on across Africa. You will have Koga standing in front of you, right here. You couldn't even, that's why I told him in the back, I said, I'm coming for you tonight. But I thought it was a fascinating show, Lofa. Yeah, it's why I said he will go across Africa tonight. After the show, they go call the man.
You see. So this is Ben's strategy, right? Ben wanted me to come out here and just literally just
trash the man.
I'm not going to do that.
No. I say him trash the man. I say ask him tough questions.
And Ben, at the end of the day, this conversation will be here in the back. Give me 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today, we'll have this conversation, and you would say, Lofa, I see where you're coming from. But here's the thing,
no
right?
problem. Oh, Eli, you're talking. What?
What I have learned, what I have learned, all right, just from the very short time being in Liberian politics, I have realized that two things that is killing the entire country and why we continue to go literally down the drain. It's because we continue to fall for this or either tribal politics or the politics of negativities, and we are not issue driven. So my point here tonight was not to engage Togar.
So they announced to the country publicly.
Thank you, Joma. Thank you, Joma.
Announce to the country publicly that you will never call him Crook Guy.
Well, that's his name, Togar. What's his name? Emmanuel Yato explained the name to me. He said, but Yato is from Grand Bassa County. He said Togar means crooked man. And I was going. Maybe actually ask him that question.
But you didn't address the man as Togar tonight. You did not address him as Togar. You said Togar, and that's Ben's point.
That's my point.
You get this all the BBC argument. All of a sudden you are here. The man is right before you. You're supporting it.
Here's the thing,
you're
right?
not even asking tough questions.
Did you read the label that was on his tag? It spelled it out. What was spelled, right? So what I'm telling you here is, Benjamin, we are professional people here. When he appears on this platform with that name, just like it said Ben Sanvee, like what's the name, Susan Wade on her tag, I can leave that on it. Now when I am in my zone and I'm discussing, I can be. Huh?
It's Bange.
Okay. Susan Bange. All right. So you see, mispronunciation.
Loma Siri gave you speaking there.
Exactly. That's it.
Lofa, Lofa, can I just come in? Yeah. Ben, can I just come in for a bit?
Go ahead.
Every time we come on here, Lofa, you keep bringing this whole tribal politics. Keep talking about tribal politics. That is something that the both of us, we're all against, but we cannot erase that. It's not just Liberia. This thing is everywhere in Africa. If you go in Ghana, the same thing is going on there in Nigeria. We talk about this all the time, but the fact here is that this is what it is. And I think
Susan,
I want Lofa.
Susan,
yes, because this is where you come here again from.
Susan, simply because it's in existence, don't make it right. Racism is in existence in the United States. That don't make it right.
Yeah, but can I say something, Lofa?
Okay, so we can actually act accordingly so that we can hopefully we are not saying we're trying to eradicate or tribal politics.
But at least minimize it. Minimize it.
Right, thank you. We must minimize. We must try to quarantine.
But Lofa, I must say though, is somebody who somebody who has worked in a few West African countries and visited a number of African countries.
Liberia,
yes, Liberia is but the least tribalistic country. I mean, it may not be saying much.
Yeah,
but let me tell you something. If it was in Nigeria,
or Ghana,
if it was in Nigeria, where Edwin Snow, there would be no way in hell.
When he will leave from one country, he going running in another country.
Yeah, and go run in bombing country. It would have never happened.
So I want to say this, and thank you for bringing that up, Winfrey. Like you read my mind. Regardless of the fact that we talk about all this thing, look, Liberia is we have probably the most liberal democracy in our region. With the fact that seditions, unity partisans, ANC, Liberty partisans, we all can sit down and have a conversation on a platform. You don't find this happening in other countries.
No.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, when you go to Sierra Leone, SLP or whatever they call it, and the other party, there's certain areas you can't even wear red. There's certain areas you can't wear green. You go to Nigeria, the same thing. You go to Ghana, it's the same thing. The NDC and the MPP, when the politics get heated up, we are the only country I know that don't get me wrong, it do get angsty. It gets, especially the last election, it got very, very, very personal, right? But you saw how fast we were able to snap out of it. Now, there's a danger to that because sometimes we tend to, we tend to downplay a lot of those things. But I can say this, that the issue of tribal politics in Liberia, as long as people are identified by their tribe, is going to be there. The notion about having a balance of, it's almost like the same thing they do in Nigeria, right? Or in Ghana, where the president, in some of these countries, the president got to be Muslim. The president Muslim.
In Nigeria, it's an unwritten.
Yeah, it's an unwritten. I think when Tinubu broke that recently.
Yeah,
picked a Muslim vice president, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying all of those things to say that I know sometimes it's easier for us to talk about it, but it's not going to go anywhere. I think people will cling onto, and it's now also becoming a pride thing. It's also a pride thing, right? Look at Nimba. Nimba calls herself the Republic of Nimba. Especially during the county meet, you see a sense of pride coming out with different counties. So I don't think we are in any major danger when it comes to tribalism in Liberia. I think we're just too small. But I agree with you guys on one point. We keep every time, people just need to
we need to just keep reminding
people. Keep reminding people that guess what? There is a potential here that this thing can get out of hand if we're not careful. But I think we're just too small.
I mean, because you saw. I mean, again. Not to belabor the point, but we saw during the last election. The unspoken. The unspoken rule out there, it seemed like, but that people were not saying it out loudly, but a lot of folks will say, "Oh, we want communities that that Congo man. We want that whole tribal thing." I mean, you saw Magdala Cooper talking about it. I mean, someone of her caliber, people were talking about it openly. They were talking about it. I mean, our friend, Henry Kim, later on, and talk about how Boyka was peddling in the sort of tribalistic type tendencies and things like that. So that that came out. But I agree with you, Ben, as well. It's not as pronounced as in other countries, other African countries.
And all we gotta do, like you said, and wait for Lofa. Well, I think one of the things what we need to really continue to focus on, and maybe you can agree with me on this, Susan Abu Olaya, we need to just focus on providing economic empowerment for our people. Liberians don't really care about all that thing. Most of the time when you hear these other people who that because of the issues having the country,
insecurity.
But if people are going to work, people are living their lives. Nobody will be worried about whether you crew, whether you crying, whether you Lofa. The Lofa man who can be talking about tribal politics, every need is Lofa Julius. Why in Liberia Julius?
No, but Lofa is not a tribe.
Thank you.
It's a county.
And the county Lofa comprises of several different tribes.
You see what we need?
Winfred. I know you won't have Lofa tonight. I know you won't have Lofa tonight, but it's okay. No problem.
No, but Ben, though, on the serious note,
being sessional.
If we are to look at our governing system, right? To be honest, if those whom we were electing were acting accordingly, I don't think we'll be having this conversation to the extent that we're having it. Because, like you said, economic empowerment. How do we get to that point? First of all, we must create the enabling environment, and this is not individual. Just our Lofa can't go to Liberia and do that. You bet you cannot do it individually or unilaterally. It must be from the government. The government must understand what the people need and how they can get it done. When you create that enabling environment,
the likes of Abu and other people will see no reason to pledge loyalty to
Stop
individuals.
calling my name. Discuss.
On the Imperial platform, and you're coming on the platform before the direct one and trying to prove loyalty. Because guess what?
Stop calling my name.
At the
Instead,
end of the
discuss.
day, this young man will seek his independence, and he will experience and understand that, look, regardless of my political affiliation, I am who I am. I will go to work and I will be who I am, and I can get what I want. Unfortunately, these are things that these politicians continue to keep away from these young people. And that's why the reason why.
Oh
yeah, you read it. Koga, not here. You calling him politician.
Koga gone.
Yeah, Koga gone. But you know, on a fair note, on a fair note, yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Woo, that Abu want to?
Yeah, Abu says something now. Go ahead.
Now leave it, chairman, man. Lofa Julius and I got it, man.
Oh, my man.
Oh, stop! I'm done.
Your man Koga had a good day today. Go ahead.
Go celebrate. Go celebrate, Abu.
I mean, you know, my thing with him, you know, Ben, I just
why you leave here? I thought you said you want to talk. No, let me say this before you leave. On a fair note, I think Koga was strong tonight. And what Ben said, the opposition, the ones that competing against him, which is Mana Edith and what's his name? Mark and Garrison, they really have to, and the rest, they really have to stand up strong. And like I said yesterday to you, Lofa, I don't know why we're wasting time, but I think it's about time we have Mana Edith up here to actually put her case forth to the Liberian people. Wait, let me finish talking. Wait, Lofa. You know, yes, let me finish talking. So, honestly, so after the interview tonight with Koga, I'm sitting here and thinking otherwise. I'm just being honest. So we have to have the rest of the candidates coming on here to actually put forth what they actually are going to offer the Nima people. This election is not going to be an easy one. Lofa, you like it or not, me, you will sit down here and say, oh, we don't want to support this person, or we do not like this person for whatever reason, which I stated clearly here today. But Koga has a chance, high chance too, with the support of the vice president, with the support of the late Senator Prince Johnson's wife. That's not something for us to sit around here and not having people coming and putting our case forth. So, like I said yesterday, we need Edith out here. Please hurry on and organize something, because we need to hear her side and what she wanting to offer the Nima people.
Go ahead, Abu.
Lofa elects, I think they are getting angry. And the reason why that is because, yeah, they are getting angry.
No, you're right. I am angry.
Yeah, and why are you
angry, Lofa?
Look at the current state of the nation. You know why I'm angry.
Lofa, you can't say that brain problem and put it on your heel.
That's deep.
Well, I mean, you asked me a question, I answered.
I know, right?
I say you are angry, and whatever necessitated your anger, I got less time to delve into that. Samuel Koga has won 3 successive elections. The only election he participated in, he did not win. It was against Yan Twan, and he accumulated the higher vote excluding Yan. And somebody comes on the show, but the level of Anthony, I don't believe it. People that left like grew up for more than 10 years and they want to come on the show and appear like you. They make you on the show, he said 25,000. He said 25,000 is allocated in the budget for one hospital in a state square. Forgetting to know that a state square is represented by a lawmaker. Why can't you question the leadership ability of a lawmaker, but instead he's transferring it with Samuel Koga? Now Samuel Koga should be making a case for your hospital in your district. So I know ANC folks, most of you guys will have a common ground. Actually, understanding the needs of our people. You don't sit here and worry.
Abu boy, son.
I better leave it. Have a say.
I will call you tomorrow so we can let you.
All right, T, I'll do so. Susan, see how Roso.
No, so yeah.
Bye.
Good night, Abu. No, I thought he was. I thought he was good, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to pass any sort of a judgment, or at least not of now. Or definitely, I'm not going to be singing from the rooftop yet until I hear the others. Mrs. Gongloe, Miss Gongloe is. I mean, she's pretty strong. She's been tested. She's very articulate on the issues. I mean, she knows the issues.
Oh no,
and so I mean, he was good, but I think he came across to me as being very overconfident. I mean, he was just like, like almost I have this stuff in the bag, I mean, and this is not, hey, I mean, Ben like to say, I'll use Ben's phrase, hey, news flash. This is not going to be, walk in the park. This is not a crowning, a crowning ceremony. This is going to be, as Susan said, this is going to be a real tough election. So if you're going to just rest on your laurels and think that, okay, because I have the house of Jeremiah Kuhn and I have all of these support, so I have it in the bag, I mean, he would be surprised. He would be surprised. So, I mean, granted, he did okay. He answered the questions and all of that today. But I think we should wait until the other candidates come and see what they, what they're working with and what they're bringing to the table too as well. I mean, we've heard a lot, from Miss Gongloe, and we'd like to see what she's coming up with now. The renewed and revised, Edith Gongloe, and he may be in a shock for his life. So, I think a lot of folks are banking on the fact that because he has, Jeremiah Kuhn's support and Prince Johnson, a wife's support and all of that. So, he has it in the bag.
But Winfrey, here's my thing though. What I would say to everybody here tonight, including Susan, right? Madame Gongloe is a leader. She don't follow people based on these kind of just push. Oh, you gotta come. No, leaders make decisions that they will stand and defend. That's what they do. You don't follow the public pressure and then you make the decision, you regret it. And that is the reason why she think it through and then act upon it. I listened to Togar today. I would tell you honestly, yes. If Madame Gongloe come out here and try to act like she's at the top of it, I would be the first person to say, you are the underdog. Let's accept that spot. We will gladly accept the underdog position, and then we will work our way to the top. We will under promise and over deliver. That's how I perceive it.
How you have to do. So let me ask Ben and Tomalin, is it possible maybe you two Lofa is one of the folks who set all these things up. Is it possible to have a candidate debate?
Yeah,
we can look into that. We can. I mean, we just need all of them to agree.
I think I like that idea though.
We maybe Mark, Garrison, Edith, and Togar.
Yeah, I mean, how open you think Togar will be open to that?
I don't think they will be open enough for that.
If he is as confident as he sounds, he shouldn't have a problem.
Yeah, he's open to it, right?
He shouldn't have a problem. He shouldn't have a problem. So, but I agree with you, Winfrey. I agree with you, Winfrey. I think, and Lofa, I agree with both of you. Edith is very articulate. Edith knows how to get her. I mean, trust me, if you listen to Edith speak, if we were electing senators in Nimba based on policies, eloquence and knowing what to say, and Edith would have been senator a long time ago, right? So I know she can hold her own. That I know. She will come here. She will answer. She's a very smart, very, very, very sharp.
Very articulate. Yeah,
I know her very well. I've worked with her when she was in the Liberty Party. So this is not somebody who I don't know. Again, like I said, but look, great advice from Lofa. I think she is the underdog. She should relish that title. There's something powerful about an underdog story, especially with the fact that she's a woman, right? And she's trying to make history. I don't think there's ever been a female senator from Nimba, so she is trying to make history. She
and it'll be great. It'll be great for the Senate. It'll be great for the country.
there's not a lot of stuff to do. But then there's also the you also have Musa Party lurking. I know they're going to have a candidate. I'm hearing that is either going to be one of the candidates from the opposition realm, and there are discussions ongoing right now among some of the opposition parties for endorsement.
So we started with Ms. Gongloe where run under.
I think she's running as an independent.
She's running as
an independent.
Okay. I thought she's not part of ANC or the Liberty Party.
No, her last party was the Liberty Party. I don't know what her status is with the. I don't know if it's.
I think her last party was the Liberty Party, but then she endorsed CDC in the just ended.
She's running as an independent and getting support from CDC.
Well,
no, CDC hasn't made that determination.
They have not made that decision yet. They just
because CDC is going to have a candidate.
Yes, as Susan, you said you're not even sure what you want to do.
Yeah, but let me say this. Let me say I can speak from a very empirical.
Lofa, stop being
okay
like that here. She is going to get some type of support from CDC. I know what I'm speaking about because I've spoken to
CDC
people
and ANC though potentially.
And ANC. She's already getting support from ANC as well.
Okay.
Where is Ben?
So we're gonna wait and see what happens because there's a tricky thing going on here. Garrison Yelu also supported the CDC in 2023.
Thank you.
Garrison, in fact, supported CDC before Edith came and supported CDC. Mark Bliwon was one of the CDC's campaign managers in Nimba County. All of these candidates are running in the race. So my thing is, I'm waiting to see if the CDC will come out to publicly endorse any one of them because CDC is in a tough spot. You know, if Edith was the only person who has supported CDC in 2023, she can claim that, right? She can say, listen, I was there for y'all, but so does Garrison can make a strong case. Mark can make a strong case. Now, CDC as an institution, I think I agree with what Susan is saying. I think there's going to be elements within the CDC that you will see.
I mean, naturally.
Yeah.
But these guys, I mean, which party are they running under?
Yeah, so right now, all of them are
independent.
Right now, all of them are independent. My guess is that one of them will lay on Musa Party's ticket. I can tell you that.
Who do you think that would be, Mark?
It could either be Mark or it could be Garrison. One of them will end up being on Musa Party's ticket. And that is where the tricky thing will come. Because if Musa is able to get any one of those guys, it will force the CDC hand. It will force
of course.
Let me tell you why it will force the CDC hand, because this is not only an election for today. This is not an election for 2025 or 2024, right? It's an election
for 2029. Yeah.
What happens so there's several calculations. One of the threats that Edith poses, right? One of the threats that she's posed, that people may be, and this is where pure politics comes in now, right? This is not about who competent to be senator, who incompetent to be senator, right? One of the threats that Edith Gongloe will pose is that if she wins this seat, she is potentially a vice presidential.
A vice president, yeah.
Or she may even decide she won't run for president. You got to listen. When you senator from Nimba,
you have that power.
Ben, let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
Before you ask your question, Lofa, you just coming in. Let me just say something, please. Because Lofa, in my business, business, I like how supportive you are, Lofa. You did the same thing for DeLong. I mean, we need people like Lofa. Let's give Lofa that credit. He said because of bad dream, not because of bad dream, he will not sleep. And I see how much effort he's putting in and wanting to see Edith win. I love that about you, Lofa. Continue, okay? But here's the thing that Ben just said that, that just drew my attention to the whole election. For me, what I am hearing behind closed door here is that the CDC might not endorse anybody, but they will be able to actually give some type of support to every one of them. And I think if that is the idea, I think that's a great idea, because like you said, this is not about now. This is about 2029. And this is the reason why the Koga man and Kun, they're both very desperate for Koga to win this election. So whatever decision our CDC is going to make right now is also going to give them the win to make it to get votes in Nima, or mess them up again. But I believe from what I am hearing, yes, maybe it's Mark. I heard Mark will probably get endorsed by Musa, but somehow he's going to get some type of support from CDC as well.
You see, so Susan, this is why
and Edith as well.
So this is why I admire discussing Madame Gongloe in that of other contestant, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you speak to this woman, she's not looking at 2029. She's looking at the current condition of the people in Nimba County.
Yeah,
But she's
Lofa, will she tell you that? Please, Ben Lofa, don't come here.
Susan, what this woman is focused, I was opportune to talk to her. And
let me give you an example, Lofa.
Lofa, if you say that, then I will have.
Lofa, I got a call just now from somebody who told me to not talk plenty. So I'm not going to talk plenty, okay? Because they say, Ben, when you speak, you got access to a lot of people, so you're speaking from a position of strength. So I'm going to watch what I say. But let me tell you something to you. If anybody believes that Edith is not thinking, but anyway, Lofa, I want to say because he ear cap. The only thing I would say, I'll give you an example with you.
If you want
was that message?
You're not.
I hope Nana Lofa not message you with Ben.
No, Nana Lofa. Somebody
let me lay on this note, right? So here's what Madame Gongloe is doing. She looked at the current state of the nation and considering Nima County, the people of Nima County. Look at the current healthcare situation, the road condition, schools. Madame Gongloe being a mother and knowing how it feels like to be left alone, to deal with all of these things, she's not looking at 2029. Why? It is true that she will appreciate to have grown kids who would take care of her tomorrow. That means future. She's thinking she could think about the future, but she's investing in the kids for today and tomorrow. The future would pay out. So what we need to focus on is not whether she wants to come in and participate in 2029 race. No, our focus should be on how can Madam Edith Gongloe come in and adequately represents the people of Nimba County and be competent at it and not be as corrupt as others who have served previously. And these are the things I think we should focus on instead of looking at, 2029, because I think we will be taken away from the people of Nimba County and Liberia at large. We will literally be wiping out what we deserve as a nation. Look at what's happening in the country, Suzanne. Look at the issue of death. Look at the issue, domestic violence in the country. Madam Edith Gongloe is saying women need to be highly represented. The people of Nimba County should be at the table making decisions so that all of us Liberians can benefit. So let us not move this thing towards 2029 right now. Let's look at who she's facing. She's facing a Togar who is telling you he been there for so many years but have nothing to show for his existence. Okay, at the election. So let's look at it for that point at this moment. And then after the elections, then we can start thinking about, okay, well, she's here now based on her performance. I remember, and I'll close on this note. I remember when Darius DeLon was elected, folks started to talk about Darius DeLon, the possibility of Darius DeLon having to run for the presidency. I was one of those people who came up. It didn't even take me 2 seconds. I ran right up on my platform and I said, that nonsense y'all starting to do. If y'all continue that thing, and everybody knew my reaction about that. So I personally, I don't think we should really dive into Madam Gongloe in the 2029 story. Let's focus on today. After the elections, after she won the election, then all of you guys, the Ben Sanvee, the political scientists, you got Ben is very smart with in being part of Liberian politics. So he Ben people try to strategize how to move Liberia forward. But until then, let us give like Nima kind of true representation now.
No, listen. I think it's going to be interesting. Whether we like it or not, Nimba is a huge stakeholder in the national conversation. The last senator of Nimba, the current vice president of Liberia was Senator Nimba just a few months ago, right? So it tells you the importance of Nimba in our politics. And like I say, whether you like it or not, Kehleboe Gongloe is not a. She's not a small player.
Potato.
She's been in the conversations before. Listen, I know Charles Brumskin had Kehleboe Gongloe on his short list to be vice president. I know that. And take it from me, I'm speaking, he's dead and gone. But I was national chairman of Liberty Party. I know that she was on his short list. So she has always been on everybody's short list for based on how she's performed. Because even though she had not won, right? So you can't throw that out the window. But I do agree with the fact that I think her strategy should be about winning. Her strategy should be about getting the seat, and whatever happens. You know, she's almost gonna fall in the same scenario of what Guar or where Senator Taylor, former Vice President Taylor was, right? That was kind of like the same conversation that factor around, and where did Guar Taylor end up? She ended up becoming Vice President, right? So I say that to say that it is interesting, but they got their work cut out for them, because the opposition, the folks that are piling in, that are going to start looking in the opposition pile, they have their work cut out for them, because Togar are going to put up a fight. You hear it. I think everybody saw it here tonight. The confidence, the fact that he believes that, listen, you know, he believes this is his time, this is his moment. He believes the last election,
it's just on the phone.
You gotta mute yourself, my man. Yeah. So he believes that the last time he was denied, because he has just said it, he was denied because people said he was from the house of PYJ. And so he and PYJ cannot be senator together. Now PYJ is not here. He believes that this is his moment. And it's a strong argument to the people, right? To the people, because at the end of the day, all politics is local. We can do all the talking we want to do on these shows, but in the end is what happens in those villages, on that ground, in those districts. And this is not a district election, it's a county election. This election is comparable to a national election. That's how big and important and diverse Nimba is. So that's why I say we're going to watch and see what the next couple of days, because I think the election is what, April? So we don't have a lot of time. We don't have a lot of time. The next couple of days are going to be very, very contentious. Let's wait to see what Musa Bealded Party will do. Let's wait to see Madam Gongloe's way roll out, right? How she comes out. You know, certain things, her policy, the things that she's going to start talking about, and we see how they're going to take it here. I pray that there is a debate, even if it's not a closing argument, because I know normally the things that they can do is that they have these debates sponsored by John Colley, where they can go in the county at those city halls and those town halls. I pray that there's a debate. Nimba is an enlightened county. It's an enlightened county. Nimba is not one of those counties that
one of the most progressive.
Yeah,
so that's not necessarily true, Ben.
Which one?
That debate decides anything in Nimba. It's not true.
Oh no, but I don't.
No, he didn't say that.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Because for the record, Madam White has participated in all of the debates. In fact, in every debate he appeared, the public perception survey showed that she won. In 2020, when she and the current vice president contested, the vice president did not take part in the 3 debates. She did all 3. He ended up winning. In Liberia is not even a country that goes by debate. There were presidential debates. Alexander Cummings took part in all, Obaga took part in 0, and he won. So
Kehleboe, I mean, what is it? Are you countering Ben's point, or are you trying to?
No, I'm defending the point that debate is totally useless. If I'm the candidate in this election, I will not debate.
I don't think debate is totally useless.
I'll just go to the villages.
I mean, it's not useless, but in the
it's not useless.
Give their points as to what they're putting forth. I think
we all come from different professional background. I'm a statistician by profession. I'm looking at the data points. Someone has won debate 3 times, they now win 3 times. Someone top in debate 0 times, won all of the time.
So can I counter that? Can I counter that, Kehleboe?
Yes.
Can I counter that? Let me say this. I don't believe debate will determine the outcome of this election. But I also believe, let me state though, for the record, let me go on the record. Let me state for the record. I do believe that debate will play a role.
Debate can actually present the most competent.
Let me tell you why I feel so. All of the elections that you talked about, totally different elections. Totally different elections.
Wow. I know every election is different.
Every election is different. The 2 of the last election that Kehleboe Gongloe took part in, she had Prince Johnson as a competitor. The last one she took part in, she had Jeremiah Coon, who was strongly supported by Prince Johnson. So Prince Johnson was always his shadow and supported by George Weah. Exactly. So you got to understand the current reality of what we are dealing with. We are dealing now with an election. This election is comparable to the election that brought Dillon to power in Monserrato 1 year after CDC won the election.
I don't think the opposition has seen it that way.
So, but let me say something. And you can't say that because let's look at it this way. These elections could also become a referendum on the ruling establishment.
It will definitely.
The opposition does not see it that way.
Well,
but Kehleboe, let a man land. Let a man land on his point, though.
They made it, and I think I understand why he's saying that because they have not coalesced around one candidate. But you also have to understand the Monserrato situation. You had the CPP. You had all of those things in play, right? But I still believe one of these opposition candidates can run away with the opposition change mantra. And you know where they could run away with it? Through a possible debate. Through a possible debate where you can come and you can make your case that guess what? Someone like Edith, right? Someone like Edith could come and make the case that I am the original standard bearer of the opposition. She can come and make that case. And she can do that in a debate. She can do that in a debate in Ganta. She can do that in a debate in Sanikwele. She can let the young people of Nimba know, especially this election where you have multiple candidates. It's a by-election, so you're not going to have presidential turnout. You will have, it will be a smaller turnout, and so the margin may not even be wide. The margin may not even be wide. This election,
it's going to be a turnout. Whoever
it may be a turnout. It may be a turnout game, and whoever is able to inspire the young progressive leaders in Nimba could run away with this. They could run away with this. So I would not say debate is useless in this case, but let's watch and see what happens.
Primarily, I came on. I was watching you guys to just make a few points. Well, I came on because of the analysis Ben was making, particularly regarding Madam Way. But a few weeks ago, we were on the show, and Loscar made similar analysis that many politicians are skeptical of Madam Way because they think, one, she could be a potential presidential candidate, so why would they support her? It's exactly, I think, the wrong mindset. And I made a point, and I want to make the point tonight. And I know who are, I know some of the people that Ben speak to. When you were on the show, I was talking to honorability. That's a gone conclusion. He's going to support Mike Leon. Mike Leon is going to be on it.
Mike. Oh, okay.
But then the story I'm not going to say it's a wrong deal that he's going to be on his party ticket. Okay? But is a cash thing here. And the opposition should be careful. Every time you look at Madam Way, in this election, it's going to be something to watch out. Do not wait. In 2017, Joe Baga called her when Prince Johnson went to Weah and said, come and be my big gun in Nima to turn out the vote for me. She came to Nima in 2017 to campaign for Joe Barker. In 2023, George, you have said, oh, the other guys have left me. You'll be my big gun. Can't join my team in Nima to campaign. If it is time for them to also do the same for her, and they're now beginning to make all these analysis. Oh, if she win, she could be a potential vice presidential candidate, or she could be a potential presidential candidate. She will give her support. Great. Guess what? If you turn your back, she could also fall in Jeremiah Cohen in 2029, and Nima will be locked up. I can tell you.
Yeah, but you're making it sound like to say. First of all, I disagree with that analysis because nobody. First of all, nobody owes Edith a favor.
Right.
I think if she wants the support, she should be able to go and lobby for that support.
Oh, so you are suggesting she has not done that?
No,
at
disagree with that statement, Ben.
Susan, hold on one second. Let Ben land. Susan, hold on one second.
You have been talking. I've been quiet 2 hours.
Let Ben land, and you will come in after Ben. Just hold on. Go ahead, Ben.
You want me to let my thought?
Yeah.
I'm not saying she hasn't. I'm only responding to what you said. I'm responding to what you said when you said that a lot of the people are making excuses, right? A lot of the people are making excuses to not support her, right? That's what you said. My point to you was, my point to you is, I don't think they're making excuses. I think they're playing politics, which is interest. When people play politics, and we should not sit and act like Edith Gongloe herself is not a politician. There's a reason why Edith Gongloe is running in this election. She wants to be senator. She wants to be a major stakeholder in the national politics of the country. So my point to you, Kehleboe, is I think if she should get the united opposition support, she should go and get it. She should go and canvass for it. She should go and try to convince them and make the case to them that regardless of what you're thinking about me, I can't control your thoughts, right? But this is what I am saying to you. You either take it and we go and we try to win this thing, or we can all go and in the end. So, and this is not me also saying that she hasn't done that. I'm only trying to say that I don't think it should have been expected. Like, your statement came across like she was.
Kehleboe, you will respond. Let Susan come through. Kehleboe, hold on one second. Let Susan come through.
Just hang on there. I understand where Kehleboe is coming from, Ben, and I disagree with you on this one. Because one thing, and I will say it clearly tonight on this platform, one thing I admire about the ruling government, UPist, they're so together. They know how to work together. I don't think at this stage, with what we went through in the past election, it is supposed to be going out there making case when the oppositions are not coming together. Because I understand where he's coming from. Even though she has to make even though she has to make her own case, our people have to see what she has, the potential that she has, and what she's bringing forth to them. Like you clearly said, that this election is not just right now. This is not about now. This is about 2029. And I believe, yes, I don't think Mana Edith is sitting down and not making case for herself. She's behind closed door and making contacts. She's currently in Nima and she's making cases. She's meeting our zones and stuff like that. That's part of everything that she's supposed to do. But the opposition leaders are not really showing any type of aggressiveness as to, okay, we're doing this. This is actually leading on 2029. We saw Kogar tonight, and we saw how confident Kogar was. And Kogar has already been endorsed by who? Jeremiah Kuhn. He has been endorsed by the late Senator Prince Johnson's wife. So this is not just Edith sitting down, just to go and make her case. It is just not Edith, it's Garrison and the rest as well. So this is what I want to say here. And I get where he's coming from. I'm not going to come here and say, okay, I want to do something and I'm not getting full support. These things frustrate people. So if the oppositions want to help Edith right now, it's about time they start make Edith in the rest. Let's not just make this as Edith in the rest, that in the race, they're supposed to come out right now and do the needful things. It shouldn't just be them, because these guys are already putting in work. They're already putting in the work, because at the end of the day, they are going to offer something to them. It's not about them. This politician will come later on in 2029 to say, you know what, I want you to do this for me. I want you to be in my I want you to give me your support. So if you are going to run to somebody to ask for their support in 2029, what are you waiting for right now?
So Susan, okay, and Russell, I want you to come in on this, but here's my take from what I'm hearing from
Lofa, don't make this thing look like she's so independent and she can do it on her own. Nobody can do anything on their own.
Susan, hold on 1 second. Though. What I'm hearing, and from Susan and Kehleboe, let me just say this, right? What I'm sensing.
Kehleboe, is that to call you after the show?
Yeah, we'll talk.
What I'm sensing here is this entitlement syndrome, and that is something that I totally disagree with. I'm sensing that entitlement that, okay, because I did this for you yesterday, so it is upon you to do it for me in return.
That's politics, though. That's how politics.
So this is what I'm sensing. Could I be right, Russell? Come in. I mean, am I right in what I'm sensing, or I'm just overthinking things? Go ahead, Russell.
Well, I think that there is an element of that entitlement syndrome that may be playing out, and if she's not, careful, that it will potentially derail her candidacy. But so that's why I said earlier it would be a good thing to hear Miss Ware. She comes on, and I mean, we've heard her before, we've seen her her performance before. I mean, she's very strong on the issues. She's very articulate on the issues. By the same token, I will suggest to Representative Togar that he shouldn't rest on his laurels either. As Ben said, this is going to be a tough, election that is going to mirror what happened in Montserrat County, or is going to mirror or look like a national election, because there are a lot of things at stake. It is not about the here and now. It's about the future. It's about 2029. It's about it's about looking ahead. So there are a lot of things playing out. But I also agree too that that's where the debate will move the needle a little bit. Not a lot. It's not going to be all and end all as far as this election is concerned, but because it's going to be taking place in Nimba, and Nimba outside, and now I don't know the numbers. Maybe Kehleboe can tell her what the numbers are. But outside of Montserrat, I think Nimba is the most literate county. And clearly the most progressive county. But you will find, and it's very engaging, both in the diaspora and at home. So that's where the debate will move the needle a little bit, not a lot. It's not all to say we're going to put all our eggs in the basket as far as that's concerned, but it's going to make a difference, and this is where Miss Ware is going to be strong. This is where she's going to stand be strong. But we also have to be careful, or she has to be careful. I think, as Lofa said, I will agree with him a little bit, that she doesn't come across, I'm the only woman in the race, or I have done this before, or I have this, or I have that. That's sort of, we should not allow that entitlement creep to come in, and I think that if she allowed that or would to succumb to that, that would definitely destroy her. But I mean, clearly on the issues, and understanding the issues, articulating the issues. I mean, she's top notch. I mean, there's no question about it, and that's why I think that she will play. She you know, if we have a debate, if we have a debate here on the closing argument, or if we have a debate, all these different micro debates all over the place, I mean, she will do well.
Thank you. So
Can
let's bring Robert in.
Oh, Robert hasn't said something. Anything? Sorry.
Let's bring Robert. Robert, let's hear from you.
Yeah, so I mean, great conversation. I just want to pick it back a little bit to the what's his name, Togar, and I want to give him credit for coming on, but I also want to say that you know, I think Togar did what he was supposed to do today, and for those who don't think that debate matter. It may not matter in the context of Liberian politics, but we're things have changed significantly. George Weah got spanked, and the internet played an instrumental role in his defeat, because we all agree that a bunch of lies and misinformation played a part in the election of Unity Party, and the failure of CDC communication machinery to respond to some of these lies that were told kind of cost them a little bit. So in as much as we have not gotten to the point where debates have played an integral role on the election of our leaders, does not mean that it's not important. I think it's important for us to know what the plans of our leaders, or those who wishes to be leaders in our country. I think it's important for them to talk to the Liberian people, just as much as it's important for them to talk to the chiefs and the Zols and all of the different traditional aspect of norms. But I will reiterate what I said yesterday, which is if Miss Gongloe think that she's going to win this election on a silver platter based on gender, then she's already lost. If the strategy is, well, I'm going to put more effort in spending more time behind closed doors and talking to the chiefs and all of that stuff, and then after I've done that, I'm going to come public, guess what? Our competitors are also talking to the chiefs and trying to get endorsements, but they're also talking to the media. They are also appearing on platforms to talk about what it is that they want to do for Nima. Why is it important for them to be the next senator? The idea that you can't chew gum and walk at the same time is one that baffles me, because Edith have shown up on platform, and this is a woman who can articulate herself. She's not doing this by herself. What will happen? What rule or what traditional practices will she be breaching if she shows up to start to talk about her desire to be the next senator of Nima County? At the end of the day, she's been at a disadvantage. People, Samuel Kogar has the support of the ruling establishment. Of course, they have some sort of influence. Of course, they have money. No one will care what the money came from. We saw what happened. The executive branch of government, and I will say this with no fear, will do everything, even if it means unconstitutional or illegal. They will do everything to get their way. We saw what they've done to Kofanati Kofa. They will do anything possible to get their guy elected. And so if he has the support of these guys, and there's already this advantage, but he's still showing up to talk, he's still showing up to answer questions, when will she show up to talk? When? And so, Kehleboe, let me learn. Kehleboe, let me learn. So I was going to say, those who have access to her, I think are doing her, they're not doing her right by keeping her away from the media. By now, there should be multiple appearances on multiple shows, expressing her desire. And basically, why is it that that she wants to be the next senator? And I see Lofa shaking his head. I know Lofa is playing an integral role in Edith campaign. But let me tell Edith, if you continue to listen to Lofa Julius and others who are telling you behind closed doors that you still have time, even though this is a special election, even though you have the country by way of the executive is literally against you, that's a huge machine. Okay? They will do anything possible to influence this election. I'm not going to say they will cheat, but they already got money over you. You need to start consolidating your base. You need to start coming out and talking, and you need to start telling like the Liberian people why you deserve to be the next senator of Nima of that district in Nima County. Anything other than that, I think it's a disadvantage.
So, Robert, great point. But I think basically, Kehleboe, I'll bring you in shortly. But let me just make this clear that Madame Gongloe is not walking away from the microphone because she had made herself available on several local radio stations in Neba County. This woman held several interviews and conferences. I mean, the audios are out there. Now, are we talking about her appearance on the closing argument or another social media platform? I will agree with you if you said she should come here indefinitely. But this is where we make that determination as to who and what a leader appears to be. You don't allow the public pressure to dictate your action.
Guys, can we get to the substance of the politics?
Let's Kehleboe, go ahead.
Yeah. So look, Lofa, I think you touched your point, very broadly. I think there's this imperialistic mindset by those of us who live in Western country. Most of the time, unfortunately, that those who live back there don't know better. Nimba has more than 50 local radio stations. This lady is a journalist by training. She was a newscaster for the famous Star radio station. Even in Philadelphia, she worked for an African American radio station here, WHAY. Okay, she was holding the Worldview program. She's a journalist by profession. That's what she studied. Okay, so she's now running away from the media because she's not seen on a particular platform. It doesn't mean she's working and not chewing. She's working and chewing all the radio stations in Nimba. In fact, yesterday in Ganta, the largest public high school, Jada Pearson High School in Ganta, invited her to be the guest speaker and instructing officer of the Student Council government. And she was there speaking. She had a lot of media coverage. She took with her the press. I mean, there were 5 different local radio stations that had a simulcast of her speech. So she's engaged in the media. She's talking. It's just that the media she's talking to is the local media, not closing argument yet. And she has no phobia about appearing on any station or any radio station, But I also wanted to make this point, like the question Lofa raised, Madam Wayne. In fact, most men fear her in politics that she's a man, politician. She's not a female politician because she's very strong. She goes, neck to neck with men in politics, in argument, in many things. Okay, so she doesn't take herself. She doesn't come to any race to say, "I'm coming as a woman." No, she doesn't come there playing gender card. No, and we're not going to try to re-litigate past, circumstances of past election. Ben of her son, he was chairman of the Liberty Party. He touched some of the issues. He's aware of what happened in 2020. Tomalin George is right here. He can tell you, if he lies, for the public record, what top-notch officials in CDC told him in 2023 about what they did in 2020 elections in Nimba. Tomalin George, I don't expect him to say publicly, but Ben may be aware of that. So we're not going to debate this, but she doesn't come to the race playing gender card. She doesn't feel that any politician is entitled to help her. She did that, whatever help she did for any politician, it was not, she doesn't consider her help. She considers it a duty based on conviction. And I'll end on this. In 1997, I was a group that petitioned LM, I was the chair of the group that petitioned LM Johnson said he to contest. After that election, when she came second to Charles Taylor, in 1998, they charged her for treason. She was walking on Broad Street to go to DC 101 on McDonald Street, or I think it's Buchanan Street or McDonald Street, where AG and DC 101 were right there. And she saw me on the other side of the road. She was walking with Jeremiah Heenan, the former AD-CAN to her. And she saw me and said, "Hey, Gongloe, come here." And I walked over to her. She said, "I'd like to see you on Saturday at 3 p.m. at Meswagon office." I said, "Okay, madam, I will come." So in 1997, I walked there on that Saturday and I met her. And she said, "You work hard for me. Others, I come here for help, but I'm not saying you come. What can I do for you?" And I said to her, "Madam, whatever I did to run campaign for you against Charles Taylor, I did it based on conviction for the good of the nation. I didn't do it because I wanted a reward. What Madam White did for any other politician, she did it for the good of the nation. She didn't do it for reward. So she doesn't expect any politician to feel entitled. Let's be clear on that." So the question that, is she feeling like, no? And I think this is a culture within the Gongloe family. We have strong conviction when we take action is based on conviction. It's not based on expectation of any reward. I want to be clear on that. Madam White is in this election to win, and she will win, with or without the support of the Wubik. She will win.
Okay, can I come in?
Guys, well,
I don't want a mortgage in the U.S. again. If I'm going to take my house, put on mortgage for $60,000, refinance and give it to my sister to run, I will do it. She will run.
Quickly, this is the news that I want. I just want to divert a little bit, but one of the former deputies at LGA was involved in a stabbing incident with an AFL soldier. They are currently at a police station this evening. I did the Fadiga brother. So we're trying to follow that story. Don't want to let you guys know what's happening. Go ahead.
We wish him well.
Yeah.
Let me say this.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'll have to go. Then I will let you guys continue the conversation.
I can't show you going, Susan. That's good.
But I
got
I want to say this though. One of the things, and I'm glad what Kehleboe just said, because that's the mindset that I was talking about. That's what I wanted to hear from him, because what I was hearing from Susan and from other people, and even when he talked about the fact that she's reaching out to people, my thing is the opposition is not one political party. The opposition is not one. That's the other thing. I know Susan said one of the things she admires about the Unity Party is that they stick together. What did the Unity Party? They one party, right? The opposition is not one political party. It's a combination. It's a village of political institutions, and there are other people who have interests. The second thing, though, is that, again, like I said, I do believe it is incumbent upon Madam Edith Gongloe Ware to make the case to these political leaders, to these political parties that she wants their support, to make the case to them why she, look, not only the best, not why she can be not only why she can be the best senator for Nimba, but she also has to recognize the fact that these political institutions have interests. It's about politics at the end of the day. Nimba, if this discussion was about a by-election in Sino, we would not be talking about it. If this election was about a by-election in Bomi or one of these small counties, nobody would be talking about it. Be like, oh, well, that man go get elected with you in 2029. This is Nimba we're talking about. That's why I said this is reminiscent of what happened even with Joel Taylor. This is exactly what happened with Joel Taylor. When Joel Taylor was one of two senators that got re-elected in 2011. right? I mean, what was it, 2011 or 2014? 2014, not 2011, 2014. Immediately when Joy Taylor won that seat, when she won her re-election, it was only she and Prince Johnson that got re-elected that year. Immediately, her name got into the conversation about potential president or vice president. In 2017, she became vice president. So what anybody wants to say, oh, well, you know, no. Listen, and let me give a free advice to Madam Ware. If I was Edith Gongloe, I would probably be even using this as an opportunity to bargain with most of these political leaders. Because guess what? Some of them won't be president. And they will be potentially looking for potential VPs. So I don't understand what this notion that all people, she doesn't have to be shy about it. She's a politician. This notion that, Edith J won't be senator because she won't help the women in Nimba. That's not true. Newsflash. That's not true. Nobody runs for senator 3 times. If there is not something she's thinking about bigger, and guess what? It is her right. The people who have been vice president, the people who have been president of Liberia, they're more qualified than Edith. They're not. So I'm just trying to say, I want us to bring it in context. Edith should be trying to convince Mark Bleo not to run. Edith should be trying to convince Garrison Yellow. She should be trying to shrink the opposition. If she cannot do that, then guess what? You go and you run. And you put your best foot forward. And if you win, guess what? You are in a position of strength now. So say, well, I told you that we're going to win. But there's notion, and this is where I agree with Lofa, and I'm glad that he said that. Because I know how passionate and strong he is about Edith Gongloe. This notion that, she's just supposed to sit like Edith, what her name Susan was saying, that, she's now no, Edith is not the heir apparent. She's not. She's not the opposition heir apparent in this race. Because like I said, the support that Edith gave to CDC, which is the biggest opposition party, right? She alone cannot claim that badge of honor. She's not the only candidate that will be running in this race that can say, I supported CDC, so they need to support me. No. I think it will take a lot of negotiation. And again, like I said, what she would need to do is to agree with the issue. And the issue about the radio thing, I'm not overly hype about it because I know from what I have been told, she has been a lot on the radio, on the ground. So I'm not really overly hype about it. The fact that she can on a Facebook platform, yeah, it would be nice. I'm sure she's going to make one of those rounds. I'm not worried about that. My concern has to do with the fact that if she's trying to be the standard bearer of the opposition, the candidate that bears the change standard, she has to be able to communicate with these other parties. And you cannot discount the Musa Ability Party, the CMC, the name is out there now, right? The proposed CMC. Mm-hmm. If Musa put out a candidate, if the CM, which I know more than which is going to happen, if the CMC puts up a candidate, it is more work for Edith Gongloe because they normally are going to be digging in the same basket.
Yeah. So let me ask you a quick question, right? Can we then say in this light that if that is done, if Musa and his political party put up a candidate against Edith, he's digging his own grave because Musa is not doing it for the seat today. He's looking at 2029. Now, if Edith doesn't get that spot, does he expect Edith to come back and support his candidacy? Because again, there's news out there that Musa wants to run as a vice president. So he put himself in a position where he can actually serve as a vice president. Is he actually literally stabbing himself in the back somewhere or the other?
But how is that? How is he stabbing himself in the back?
Because
let's just take at face value by what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
If Musa wants to be vice president, Musa doesn't need Edith to be vice president. I say he wants to run on Edith ticket. I say Edith says she's running for president, then she said, Musa, Edith, I need you to put me on my ticket. Let me tell you why I'm saying.
What I'm saying is, if he's looking to be a vice president,
he was looking to be vice president. But you remember last election? I mean, he said it. I mean, Cummings had promised him. You know, and
thank you.
Yeah, but
so here's my thing, Ben. My point here is this simple. If that is all his plan, that he wants to run to become a vice president, so he will undermine the potential growth and success of the county that he represents. My question here, though, is this is a person who then will have to still remain in the tunnel, because she is still referred to as that person who often come in the race number 2. Regardless of all the 3 races she participated in, she have always been number 2. So she still maintained that vote. The population is still on her side. So if Musa actually go against her and she remains in the race to possibly become a vice presidential candidate, that means he's shortchanging himself to some extent, because it will be based on that comparison. Okay, would you want to go with an Kehleboe Gongloe as a vice presidential candidate, or you want to go with a Musa Bealded? I'm just saying, even though we said this time with that this is not what she's thinking about, but I'm based on.
Listen, I can say something on this before Ben comes in. Let me tell you, I'm going to leave the platform tonight. The reason I'm going to leave is, I'm not a politician. I'm a technical person. So those of us who do technical work, sometimes we will go for facts, and we don't like to go like bro said, beat around the bush. I talked to Honorability, like I said tonight, I was on the line with him. In fact, just a few moments ago, I said something probably I shouldn't have said, because he hasn't made an announcement. But it was based on.
So Musa Bealded, chairman or campaign leader, asked Sekou Kane asked vice president to who?
But who? But Sekou that Musa campaign leader? What do you mean by that?
Listen. So let me say this quickly. When Ben comes here, I know I don't want to go back to rehash all history. When Ben comes here and start making those analysis about Madam Way, I get it, and I get the history and the context of some of the analysis he's making. But what I will say, I talked to Honorability. I know Honorability's strategy for Nimba is very broad. When I talked to him, I know what he said about trying to work around the opposition to have, not to bury the eggs in one basket, but to spread that an opposition candidate will win. I know some of the things he said. So when Ben is making this,
you struggle this much just to get the camera on.
When Ben is saying some of these things, I'm almost tempted to say that's not what even Honorability is thinking about. This is what Honorability wants to do, and this is his approach. Okay, he may know other things. I also know other things. So I was just leave it like that.
But Kehleboe, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I still don't get what you're saying.
Why you going with all of that?
You listen to yourself. In fact, all of your analysis you've been making have been so downward and negative towards Madam Way. Like,
really?
Yeah.
No. Kehleboe, I disagree with you. Kehleboe, I disagree with you.
I actually think I've been more. I think I've been more nice.
I think Ben has been much more,
because you talked about the time.
Right, I think Ben has been much more supportive of Madam Gongloe than even being as what you're describing. I disagree with you.
People pick what they want from every speech, and everybody can hear the same thing.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
But Kehleboe, so let me stay for the record.
For example, I'm looking at it because I know other things. Then when I hear you say something, I say, "Oh." Okay.
But say what you know. Say what you know.
I can't say.
So Kehleboe,
say what you know. Because let me say this.
It will be unfair to Honorability if I talk to him.
But let me stay for the record. Let me stay for the record. Am I representing Musa on this show? No. I'm not. I'm not representing Musa on this show. Let's be clear. Let me state for the record. I want to state that for the record. My thoughts are my thoughts. I am a voter in Nimba. I have not made up my mind. I'm not even sure I'm voting for Musa candidate.
So you attract to Nimba?
Our tractor. What made me tractor Nimba?
Well, because you are Monserrado candidate.
I have farmland in Nimba.
So you can go register
You can register where the
You can register wherever you want. I'm a Liberian.
Register where you live.
What are you talking about?
But the message he got,
I have farmland in Nimba. I have real estate in Nimba. What are you talking about?
Where in Nimba?
Well, when look, Kehleboe, let's advance the conversation. Let's advance the conversation.
Yeah, let's take the conversation the personal issue here.
Yeah,
but
I want to advance the conversation. I want to state for the record, first of all, again, like I said, you see, this is what I'm talking about, right? This notion that, first of all, again, the opposition is not a political party. The opposition is a collection of political institutions that are not in power. That's what you call opposition. No one is the heir apparent in the opposition. No one is. The reason Dillon benefited from Monserrado, from the Monserrado thing, was because there was something called the CPP.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was already a machinery in place to say, you know what? We are going to all come together under one umbrella, and we're going to send a message. Unfortunately, this time, that machinery is not in place.
It's not available. Yeah.
That machinery did not survive to the election. It did not even survive to the election. So there's this notion. That's why I say Kehleboe said, I'm being negative towards Madame Gongloe. No. My only point here is, one, Kehleboe, Lofa, everybody who supports Edith Gongloe should not assume or believe that, because Edith has been the candidate who have ran in the last 3 or 4 elections, so that means everybody just supposed to say, you know what, we're not running.
Yeah.
We're not running. Edith not run, so you know what, at any Edith time, yeah, that the same thing that we complaining about in the country.
Yes.
Edith Gongloe should be in the capacity, should have the capacity to go to her peers and to convince them why she is the best candidate to bear the standard of change in Nimba County. If she cannot do that, you expect her not to run? The second thing, though, Musa ability, like Lofa, you ask a question and then maybe Lloyd can come in. You ask a question about Musa. Musa's strategy is Musa's strategy in Nimba. Guess what? Politics is about interest. If I see a dump truck coming to me on the interstate, if they come to me, I'm supposed to stand in there and say, oh, I will drive in that dump truck because I'm riding a Range Rover and hopefully I will live? No. The reason I say that is because everybody got their own interests. Everybody got their own strategy. Edith Gongloe herself got her interest. That's a reason. Okay, so why Edith didn't set out this election and say, let me wait till 2029? Why she didn't? She has a reason why she's running. She has a reason why she's running. So I will want to end on this note and then we can let the other people come in. It's that, look, at the end of the day, I think this is going to be a very interesting race. This is going to bring a lot of interests are going to compete here. And again, like I said, the opposition as a unit, they may have multiple people in the race. But again, it will be about who has the strongest message to be able to get across the finish line against the ruling establishment. I think that's all that's going to happen. You know.
Okay, so let's allow Lloyd to come in here, and then I think I got a couple of statements that in response to Ben comment, but let Lloyd come in here.
Well, exactly. Well, Kehleboe is gone, so
you would
want to have a lecture with him, especially things that I parroted Ben's points. Look, I think is actually helping Madam Ware with the arguments that we've been making. That look, you have a lot of girls in the race.
I didn't even want to say.
Yeah, you are the dark horse. It's also saying to her that look, go out there
and assume the titular leadership role of the opposition by trying to be the one calling people together as opposed to waiting for people to come to you and say that the national leaders are not coming to you. You got to understand, nobody runs for office today or works on a campaign today without thinking about tomorrow. So she's got her strategy. The others have their strategies also. And so I think she stands to benefit. But let me piggyback on something. We should stop legitimizing the mediocre. Tonight, Togar came and lied his behind off and avoided a lot of hard questions. And, we're saying he did extremely
Ben was in the back celebrating him.
I want to celebrate him.
I
didn't celebrate him. I said you are not strong on him.
Yeah,
that's what I
but
said to you.
To be fair to him, though, Lofa, that's what sells in the body politics. The man went and dealt with the people. He get cheek, he get free talk.
Yeah.
What needs to happen afterwards
Nothing
is the narrative that goes from this. That he lied about the Supreme Court thing. That he lied about saying a budget he just talked about voting for that he didn't know what was in it. So that narrative has to be consistent from all, the joint opposition, right? And I think the fact that Mark and Garrison, especially Garrison will put a lot of body blows on Togar in that bill, especially that Garrison will give him. And right now, I have it on good authority, I'm sure Ben does also, that they are asking Garrison to get out. Seriously.
Begging.
I think the best thing that can happen for Edith, if Garrison doesn't win, if his Garrison stays there, it inures to her benefit more. And that's what they know. That is obviously Mark too, but mostly Garrison, because it's almost like, the same pool, and they know the capabilities there. And so I don't think, if people want people to come, discuss, have these lectures and give free advice, then no, that would not be the case. But there will be critical examinations and there will be questions asked. And if you've been around the ballpark for a while, you understand where they're coming from. Is she a strong potent? Look, when she appears on any one of your networks, I can assure everybody, she will blow it off. She's articulate. She knows the issue. She was the issues. She was a chief executive of a county. There could be issues there to trip her up on, of course, but she will come across. So I'm not terribly worried about about her coming. She does the elections, within a month and a half too. So she needs to come sooner rather than later. This is your program is a heavily watched program in Nima, so she can take advantage of that also. And then what the debates will do, I heard you guys talking about debates earlier. What the debates will do is that it may not determine it. Most people's voters are kicked in for the most part, but there's always a sliver.
Yep.
By-elections are very, very sparsely attended affairs. There's
always about turnout, man. It's about turnout.
Yeah, there's always a sliver that you can influence, and it can help your fundraising. Debates can help your fundraising, can help your PR, and that sliver that's not sure what to do, they listen to you, they say, oh, wow, really? So I would not take it for granted. It could give you, somebody could be the next senator of Nima with maybe 50,000 votes, 60,000 votes in a county that politically populous. A solid debate performance will give you 5,000 to 10,000 votes, maybe a little less or so, right? That's a lot in a heavily contested by-election. So I would not take it for granted. I think that's where Togar Miguel heard his arrogance, his
overconfidence,
his foreign alliances. I think that way he could get her. That's where an Edith will be the only woman up there, very intelligent, charismatic, solid on the issues. That's where a Garrison or a Mark could be another dark horse. How intimately connected are they with the voters themselves. So I wouldn't, if I'm advising any one of these guys, I will push for it, because the winner of Nima, and let's not pretend, Lofa, look, Edith is not running at this thing without contemplating what if. I mean, you wouldn't be a human being at her level. She was superintendent. If she senator next, what else?
The logical next step. Yep.
So
Yeah.
The winner of this race is either a national candidate or
Exactly.
the candidate that prevents Jeremiah Kuhn
And I want
from most
Lofa
likely
all
being
the time.
president.
So, Lord, here's my thing, right? And I'm not trying to dismiss the reality in this whole idea of her serving potentially as that next person to probably
And
dictate.
Kehleboe again to say
But here's where, and
Right, the
I'm
man
glad
right
that
because he's not reaching out, but he want you to reach out to him.
Ben, I'm glad that I'm glad that you mentioned Kehleboe, right? And this is where I tend to get frustrated with a lot of Liberian politicians. And I'm saying
look at
this,
me voter in Nimba, the man say I was truck.
and I'm saying this coming.
He even know.
I'm saying this coming to you from a view of, I will reference myself as a novice to Liberian politics. I think we feel too entitled.
That's two of us.
Okay. Yes, we will be very entitled to certain things. Okay, I've been in this too long, and when Kehleboe come up with this thing here, oh, she was there, she supported you. There's no. I think the best approach is to present yourself as an underdog. That is who you are until you get that crown that you deserve or you will actually will represent. Until then, the work should be that I saw folks from the ANC camp that like, oh, they made similar mistakes, feeling like, okay, this is it.
But here's a difference, though. It's a balancing act. You
But
want to be the underdog.
what I'm saying
You want
here,
to
Lord,
inspire
is
hope and instill hope in your voters also that
yes,
you can do something.
yes,
Right?
it is truth that you can actually inspire hope. I'm not saying to dismiss the possibility of winning. You can remind your voters that while we are saying as the underdogs, we must use this as an opportunity to actually encourage other people, way more people, as to how we can actually make this happen.
I
The
will venture
possibility
this for
is there because
I will venture this for him. The public persona you normally see or hear is normally a bit different when you're behind the scenes and you give me because you have to be sincere with two persons. First yourself, and then in his case, most likely his candidate, who's also a family member, right? And so, as much as I think he's coming across inadvertently, you're hearing more the brother who's saying, "Yo, oh my sister's this,
oh my
yo,
sister this,"
sister that."
and this is why I'm coming up as a person who believes in her ability to actually do things, and as a person who support her candidacy, and I'm being right out the bat dismissive of his position. I'm not hiding my statement. I'm telling you.
I don't think publicly it helps to be.
No. This, you see, we have experiences. Oh, don't do it. Your boy calling him in the back. No, I'm telling you that no. Our position here is, in my mindset here is, we are the underdogs, and we will address this. The underdog. We will work harder. We will work tirelessly. We will.
So wait a minute now. Wait a minute. You Lofa, wait a minute. You think Garrison Yelu or Mark William or even Koga sitting down and saying the former superintendent?
Let me land on this.
I will ask you. You think they're sitting down and the people sitting down saying the former superintendent, the only woman to seriously challenge Prince Johnson, even though he won, okay? You think they're sitting down and saying that she really the underdog?
Lord, no, they're not saying and thinking that way, but what was displayed here tonight, you yourself alluded to the fact that he presented himself as being very arrogant or confident that this is in the bucket. And that is the mindset we want them to run with.
They see men were doing all that jumping, all that chalk on here, talking about
so what we're doing here is we're simply saying to the people of Nima County, we agree. But these are reasons why we will represent you well. And this is why you should consider these. And that's all I'm saying. But I'm telling you, this is not my best interest here is a qualified candidate. The candidate that will represent Liberia, not just Nima County. Liberians. We want a candidate who will sincerely see the interests of people and understand that innovatively
we can move Nimba County beyond where she is. We can move Nimba County beyond how things are being done, so that Liberia in its totality can benefit.
I want you to appreciate the chess game that's being played.
Thank you.
Why are you working to move Nima? People are also working to see who weakens Jeremiah in 2029.
Thank you very much. Let me say this.
Right, and that's why we'll not focus our attention on that right now. We will focus on
Lofa, it's okay for you to focus on that. I can tell you all the time. There is the Liberia you dream of, and then there's the Liberia that we got, right?
Yeah.
This election in Nimba, they want to go into, ain't got nothing to do about developing Nimba. I can tell you that. Nothing. Zilch. None of them. Everybody got a reason why they're in the fight. And I can tell you the development.
And it's all about self.
And I can tell you the development.
Ben, how can you say, well, let me ask you a question, Ben. Let me ask you, I'm sorry, I need clarity here. When you say it's not about Nimba, everybody have their interest in this. I'm confused. Isn't it about Nimba County?
You know why we're going?
Now I'm a question.
So, wait.
Allow me
Ben
to
Sarah, 1 second, Ben, please. Lofa, you really believe these elections that everybody talking about in Liberia, the Jeb or Nima?
No.
Of course not.
Let me just lay my thoughts.
And that's why I said Liberia.
What I'm trying to say is, when I say it's not about developing Nimba. Of course, Nimba is the county, right? Nimba is the one that the senator will come from. But 99% of the reason why you see these candidates in this race is because of 2029. So all of this ties into the national leadership of the country. One, you gotta, what's the word? I can always have to explain it to doing this thing. Okay, let me pull it back before I say something wrong. Before I say something that I need to say, but let me pull it back. You got a situation, right, Lofa? You got a situation where potentially the person who wins this race, right, could be on a ticket to either be president or vice president. The person who wins this race. You also got the issue, the potential that the person who wins this race, right, could challenge the sitting vice president for potentially the godfathership or the political godfathership of the county. Then you also got the possibility of other people getting in the race. Okay? Other people know that I'm octogenarian. I was trying to pronounce. No, I know octogenarian. That I was trying to say something else, but octa came out. I was trying to say something else, and I remember that. That's supposed to talk something to
I'm glad you said what you wanted to say.
Yeah. That octogenarian I was talking about. Yeah. So, but let me say this. I will state for the record. Everybody who trying to act like, so that I think Kehleboe talking, I thought of Musa, and I know Musa, and Musa got a political party. Why did Musa form political party? Because he's a priest or he's an imam? Isn't that reason Musa form political party? Because he's imam? Or because he be, if either one, I'm sure maybe Musa thought either say can't join my party and can't run on my party ticket, right? Everybody got interest. For me, and I would say this thing that why I can always tell my brother Lofa and Lloyd, they loved it in the Liberia story, it's about the country, and Edith is going to make laws. That is the argument we're making with Boto Kane. Boto Kane has done nothing in our legislature. She sat down there all day. She agreed with so Yombli Kanga Lawrence. When Yombli Kanga Lawrence was running for the Grand Bassa senatorial seat, Yombli was only a PRO at LPRC. Who is Yombli Kanga Lawrence today in Liberia?
President pro tem.
She is the president pro tem of the Liberian Senate. She potentially could have been the vice president of Liberia if
are you listening?
I know. I'm just trying to highlight your statement to Sekou Kane because he said, "Who runs for vice president position?"
No, but that is true. People don't run for vice president position, but they position themselves.
You don't run openly.
Yeah, but they position themselves. So the reason I'm saying this is because, right? No one should sit here and think that all of the things that are happening in the vacuum is because that somebody come in make laws in capital building. It got nothing to do with making laws. All of this is a political play. Jeremiah Kuhn is making sure that he wants probably the weakest person to win that race so that he can retain absolute control. Musa then won't make sure that they weaken him. All these different things that are happening, we're going to continue to see it play out. So I know that why I let Lofa when he get ready to talk, in the interest of the country, and we got to be making progressive laws and this, so none of that is not happening. Forget it. Tommy Joy.
Better business, man.
That business too.
No, but look, that's interesting conversation. Since the show ended, we've been on phone calls because the show was watched by live. A lot of people watch the show, and to be honest with you, Ben said something though. Togar came here tonight, and many people had different mindset about him. But what he did tonight, he was relaxed. The tough question was coming. He said,
"Coming in to Togar for the post," and that is what you see talking to you.
No. He started making fun all of the panelists.
Look at him. If you're talking to Togar, if you're talking to Togar,
come on. But honestly, right? And honestly, I was afraid of Lofa a little bit. I said, Lofa kind of hit the man hard, but I was disappointed.
Togar,
it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, okay. I take the L tonight.
When Robert hit a touchdown, if Robert had more time, you're gonna.
Robert was trying too hard. That's
Robert, when he went out touchdown, that touchdown a moment. It was good that Peabody said, Robert, too much. Let's do so now because
he was trying too hard. Robert was trying too hard. I'm like, okay.
And he continue to go. Maybe he would have given a takedown, but they limited him, so it helped the situation. But honestly, people were texting and say, "Oh my man, they got stronger. They got strong." I said, they got stronger. And that Ben said, the guy was making your drawing. You have to be phone at any time.
But okay, Tomalin, what?
When he gave a tough question, then you will make fun of it. You will laugh and make fun of it. If you do the way you're doing, when you get tough question, he will send about you.
Tomalin, I have a question for you, Tomalin.
Yeah.
To you and Ben, what do you guys mean by he was strong? I mean, what did he?
No.
What does that mean?
I don't think he was strong in the word of strong.
Yeah, but wait, like he came on up. The question was coming to him, right? Yeah, and he wasn't like maybe answering the question, but the way you were pivoting and evading the question, it makes it because
because he was being evasive. What's
right? But if you are pushing and pressing on like for instance like issue about what have you done for Nima County since you've been this your third term.
Okay? I'm coming right back. I'm coming right back.
People should have kept on, but they left it. You see, let it go. As a result,
so
Lofa. No, Winfrey asked me and Tomini.
No, but lastly,
I'll let you answer.
I'll tell you now. The man got up big tonight from somebody who said they say the man and the person said they endorsing the man and they will go for the man all out.
If you're not calling the person name,
Mr. Comey had a very big endorsement.
If we're not calling the person name, who won't know?
Let me try to tease us.
Don't mind. If we're not calling, but that's a big endorsement. Let me say this. I wouldn't say when I said I don't think I said he was strong. Let me tell you what I think he did. He did the number one rule any candidate going into a debate or an interview is supposed to do. Do no harm, right? He did himself no harm tonight.
Okay.
He did himself no harm tonight. Secondly, I think some of the questions that were asked to him gave him the opportunity to be evasive.
Exactly.
Right? Some of the questions that were asked. That's where a lot of the pressure is coming on Lofa. Because we all know, first of all, apart from the fact that Lofa has a candidate, he's openly supporting a candidate in this race. Secondly, he has been one of the most fiercest critics of Togar, right? Over the last couple of weeks, since Togar made this announcement that he wanted to be senator, everybody was hoping and looking to see what kind of Lofa was going to show up today. But like I said, apparently Togar jumping over Prince Johnson's body scared Lofa. It did. It's scary. Like, if this man had the, so that's what I'm trying to say. So, Winfred, to answer your question, I would not say he was strong. No, Togar never really answered questions. He never really talked about policy. He never talked about. But what he did was he was able to evade the question. He was able to poke jokes when they the classic Liberian political thing, like Lloyd said, right? The classic Liberian political thing. Where, or if you feel, like he tried to do to Robert, speak Bassa, and Robert, he won't speak. Oh, man, you can speak Bassa, man. Susan, I so my sister from this era.
Deflecting.
He deflected. He knew exactly what. He also knew that he was coming in an uncomfortable zone. So the number one thing when you go in an uncomfortable zone is to try to bring the temperature and the walls down when you enter that zone. And he was successful in doing it. Even my sister Grace, you saw what he did with the issue when Grace asking about the issue about his wife. That why I wrote in our chat room. I said, Liberia, that country where you go out the policy about what are they?
Ben, I think what you need to also take into consideration, though, considering the fact that we are on here in trying to encourage everybody to feel comfortable when they come out here. This idea that we're supposed to be combative in the conversation.
No.
I think I gotta chime in on that one.
Robert, you'll be given the opportunity.
I do interrupt people, but this one you have to indulge me.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the fact that when you welcome your guests on your shows, you're not combative with them. But you specifically set the stage.
You set the stage.
That you were going to cross-examine this guy.
Yes.
What I thought you would have done was, instead of having a lot of times people sit down, and make a 2-minute statement before they ask a question, they've lost it, right?
Yep.
I expected you to come there with 5-6 hard-charging questions with facts to support it, even if you jumped over it.
Except for the fact that
you don't have to
moderator.
And again, when you welcome your guest, you don't have to be. I give him credit again. Let me step back. I give him credit because he showed up. He knew what he was coming into.
And that's why I paid it. That's why I paid
off. I give him credit because his limitations are policies and honesty.
Yep.
Right.
His strength is memorizing and backing wrong. And he stuck to his strength. He will recite 1 or 2 sections of the Constitution that he didn't even understand, and he backed it wrong. His limitations on policy was clear. That limitation was clear. His limitation, he had a serious challenge for honesty. There is a truth deficit there that you can, again, but the guy has been supported by Kun. So you can understand, right? Another thing is, and I know Robert is coming in, but going back to this Edith thing, Lofa, I want you to remember this. The CDC supported Kun and did everything they could to stop Edith and the CPP.
Thank you.
Kun became a senator. He took that base of support from behind the CDC.
Brilliant
Nobody is working these elections totally, divorced.
I said, I can support you because you are a parent.
Remember that.
I beg you, yeah.
But I mentioned that.
Here's what I want to say, right?
I mentioned that.
In regards, Robert, 1 second. In regards to that part of the conversation, again, let me reiterate. I don't think her focus right now is.
Look, I take all the big.
No, Lord, let me just say this. Let me just say this, and I will say this. Why it is true. I know why Ben keep pushing this. Lord, let me tell you something, right? I know why Ben keep pushing this, and I would not agree.
You think
I will not submit to this
If
argument.
she is senator,
right?
I guarantee you, she's on a short list for vice president.
Okay,
to George Weah
and that is
and a potential
okay.
presidential candidate.
So Lord, you and I cannot dismiss the reality of that part of it. That when she's elected, okay.
When I like that, talk about confidence.
Yeah,
So you're not
that's what I'm
entitled
saying. When
to.
she's elected as senator, of course, she will be shortlisted or she will be a part of the process. And not even as a vice presidential candidate, but possibly a presidential candidate. I don't want us again to dwell on that.
Man, say you don't dwell on it. You don't dwell on it.
Coming from a seasoned, seasoned politician like Ben Sanvee.
Yeah, don't get all
coming from a seasoned politician, Ben. Lord, this is what Ben is doing, right?
Lofa, you see the same reason why? That is exactly. Thank you, Lord, the way you brought out and Rabbi, you coming in. That was the exact reason why CDC supported Jeremiah Kun against Edith. Because they feared that Edith would have been vice president to Joe Buckeye.
Okay, so Ben, let me say this.
The fear that Edith was getting ready to be vice president to the CPP. Edith senator. Edith would be senator. And then you know what they ended up doing? You know what they ended up doing? Right? So, okay, you know what? We can use Kun to stop her. We already know Nimba, Prince Johnson, and Kun for us, right? If now that we got our vice president, so if Nimba
and then they have 4 soldiers like Garrison Yelu then.
So let's stop her. Tell her what you say. They use Kun to stop her. Down the line, Kun takes that entire machinery and makes CDC a one-term president. A one-term presidency. You sit down today and you think, and you really think that the potential people who want to be president of Liberia, who are thinking, you think they're not calculating it? They're calculating it.
So Lord.
I gotta step in now, guys.
So Lord, without Ben being labeled as a political strategist, I would tell this man, Ben knows exactly what he's doing tonight when he tried to project this 2029.
It is about 2029.
Ben knows exactly what he's doing. So here's what I'm telling you.
About 2025, April.
Right. But let's, Ben, I'll call you again if you make that. I'll call you. You know what? Let me let Robert come through. I'll represent you and stop.
So the only thing I wanted to add on to what Lloyd said was that I made the same point yesterday when Susan was so frustrated about what CDC was doing and whether or not they will back a candidate, right? And I said, well, CDC, they have been very cautious right now because look at just what happened during the last election. Under the umbrella of the coalition, a lot of those guys got elected. And when push came to shove, and in fact, they helped God for not to go for elected. When push came to shove, when they were doing this nonsense and the party took a position, many of them said, you know what? I don't identify as a sedition. I only got elected by collaboration. So I think that it's smart that CDC, they're trying to be very cautious in who they support. But to be honest, my only thing is this whole Lofa Den thing, the advice they're giving to Edith that, you know, they should do the underground work in Nima and this you on the local radio station in Nima. That's fine. If that works for the campaign, then that's fine. But I also love to add that she's not the only one who's doing underground work in Nima. Okay. Togar is also in Nima doing underground work. Togar is also in Nima trying to get the endorsement. And he got one of the biggest endorsements. Whether we like it or not, the fact that he has the executive backing him, and in as much as Joseph Boakai and the Unity Party are not doing much, but this is not a midterm election. This is a special election. So he could possibly win. And in as much as politics is local and she's doing the underground work in Nima, all of the other folks are doing underground work in Nima, but they're still appearing on major platforms. They're still appearing on major platforms. This is not Koga first time.
Robert, the woman will come on your platform, man. Don't worry.
No, but she don't have to come, right? Ben, she doesn't have to come. She doesn't have to come. But this is where I will pivot back to his Koga's performance here today. I think that he was weak. If anything, he was very weak. He did not answer any of the questions. He was very weak, and it was unfortunate that we had so many folks here. You couldn't really push back as much as you wanted to. But when it was weak, if you put a Koga in a one-on-one or two or three folks, you really give folks the opportunity to really pound him the way you want to pound him. But that's not an excuse, Lofa. I'm not making an excuse for you now because you're smart and think I'm going to rescue you. You also had the chance.
I'm here to be rescued.
You had the chance with your 2-3 minutes. Like Lord said, a lot of people said they thought that because the way you were setting for the man, they thought that you already had your questions down because you knew the show would be packed today. They thought you already had your questions down to hit him, especially knowing that you're coming from the Edith campaign. The man already knows. Susan already spilled the beans that you are working behind the scenes and you are giving you an integral part of the campaign.
I'm glad. I'm glad. I actually did not go the route that you guys expected, but it's good.
Yeah. So you still, but I think there was a lot of softball questions, you know, and Grace asked a very fair question. I believe the question about his wife and I think it was a fair question. It's a court matter, and he contradicted himself when he said, "Well, if you want to ask me a question that has to do with legality." Well, this is a legal matter that the Supreme Court have gave a ruling on. So why are you afraid to answer that question? Look, it was personal when former President Bill Clinton had sex with Monica in the White House. It was personal. It was no one's business. But guess what?
Robert, it was personal when Mr. Weah's child support issue was being paraded all
with
over.
Mandela Cooper. Thank you. Perfect.
So this idea, you can say, look, I'd rather not answer. It's a family issue and move
Thank
on.
you.
Or to
Right.
then be disrespectful, especially when you're talking to a female.
Right.
And she's not running for office. You are.
Exactly. And he's not a private citizen. She is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so we can't cherry pick what is personal life and what is not. I don't think the question was disrespectful, but he just didn't want to answer the question because he thought it was a hot button discussion and he didn't want to get involved. But I thought that his appearance was not strong. I don't think he was strong. He did stick to his strength, which was, like you said, Lloyd, lies and backing wrong. But I admire the fact that he showed up, because I tell you this, a lot of folks don't want to show up on this platform because they know what they're walking into. And we're not here to make people comfortable. We're here to have civil, respectful dialogue and ask tough, serious questions when it comes to Liberian people, and not let folks get away with lies and manipulation. That's what we're here for. But we're not here to make them comfortable. We're not having a kumbaya conversation to make people feel good about themselves and feel comfortable. So when they come here, who hollered at Jomo Jala come again? Jomo Jala, let me apologize to you because I think I kind of hit you a little hard yesterday without reading what you actually said. You were telling me thank you for coming back to the discussion. I thought you were saying something funny. So I apologize for coming at you a little.
A lot of emotion of going in your head.
A little high.
He said something just now, though, that doesn't make it right, because Ted Cruz would lie or ignore questions. Doesn't legitimize the fact that, you see, this idea, this whataboutism, this idea of legitimizing bad behavior because somebody else is doing it, we got to get out of it. That's now, when you practice the art, it's simple. It's a service-oriented profession.
Right.
And so if people ask you questions, look, there was a time not too long ago, and the reason why you have charismatic politicians who people may not like, but they win elections, because they can stand up and admit humanity and admit, some things along the way. You've been representative for 14 years. You can't show anything. And what's your excuse? I will not head a budget committee, so I can tell you who audited what. Those kind of loose talk, and somebody said people not supposed to answer a question. But then he's a Liberian that expects results from the country. Like, right. There just certain things we got to start asking better for, and don't justify.
Well, no, but again, I think you just proved my point. when you spoke of the fact that the question was posed and it was intentional on his part to not answer the question, but to be, dismissive in the way that he wanted to be as far as responded. But here's the thing though. I'm not going to give Togar the opportunity to be one of those beneficiary of what most Liberians often buy into. We empathize and we sympathize with people. The reason why President Garguah is the president today is because people sympathize with him. It's not because they knew that he was competent. So his appearance on here.
It was his time.
I'm sorry?
No, I said it. I'm sorry. That was his time.
But Lofa, to his credit,
But here's my thing. Here's my thing.
50 years from now,
like that,
Lofa,
Russell.
when he running, will support you because you would have had 50 years of experience.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry. What was that?
I said to his credit, 50 years from now, when you're running, will support you because we will say the man got 50 years experience.
But the man 82-year-old so that in retirement, let get him retirement. What kind of
So no, but on a very serious note, just doing my own evaluation and from an honest view, I think he came in mentally prepared that he was going into the lion's den, and his appearance and the physical aspect of the way he was answering the question, he was being very. I saw to the point where he literally threw Robert off. Like Robert started becoming more emotional than just trying to get an answer. He was trying to prove something right. So to be honest, I can't take that away from him. But what I'm gonna say to people here is this whole mentality that Lofa was going to come and attack this man. That was not what this entire
Lofa, we didn't have meeting. Nobody yesterday in the group had meeting. We all individually came to that conclusion because you set the stage. Now
right. Well, okay, but Lloyd, you agree with me. You agree with me.
You know what I thought? I thought about FB Daily. Okay,
let me land on this
point. Going to cross-examine.
Lloyd,
okay, Mark
here's my thing.
And that was the kind of stage that you said.
Okay, so that would have been a one-on-one conversation where you're cross-examining this person.
Why you promise $200?
Now you have a panel. You have a group of people
Exactly. Because he was like, this man, let him come. Let him come.
Thank you, Lord.
That's exactly what I wanted him to come, but did you count how many?
No. You don't have to sit there arguing.
You want to make it seem as though I use my time.
On a serious note, Lofa, be very fair. Before the entire group came, what only two on the show.
Exactly.
So what I did, because I wanted you to ask questions. I just stopped right away. I turn it over to you guys if we don't ask a question.
Right, but Tomalin, at the same time,
I would be doubtful for the man, and you were not asking him questions.
Yeah.
So I'm still missing the point, though. What are you guys trying to say here?
Let me chime in.
As compared to trying to
Lofa
out the reality.
Let me give you one credit. The way you, thank you, Dr. Jala. The way you defend your refusal or decision not to ask questions tonight, if that would be very good.
Thank you.
Perfect. Very good. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. But let me say this. Guys. I think that I meant to tell Dr. Peabody, but since Lofa just repeated it, let me chime on it. We need to stop using the word emotional. When people are asking questions, we need to stop that because you're making an excuse for tough and fierce engagement. Look, I think when we are passionately, fiercely, and respectfully engaging these guys, right? We need to stop with this being emotional, right? And I understand what emotional can be.
Yeah, Robert, I enjoyed
you.
Yeah, what you guys are buying?
You need to stop this. Because here's the thing. Lord talk about setting the tone. The tone that was set reflected Togar's response. You could see Togar, he was in the back, very relaxed. The way he was responding to question, the tone had already been set. he was being funny at some point. At some point in the interview, very condescending. Right, Russell. You noticed that, right?
Yeah. I
Some point in the interview, very condescending, right? And so when I noticed that, look, I asked question. Then you say, "Are you done?" I mean, if anyone who's married, you and your wife going back and forth, and she said what she needs to say. Don't ask her, "Are you done?" You know where she stopped, pick up where it's left off.
Yes, are you doing? Just starting.
Thank you. Exactly. I know that's question. I just started, oh Lord, and I know. so he asking me, "Are you done?" I stopped, my friend. Pick up the question. I asked the question. I've landed. Pick up. Why are you asking me? Are you done? Okay. And then you talk about me being boss.
I think if I can forget, he's a co-panelist.
And can be bossa. All of that stuff don't matter.
The man was trying to trip you off.
That's exactly what he was doing.
I'm glad you didn't fall for that.
I wasn't going to fall for it, Russell. I wasn't going to fall for it.
To take you off your game.
Yeah. So I'm not being emotional when I ask these questions, and I'm very strong in how I ask them. If you watch me, if we're having a Alex Cummings can come on this show. You will watch. Alex respond to question. I've interviewed Dr. Moniba all the time. He does not dodge question. He responds to the questions the way they were asked. So when you have these guys come on the show, like the deputy minister and Togar, no one would say that I was being disrespectful to him. I thought that I was matching his energy. But we can't have people come here and think that they're just going to come here and be nonchalant and just be cool and relax and lay back. No, we can't do that, especially when he knows he was wrong. Everybody talk about, my friend, how do you respond to the unconstitutional involvement with the speaker? He doubled down. Oh, we're not unconstitutional. Oh, we're not this. We're not that. Are you kidding me? No, I told you, let's stop the thing about being emotional. People, we can ask tough, we can be fierce and engage these guys without being emotional.
So when are we having Cummings? When are we having Mr. Cummings on? He's on this.
Mr. Cummings, Mr. Cummings, okay, I'm sure next week, because the problem is that he told me yesterday that he's juggling between his traveling to the States and whether he will come to the States before he do HOBR at the end of the month. So he's juggling that. He proposed, I think the weekend of next weekend, but then I told him we gotta do on a weekday, which he agreed. I said, on a weekday, because everybody's basically on a weekend, so a weekday will be fine. So, but he confirmed. It's clear that he's coming. He said he's coming.
Watch what's gonna happen when Cummings. Yeah. First of all, I already started saying they say when other people come on here, we don't be tough on them. We don't ask them.
People now.
No, but let's be fair. When you guys had Garrison Yelu on, for instance, right? Garrison's most difficult question, or one of the most difficult questions, was, why did you work as a lawyer for the majority black?
Yes.
Garrison took that question on. You may not have liked his answer, but he didn't invade it. He didn't say I didn't work for that.
Yeah, I like what he did.
I felt they had a case, and I joined Violent Chairman to work on it. So you see, when you answer a question, you show respect to the panelists.
Thank you.
You can move on. It's less acrimonious. But when you decide that you're a clown or you want to be disrespectful,
thank you.
Then at that point in time, not only will the questioner push back, but his or her colleagues will push you also. Exactly. And I think that's what happened. And I will end with this, somebody right before you come. Lofa, I suspect your colleagues may have even started harder setting the stage for you to come and do the landing because they do what you had to do. What was coming? I think you let your colleagues down.
And when you hear him, wait.
No, but Ben,
Lofa, I told you lost the right to speak tonight. We were getting you time to talk.
No, but Ben, Lloyd made a statement, and I agree with you. He used a specific word. He said he suspects. Okay, I suspect that's what it was, and I agree with him. Right? Why?
I infer. No, I didn't suspect. Let me take it back. I infer based on existing.
Okay, now you take it back.
Yeah,
Lord, he did send it. He did send it $200 though.
He did.
I heard he talking about it.
Free $200.
No, my point here was not.
Either government wants you to try Nima will be developed. When you say something, you don't do it, you double your bet. Do what tonight what you want either to do for Nima. Double that bet tonight.
Well, What else do you want? I put my mouth to where
He
my
said
money
what?
is, and that's
He
why
said
when
what
I
else do
challenged
you
his
want?
appearance, and he showed up, guess what? I put the money there
because you
where it
didn't
needed to be.
deliver. The entire
Lord,
profit.
Lord,
Yeah, because you delay or put another story on it.
Robert said
Put another story in the hole.
Okay, what do you say?
Robert
So what do you
said
say?
something,
You want
right?
me to invite President
Robert
Weah to
said,
come on, or you want me to invite who else? Who do you want me to invite?
no, wait.
No,
Robert
because
said
you
something,
didn't
right?
deliver,
Robert,
so put 200 in the hole again.
Who did
Ben,
not deliver?
no, widow. Robert said something.
You.
Robert said, he said, you're saying, we're not tough, but Cummings coming. So now, he put himself in his shoes on that.
Oh
He will
God,
be the
man!
toughest guy on
That I'll
Cummings.
go to that institute, man.
Man.
Oh no 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 no
Robert
no no
now,
Tomalin, no Tomalin, wait
That round come with that. That round come with that argument.
no
What
that's
you
not
bring
what I said.
on? Round we
Tomalin,
bring on 300.
I
Rob
cannot
backtracking.
bet.
Rob
Listen,
backtracking. Okay, Rob
I
backtracking.
cannot bet. The reason why you bet was
Answer my battle.
because
But
the reason
answer
why
very
you bet. No, he didn't think
He
Koga
didn't
had
think
the
Togar
balls
was
to
gonna
show
come.
up on this
To come,
platform.
yeah.
No, yeah,
Cummings,
because I
Cummings,
challenged him to his
Cummings
He
talking
exactly.
about,
he was going to
but
come.
Robert,
After
my point is, Robert, is
Garrison
that
and
you said
Boss
you beat
showed
up
up,
on
Toga
Cummings.
was going to come. That one I
Robert
thought
said
he
you
was
beat up
going
on
to come.
Cummings, right?
Yeah.
Cummings, no Cummings. I can bet on Cummings because Cummings has the balls to
So
show
you
up
said
anyway.
you say you beat up on
Cummings,
Cummings, right?
no
No, but
Cummings.
why you gonna beat up on the
Family, I think
No.
you're missing the point,
Robert
though. Family, I
said,
think you're
right?
missing the point.
No. I said
The point
the
here.
reason why.
No,
The reason why.
Lofa
I
played
think the reason
Tomalin
why.
tonight, so he's trying to redeem Lofa small. That's why he coming, he pivoted now to what Robert said about
You
Cummings.
gotta ask Rob, gotta beat up on
Okay, guys.
Robert said you
I
beat
think
up on Cummings.
I
All
think
you
we
said,
said a lot.
okay.
Tomalin, okay, guys. I think we've said a lot about Koga and his performance tonight, or the lack thereof. But there were other news, there were other development coming out of Nimba today, and
They said if I did
panelists.
that, brother, they did it stop. I mean, man. Sorry.
We have not confirmed that. I've not
the
confirmed
message says
that.
that.
I heard something else at Tomalin. So
Oh, really? Okay.
yeah. So that's why I didn't bring it. Bring it up.
Well,
By the
Now
time
to
I
cut
got
you
that
away from
information,
you see,
a lot of those guys were sleeping.
I heard
Wilfred,
somebody
not to cut
got
you. I'm
stabbed.
sorry, Wilfred.
I'm
You see
not
what
sure
Joma Jala
who
just
got
said?
stabbed.
You saw what Joma Jala just said, guys? How
What?
when Bealded come on, we can give him softball. You see? But Bealded has answered all of our questions here.
But that's
He
what
gave
I
us-
explained.
Thank you.
Joma is the one, but wait, Joma not being fair because Joma is the purveyor of the philosophy that politicians do answer questions. Yeah, he's been saying it tonight. So, but when Musa comes, you guys ask him questions, and again, he needs to remember.
Sorry,
in all of the 14 years, Koga has been a representative. This is probably his first national. Musa been going through the team for how many years?
He goes out. Musa is out
Go
there.
ahead.
But no, I would say that Robert. I mean, just based on some of the things you posted today. I mean, that some of the other news that were coming out that came out of Nimba today. Yes, maybe we need to close out. Seriously, Ben.
I haven't followed.
Masandro, I lost.
What happened today?
Robert posted something about that today.
Robert, what happened?
Wait. Let me see something real quick.
What is going on? I mean, to be honest,
what did
Robert post on his page?
Oh, I think that
the rest stopped, Robert.
The tower yesterday.
Oh God! Yo, Wilfred, yo, Russell, you want to be? Ben is trying to run away from this particular discussion. I will bring it up. Yeah. Okay, so this is what
this is trying to run away from it.
This is what Russell is actually speaking of. Ta Wombi, who have traveled the world, okay, and a professional, innovative individual who thought of change to Liberia. You saw
he's talking about that.
Okay, you saw his project. You already told me you are coming here purposely to interrupt me, but you're not happening.
But Robert, why don't you remember what you put out?
No, because I can't. It's not on my page. I'm looking at my page.
Here's my thing. So Winfred, right?
But Lofa, You can't have one bad moment and not equal to your bad interview today. So let's move on.
I agree. If you want to make that claim, if you want to make that claim that a question that was not posed in a very in a way that would please you.
Okay, so Lofa, where your point with
If you were
that?
watching your
My point here,
the other day when Lofa issued that pen,
look, here's my thing, right?
if I'm
Here's
Togar,
my thing.
I would just allow you that
position
to
with
answer all his
Todd.
questions.
Todd
I
should
thought
not
Lofa
be
had a
the
research
guy
dossier
to be
prepared for the
out
guy.
there exhibiting these kind of mediocre type of projects.
Okay.
Todd who claimed to have been part of executive meetings and instructing people to do things. He traveled the world to take that project to Liberia and then come to the social media to boast about some kind of accomplishment. Then we should be embarrassed.
Didn't show.
No,
It
so,
was just
so
a
what,
video.
what I was saying, Ben, I wasn't on a show yesterday, but what I would say, Ben, is that I think, from my vantage point, the gold standard for a project,
it's embarrassing.
A high ability, professional grade project done in Liberia, especially for the diaspora, is the Liberia Resources Center, the Learning Center there in Painesville that Leo Johnson has been a part of.
Yeah, awesome.
I mean, clearly, I mean that's what we need to aspire to. That stuff. Our brother Ty put out there is
so the hand pump that they
look at Matthew Joe. Matthew Joe are dedicating a flagpole. A flagpole.
Okay, so let me give my opinion on
the guys are thinking
but Ben, I think Ben's opinion should have been captured on the radio though. This is stupid little. Ben, hold your opinion small, yeah?
But
nobody listen right now.
Yesterday. I was traveling yesterday.
Yeah, you're not.
By the way, let me. I forgot to share this with y'all.
Guys,
I forgot to share this with y'all yesterday. You guys, we almost had a incident with my flight yesterday coming into Charlotte.
Ben, stop, man. You're scaring people with this flight.
I know, right? We were getting
which airline?
Then I might want to bet.
American Airlines. We were landing, right? We were landing. Obviously, I was sitting at the window. We coming down. We're inches away from the runway. And all we noticed was that the plane picks up again. So everybody's like, okay. And I'm telling you, like inches. Like we already, like you literally can see the runway. You know how when you're landing, you can see the airport, right? It goes in the air. The guy comes, the pilot comes on the system,
intercom.
The intercom and says, ladies and gentlemen, I want to apologize. We had to do another turn because there was another plane on the runway.
Huh?
And we're like, how the hell air traffic control would not tell them, man? Like how does that happen?
That's strong.
That's strong. Yeah. So when they do, I said, oh wow, can you imagine? But that's the reason, because I was coming from Chicago. I went for work and I was coming from Chicago. That's the reason I wasn't on. But the tax situation, I think, look, I agree with you, Fred. That's a gold standard and all of that. And I spoke with Ty about this. I was very clear with him about it. I thought he, if the project is not completed, I don't think he should have, I don't think he should have made any public thing about it.
Is he Nima?
The what?
He's still running?
Running what? For the Senate?
Yeah.
What, the last conversation I had with him, he said he was running. So I don't know if he's running.
Tomalin be eating gossip a little bit from the back. Tomalin know how to get in it.
But again, like I said, like I like to remind everybody at the end of the day, this is what we are dealing with in our country. This is what we're dealing with. First of all, the question I wanted to ask, and I never got a chance to ask Ty, I wanted to ask him whether that project was a personal project or was it county development funding that he used for that project, right? Because if it was a personal project, he probably should have. Again, like I said, Winfred talked about the gold standard. The gold standard with the Liberia Learning Center, I mean, clearly, you can clearly see the excellence in that work. But Leo Johnson, he raised money for that, right? The government of Canada, and I think there's a
right.
whole thing that
was not your personal money.
That not Leo personal Leo.
But it
No,
doesn't
but I don't
like
think that's
that.
what he's saying.
It doesn't matter if that's
Yeah, it
your
doesn't
personal
matter.
money.
Yeah, but yeah, let me
or
finish
it's
now.
government
I'm not
money.
saying
That's why I think that's why Ben is saying.
It's just setting the standard, though.
But Winfred, what Ben is saying here
But
is
y'all let Ben finish now. Y'all let Ben finish.
project. If it was an individual project,
that's why I say I wanted to know, because first of all, if that project I put out there was counter development money,
right?
Then I agree. Then the criticism, everything. I can't even begin to fathom that he. What I also know he said is that it's not completed, and I think this notion of us, and this is the society, right, where by the time you put one plank in the pool, one shovel in the ground, the whole country got to know, and you got to do this, and it's because of the what's the word? It's because of the nature of our politics, right? Everybody's in a hurry to show that they're doing something and they're not doing, and stuff like that. But look, knowing Tar, I think he's learned this. I think he got his
the whipping, the front and puzzle.
Whipping, but but let me end on this. But I will also state the hypocrisy of Liberians.
Well, you saying the same thing I said yesterday.
The fact that they sit and they took 24 hours to beat up Tar one way. But I
muster the courage to go to the capital.
But thank you. They sit on a daily basis and they see mediocrity at all levels in the country.
Yeah, all levels.
All levels. Every day is in their faces. You saw the NTA the other day put up a picture with 3 buses.
Yeah,
I saw people who were cussing Tar yesterday saying that was progress. 3 buses. And this is the national government. This is the national government. The president of Liberia the other day went and dedicated someplace in I think in one of the counties in Bomi or something.
Why he made that insensitive statement? Yep, that was.
They didn't even represent the presidency.
But a man dedicated a printer. A printer.
So all I'm saying, guys, is we're not ready in our country yet. We're not ready because when we, like Winfred said, when we're talking about gold standards, let's have a gold standard as a nation. Let's have a gold standard that our airport, go in the bathroom in our airports. Walk anywhere in Liberia, go in public buildings. We want to talk about gold standards. Go into the executive mansion. Go into the Capitol building.
Foreign Affairs Ministry.
So for me, I'm not, look, Tar got beat up yesterday because obviously he was a soft target. And
no, not so.
I don't think there.
To be fair to Tar,
he wasn't a soft target.
No, I don't think so.
I think the one mistake Tar made with that, right, was Tar is an expert at when he ran. Nobody hardly knew he was running.
Yeah,
he did his thing. He localized his campaign. And he did his things there. I think when you start trying to nationalize your profile, you tend to forget sometimes, or you have this brain freeze, right? So the need to inform people about ongoing success.
That's what I'm saying.
Not ever premature. But if you really step back, like Ben said, he's a soft target because the very people who were criticizing time, no.
This is what people are not talking about that.
No, I mean, but he did it. But I mean, look how he did himself.
The were criticizing Tar, supporting people who've been in power for more than a decade.
For more than a decade.
Wait, Lord, who are those?
But Lord, how has
For me, you lose the right to be indignant if you are supporting something. As a person listening. Just pretend to listen, Lofa. In our heart, just listen. You, meaning the generic human being, loses the right to be indignant if he or she is supporting something worse than they criticizing.
Okay, and such as you should elaborate.
No, most of the people who are criticizing Tar are supporting public officials who are doing worse. Not necessarily you guys, right? So we're saying again, you're not going to get us to back what happened. People are being critical. What we're saying is that, again, this is the first time you can point out Tar did something like that. With other people, it's the norm, but people still back them.
So if you want to set, and Ben's argument is, if you want to set a standard for Liberia, set the standard.
Set the standard.
Don't always remove, open the blind.
But we move the goalpost for everybody.
My position, right?
Yours.
One only learn if you're willing to accept the mistake. Todd came and attempted to actually debunk everything that was stated.
But because that is the Liberia.
Ben, hold on one second.
Because
right?
Show for 2 hours.
You're supposed to be different.
Everything. You said people say you agree.
Ben, thank you.
It's not the president of Liberia.
No, Ty is not the president.
We can't talk together, guys. We can't talk together.
I want to ask a question. Lofa,
it's not a representative. It's Ty a representative.
Lofa.
By
the way, Ty is a representative, and he should not even be doing that shit.
Oh, okay.
He should not even do that. He should not. That's not even a function. That's the first place we got it twisted.
Why did he do it?
Why did he do it?
So that's what I'm saying, guys. I'm not trying to state here that I'm against gold standards. I am pointing out the hypocrisy of our country. The hypocrisy remains is that we don't have any standard. Talk about gold. We don't have any standard in Liberia. None whatsoever. But you know what we do? But you know what we do? You know what we do? We knit and we pick. We do that. We do that very well. We knit and we pick. When it suits a narrative, we run with it all day. All day. Nothing was discussed yesterday. Meanwhile, you still got a man who called himself a speaker who's illegitimate. We're moving on like nothing has happened. We're fine. We passed an illegal budget. We're talking about gold standard? Look at our national budget. That's what I said the other day. Look at our national budget. Let's talk about gold standard. What will we gain as a society from our pie? What will we gain as a society from our pie? When 80%, 60 to 70% of our budget is from recurring expenditure.
But Ben, to Lofa's point,
Ben, I think everything you just said, right? And I think Russell and myself and others would agree that we cherry pick. But I think where we disagree is that he was a soft target. I don't think he was a soft target. I think that had he not posted that, people would not have roasted him like they did. I think what is happening here, to your point, is that, and it's a good thing. Todd Gongloe and others are seen as the standard.
Exactly.
I mentioned that yesterday. All his comments are seen as the standard, right?
Wow.
And so that there are certain things that are more scrutinized when they are involved as opposed to others. But does it make it right? I don't think it makes it right. But a lot of people see Todd Gongloe. And I called a few names. Even if I were to be involved in a project, right? People expect the top of the top because of my beat mouth and how we criticize mediocrity, blah, 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 right?
Absolutely.
So in as much as I don't want this to define Todd Gongloe, because to your point, he's a one-term senator as opposed to folks that have been in Congress for decades and we've not seen none of them thing they've done, but they continue to get rewarded. But I don't want us to make an excuse for Todd premature,
and that's not what I'm trying to do yesterday,
because I think that at the end of the work, I think it will turn into something beautiful. But they hurry, they rush to say, hey, you know what? We're up to something, we're doing something.
Responding to our society.
I think got him in trouble yesterday.
I agree.
He should have waited for the project to actually come to fruition and then share what the end goal really was.
Do we know that was the case? I'm just saying that.
Thank you. But let me close on this note. I want to say, like I said yesterday, to Ben's point, to Lloyd's point, I don't think Ty is a soft target. I think that I don't think that's the standard. Knowing that what we know, we can't say because the other guys have been there for all these years and they have delivered nothing.
Settle for that to begin with.
We shouldn't have the standard that they've set for the Liberian people that we've condemned all these years should not be the same standard that we follow. We should up the standard and we should create a new standard when we have this project done. And I think that's why a lot of people see Ty as that. Listen, my friend, you are not Togar. You are not all of these guys. You are Ty.
Exactly. We respect that from Togar.
This is about who is very proud of his life. Ty is a guy who, and I'm proud of him too. He's a guy who does not mind saying, I'm very successful. At 24, I established this company. We got 3 offices in Africa. And so people looked at all of the different things he's done and said, listen, okay, now it's time for you to show what you can do legislatively, whether it's his personal funds or not. A lot of these guys use their personal funds for project. Personal fund, county development fund, the standard should be the standard, but it should not stop at top one way. It should be across the board.
And Lord about to say something, and then after Lord,
And I think Lofa's point, and we've been on Lofa for a while, but the one thing I would say, Lofa's point was, the part I take from it is that when he came out so defensive for it, that's what did it, right? And he come out and said, look, I get it, and giving an explanation, maybe it would have sufficed. But I think,
what did he say after? I didn't follow it. So what did
he say? Yo, balance. You just did it.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Because the natural thing to do is, once somebody pushes you and you push back, they're going to push again. Had he just, and I think in hindsight, of course, hindsight is 2020. In hindsight, and based on what Lofa is saying, maybe that's why they expected. He's supposed to, quote unquote, he's supposed to know better. There's a mistake he didn't. But I'm sure. Now, if I'm tired one way and I'm saying, if this is my mistake as a politician, okay,
yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, if that's my mistake, so now
he
can only do better. He can only do better. But I want to also go back to the crux of your discussion tonight. You can't take for granted that the government will try to get that seat.
Absolutely.
You can't take for granted that, look, when a major politician, when a president or a vice president or a senator, when they put their thumb on the scale for you, there's a lot at stake that even people whose success is dependent on them winning, right? They tend to do some extraordinary things to make sure they win. So I think it is incumbent upon Mark, Garrison, Madam Ware, for them to get together in as soon as possible time.
Yep.
And say, look, there has to be a political alliance in Liberia that sticks. This may be the beginning of 2029, the makings of a 2029 unity fest. We're not sure, but they need to get together. If all 3 of them run, she might be a dark horse that benefits if, obviously, the bleeding that Garrison could do to Togar and maybe Mark also. But they need to have that discussion and know, if not this, then this, and just have some sort of collaborative discussion going forward. I would suggest it. I would push for it. I think it's important.
Let me ask you a quick question, right? If you were to serve as a chair in this entire negotiation, I want you to just be honest here. Who would you put forward to actually go to represent the opposition bloc of all of the candidates you just listed?
If I were to tell you now who I would go for, then I completely handicap my ability to serve.
Well, I'm asking as a person.
No, be honest.
He would not answer that question.
I'm asking you, Lord. No. Lord was asking me to be upfront and just robust.
Lord is a negotiator. He will not.
I'm asking Lord.
But I never asked you to be silly and stupid.
Okay, so and I'm asking you here now to not be silly and stupid. I'm asking you, who would you, if you were to make that decision also? Anthony,
I will put forth the most. I will put forth the most viable candidate.
Okay, and of all of the candidates in the race right now, which of those candidates do you think is much more competent?
So, Lofa, I want you to hear this and listen to what I do say. No.
Answer the question, Lord. You would not run around this question. You said,
Lord, not answer you, Lofa.
I'm coming straight to it. I want you to hear this and listen to what I do say.
I know what Lord is a seasoned politician. He would not answer my question the way
I will answer it. But I want you to listen.
Exactly. That's why I said you will not answer it the way I want you to. But I will get
if I do, then you can ask me for more. I suspect that you will appreciate it because you're certainly in the kitchen having to prepare the meals. for one of the candidates. This is what I would say.
No, don't base your view on my position or my statement.
Life, I can't stop. Right now, I can't change the fact that your beard is growing. Your beard is growing.
Okay.
Right now, I can't change the fact that I'm in sweats and we're talking. That Ben is relaxed. Okay. There's just certain facts I can't change, right? Each candidate brings a certain plus to it. And that's why I say they need to talk. What does Garrison Yellow bring? Garrison Yellow he's been an elected official before. Okay. So he understands, door-to-door campaigning. He understands how the votes are counted, where to get the votes from, how to monitor the process. Edith has been an chief executive of the county, right? So she's gotten appointed power. She's tried elected politics before, county-wide. And so she understands how to canvass the entire county, as do Mark and Garrison. Edith is a more national person.
Yep.
Right? So obviously that gravitas cannot be ignored. We can't also ignore the fact that she's not just a female, but she's a seasoned, capable female. That is there also. She also comes with the motherly instinct, the motherly aspect. So if I were to advise, I'm Edith Gongloe tonight, and tomorrow morning I'm on the phone. I'm calling my two younger brothers. I'm assuming both of them are younger than her.
Yeah, they are.
And so we need to talk.
No,
they are. I think I know.
I think it is.
I know Garrison is younger than her.
Oh! I thought you were talking about her biological brothers. Sorry.
No.
I mean,
the counterpart, the one that in the race.
All right,
so
guys.
if I'm her, no, make a few more minutes, man. If I'm her, I'm on the phone, and I'm making those calls. Okay. There's one thing you do in negotiation. You want it on your turf, on your time, if you can. Just the psychology of that. And if you can't, you can. Right? And so I will venture that part. Now, when you're in that room, even if you don't come to an understanding, you get to gauge and appreciate what the other person brings to the table and what may be driving them.
Fair.
So so for me to sit here and say I want to help that process, but I will be carrying this person, then I've completely, taken anything I bring of value to the process. But I would say that.
And the question that I asked earlier was not what you make of the process but instead the question was,
who do you think they can pick?
Exactly. That was my question.
And that's the question you answer.
I understand everything you spoke of, the process and why certain things should be put into place.
Because I could give a different reason why I could put anybody in the race, and I would be.
Of all of the candidates in the race, which of those candidates would you consider, and will you say is much more competent than the other in the current race? Which of them? Unless if you have your personal candidate in the race, then I say, okay, cool.
Okay, so there you go. So again, I said Garrison has one elected position, so I can make the argument for him. Edith has been a county-wide executive. I can make the argument for her. Mark has been a county-wide canvasser. Okay, my concern with him though is that his alliance with Kun, I'm not sure it's completely broken yet.
You still didn't tell me which of the three.
Again, because I gave you enough to know that I believe I want one of the three.
Hey, Lofa, welcome to politics.
And I understand that you would not want to stick, but that's what you see.
But because I'm too far removed to determine who to put forth, I will have to interact with them more closely on this race. I'm too far removed.
Oh, okay.
And
that part, that right there, that actually tells us.
Can I say something in this regard, on this particular subject? For me, I want to speak to the opposition group. Anyone who is thinking or have an ambition or may want to run 2029, Nima County senatorial race,
Jamel,
is a key factor to not ignored. And if you don't want Unity Party to even be close to 2029, don't give them room to breathe in Nima County.
That's what I was saying when we're pushing the law in 2018 or 2020. That's our argument right there.
When you don't
You
want,
remember, Lofa? That was the argument. That was our
Oh, you see the reason why I keep pushing the question. I swear, you know,
if you don't,
gosh, good that man, I'm done.
if you don't want the Unity Party to be relevant in 2029, do not overlook Nima County by-election Senate race. Because you may think, oh, they're not doing well right now. They're not doing well whatsoever. Nima County is a vote-rich county.
So the person who win go support UP.
I'm just saying.
You finish.
I'm just saying right now.
But we talking about right now, right?
Yeah. So trust me, the person will not go support UP.
How you know that? How?
It depends on Lawyer's point.
Yeah, but CDC supported Jeremiah Coon to be.
Hold on now, Ben.
To UP.
So sometimes the negotiation table is where you clear out your thing. Some people leave things open. Some people, George will make it easy. The coalition, the presidency is not available. You want to join the coalition? Come and join. George, we don't have to suffer. The CPP did not do that. CPP said, diplomatic. It's open, the open plea for you. And look at where we ended up, right?
No, but the example I gave you was not for CPP.
No. I'm just trying to say.
The example I gave you was for CDC. CDC supported Coon, and Coon ended up giving the presidency to Unity Party.
Because Coon Godfather, who later he hand up, fair power CDC, so he had nowhere to go.
So you think? Let me ask you a question. Before you complete your thoughts, and you can complete. So you don't see in this potential possibility that any one of these candidates who can win can say, in the end, Jeremiah Coon if Jeremiah Coon happens to be the candidate for the Unity Party in 2029, can make a strong case to them and say, listen, Nima County got the chance to get the presidency. We need your support.
Let me put it this way, Ben. If anyone want to negotiate with these candidates, for instance, let me pick for example, Madam Kehleboe Gongloe. If you're opposition and you want to support Kehleboe Gongloe, do it publicly, don't hide. Even tomorrow, if she changes the mind to go with different candidate, you will still have pocket corners within that county that will still give you some vote in the future. She will not sway every vote.
Okay.
Right? You give yourself a room. Even if she loses in the process, you also give yourself a chance for 2029. But if you say you want to, play, smart and want to, throw stone and higher hand kind of thing, then if things go south, if it does not go the way you wanted it to turn, you will not benefit in the long run. But you got to be clear and open about it. Support her so that even if she loses, you are already established that connection with the people in Nima County. And if she wins and changes her mind to go with a different candidate or different party, politics is a calculated risk. You will still gain. You may not gain at that level you wanted, but you will still gain something. As opposed to, saying, oh, I don't want to be a part of it.
What is the ANC doing?
I can't speak to that right now.
Are you aware, or are you just not prepared to speak to it?
I'm not prepared to speak to it.
No election in 2 months. Huh?
I understand that. This conversation, I've been having this conversation way 3 months ago before even what it got. I would not say 3 months, but a week after
having discussion.
A week after, the senator passed, I was like, I know they are not buried the senator yet, but this Nima County, nobody should overlook Nima County. I started having that conversation. Because what people overlook sometimes in politics is that, it's too far yet. We shouldn't be thinking about this yet. But politics, like business, is a calculated risk. Not every business you invest in, you can get a return on your investment.
Please
just in politics.
Leave Lloyd and Ben on this conversation because he now start asking what's the ANC do. When you start asking questions like that, I mean you got more to come. So please.
No, man, I see no question.
So yeah, so that's just
last question.
Nobody should overlook Nima County race. If you're a serious political party in the country, do not overlook Nima County.
So that Bobolu is your overlook.
Is it?
Huh?
So that I'm not gonna let him overlook Babolu.
No. I said Nima County race. I didn't say any County. I said Nima County race.
I told you, their leaders.
I said Nima County race. I didn't say anybody. I just said Nima County race. I didn't call any name.
Look, guys. But look, before as we conclude, right? The diaspora, despite all the things Koga said tonight on your program, the diaspora has demonstrated one thing. When they decide to lead change in Liberia, change can happen.
Amen.
I agree.
Whether it's good or bad. We
I
did
agree.
not want Thomas Fala, a very popular representative from the ruling establishment, to win
Yes.
the seat. That was Geraldine Doe's seat, right, Ben?
No. That is him Dylan seat.
No,
but our
but
Geraldine
Dylan
Doe
ran the
seat
first time,
that
that was
also
Geraldine,
yes.
right?
No, but Dylan didn't run against Fala the first time.
Yeah, I know, but the first time
No,
he
but
won.
the seat that you're talking about, yeah, that was her seat. Yes.
Okay.
The
And
little
then to
pass, yeah.
retain the seat, that's when T5 wanted it.
Yeah.
And the diaspora decided that election. They wanted to send the CDC a message that Maserati is no longer your bedroom.
Correct.
We're going to fight you there. We can take it from you, at the very least split it.
Yep.
And the president put everything behind that race. The first time I think he beat Cornelia.
And no, what her name? Paulita Way.
Paulita, yes. And then the second time. So he put everything in that race. And the opposition won. This is an opportunity now, and I will hope that he, meaning the former president, and everybody will sit down and do what you said, Anthony. Look at his race closely and go all in either way. Because you have to send a message. Even if your preferred candidate doesn't win, you have to send a message that race is not yours. And I hope we do. I haven't seen the urgency, maybe because it's not Montserrat or it's still 2 months away. But we need to do that. We need to do that urgently. And I think if we do, okay, like you said, democracy, is a calculated risk. It's an imperfect art. But you have to keep working. You have to remain in the lab until you get what you want.
You gotta get what you want. Absolutely.
It takes a long time to get a Ben Sanvees of the world, but you got to keep working. Eventually, you get them. And so, again, Ben, we're looking up to you guys, the seasoned, established politicians in the country.
Ben, your party had a region. We didn't see you.
So,
I told you your country right now. I don't care. I don't even get patient to hear what I have your story.
This man is going to vote in 2 months in a place that he care about. That
one I'm different.
Ben, who truck you?
Exactly. Can you imagine? Look at me. They truck me.
Okay, boy, I'm fucking you, man.
Nobody.
But Ben, you had the same problem I had because the first round was over to register.
Yes. That's what happened. And then I just, and I felt. I got some family in there, so I said, you know what? And then what he was running there.
Musa running, so you went to vote.
I said, well, you know what? Let me make my.
But Ben has always been faithful to the chairman's club.
I know, right? Sometimes to my own detriment, right? Sometimes to my own detriment, the chairman's club. But no, it was a fascinating conversation, guys. I gotta try to get some rest.
Okay. Greetings to the family, man.
All right,
Anthony, it's always nice seeing you, bro.
All right, my brother. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Take care.